Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, people? How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome back. Welcome back to another episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I am your host, Resla. I already see some things that are not already kicking in. No, that kicked in. Okay. Hopefully, you guys are actually doing well tonight. Welcome, back. Who's already walked into the building. This is a Friday night stream. I expect the YouTube streets to be very busy tonight because it's the weekend, folks. It is the weekend. Oh man, I think there's a kind of topic that we need to talk about today, which is pretty much going over the landscape of social media. I have this conversation with many people across pretty much the years, and really getting into this whole concept of streaming and this whole idea of panel shows. And the most commonly ones that I run across, and a lot of other people I know in spaces run across, talk about streaming, the shows, and what exactly does it contribute to? Does it contribute to having good conversations? Is it just all a dumpster fire? The different type of places that people go to in order to have these kind of conversations, and it's all really dependent on what's your favorite genre of topic, what's your flavor of that particular stream, and then how it's carried out. The people that you're listening to, the host that you're listening to, the type of people who engage in these kind of conversations. And I think it's something that we need to have a little bit of a conversation and talking about the type of content that we're watching, dissecting it, roasting it even, and sometimes maybe even needed to have the conversation of whether it should be put in the dirt. Tonight, we're going to be pulling a little bit of the curtain back when it comes to some of these YouTube panel shows and the formulas that are used within them. Because sometimes we have to look at something and ask ourselves if it's seriously broken. If you've spent any time in the wild west of YouTube panels like I have, then you already know what kind of vibes I'm talking about. I'm talking about the loud arguments. I'm talking about the same tired debates, the 5, 6 hour streams filled with empty talking points, and of course the host counting their super chats like they're running a live auction. Now keep in mind, I'm not talking about any particular person in specific or any particular. We're just talking about the things that are carried out in a particular way. But here's a real question. Are YouTube panel shows, and I'm being very specific about YouTube because I do look at other platforms and YouTube is the place where it's most prolific. Are these panel shows ruining content, ruining the ideal of what a panel should be? Where do we get the concept of the formulas that we use today? Is it off of just generally trying to have discussions, or is it off of, or is it based off of political news cycles that we see most talking heads screaming and arguing with each other? Or have you always been like this? Are we just now waking up to what the actual scam might be? Well, my friends, tonight I think it's something we need to dive into, and this is why I'm bringing up, like I said, the deadly sins. I'm going to talk about the 7 deadly niches on these panels. I think we need to have a little bit of a talk about it. Because if you haven't noticed some of them, it's because maybe you're only stuck in one particular area. So let me just break them down real quick and then we'll get into it. So if I'm gonna call it by sins, then let's talk about lust first. Let's get lust out the way. And I would say lust is the obsession with sexual dynamics. You already know this. We see it a lot in a lot of our different streaming shows and creators that we like to watch. If YouTube panels weren't a if YouTube panels were a drinking game, then you could easily say that everybody's gonna take a shot one day when it comes to these damn panels when it comes to sexual dynamics. Women are delusional, men need to step it up, high value man, why modern dating is broken, and you'd be pretty much gone. If you had to take a shot for all the different times that you had to watch those different topics, you'd already be lit in 15 minutes. This niche, mm, it's really the fast food of YouTube content. It's a quick dopamine hit with no nutritional value. That's my personal opinion on it. Every night, the same recycled conversations with the same bad faith arguments. And somehow, the panelists act like it's groundbreaking discovery. Keep in mind, you have dating gurus, relationship experts, getting rich, arguing over gender roles. And yet, and still, the most vocal of us don't have successful relationships among them. Think about that for a moment. They will give you all the rhetoric in the world as to how to be able to have the best relationship or what is the best type of person to go for, but we'll talk about being single themselves. But they're out there giving you advice, folks. Let's be real. If you've been debating on these topics for years with the same old solutions, which are none, you've seen it. Nothing has changed. Maybe, just maybe, it was never about receiving an actual solution in the first place. Let's go on to number 2, which is gluttony. And when I say gluttony, I think of the political panel circuits, the political debate circuits, I should put it that way. YouTube is pretty much like Las Vegas. It's like a Las Vegas buffet. You know it's bad when you keep going back and you're not getting anything out of it. These panels are never about solution. They're about blood sport. They're about teams forming. They're about lines being drawn and nothing gets solved. It's just rage baiting for clicks. If someone actually has a good point, they'll get talked over. Someone starts saying something that actually starts making a lot of sense, they are dismantled or insulted. Because rational conversations don't make money, but chaos does. And the worst part, the grifters, the ones who pretend to be politically engaged, but their position mysteriously change depending on what gets the most donations. So and so person, oh, I totally believe in XYZ until next month when they pivot for clout. If your political stance depends on donations, you're not a political commentator. You're a content chameleon. I said what I said. Let's go to number 3. The the grift economy of fake experts. I kind of like that. I like the way that sounds. Let's talk about the gurus, the self-made millionaires. The I used to be broke and now I make 6 figures. These panel shows love to bring on like their self-proclaimed experts who basically like to tell you like, oh, here's some advice into how you can be making XYZ. All you got to do is pay $500 for my course. Or I love the whole how I turned $10 into $10,000. Spoiler, they didn't. How they dominate the real estate world. Meanwhile, they're actually just investing in property. That's what's all on their YouTube thumbnails, at least. How they love to say the secret to making passive income. First step, convince people that you actually have money. And the worst part, people fall for it. People fall for it because they look at their own situation in life and then think that these people really have the answers. Because these people look successful on camera. They rent Lambos, they film in an Airbnb, and suddenly they're financial experts. It was always that simple. Meanwhile, the actual wealthy people don't have time to be on panel debates. They're too busy making money. Before we start getting into some of this other stuff, I want to start taking a look at some of the people that's over here in the chat and welcome you guys for actually showing up. Male Monkey on here, he said, "Hey fam, we got Sasquatches in the building. You might be surprised. You have an opinion." Chad Zoomer came in here with the booty hole round. Con Shonery was up in the building. What's going on, Con? James is in the building. I appreciate you, James, for showing up. Hey, crazy mom already know where all the parties at all the time. Nightish is in the building. What's going on, Nightish? My guy Locksmith Jeremy is in the building. Who else is up in here? It seems like we got a lot of heads up in here. Miss Thing is in here. What's going on? Cousin Lawrence is in the building. How's it going, Lawrence? No chaser in the building with the fire. All right. We got some people up in here already. And guys, if you're already in here, make yourself known. Be up in the chat. Get acclimated. Start having a bit of these conversations. We were talking about number 3. Let's get into 4. 4. Let's talk about Raph. Let's talk about Raph. And Raph would be the race baiting in the industry that we have. Because I see a lot of race panels, and I think they're all about the ultimate outrage, just farming nothing but anger. These shows don't actually care about progress. They really don't. They care about who can sound the most outrageous and bring forth the most engagement. The grift is obvious. At least to me it is. Maybe you actually believe in some of that stuff. Maybe you've been conditioned to believe in some of that stuff. But for me, they say that they are, if you ask me, they are the most inflammatory speakers that are out there. They say the most ridiculous things just to get a viral clip. And then people call them out on it, and they're the fucking victims. And then it's just rinse and repeat. It's a new cycle, never ends. Because solving the problem doesn't make money, ladies and gentlemen. Arguing about them does. And everybody profits. Well, except the people who actually need change. Let's talk about number 5. Envy. The jealousy driven. The people who like to put out panels that are about exposés. Because some panelists aren't really here to debate. They're here to air grievances. Airing out dirty laundries is the easiest way to go viral. But it's disguised as a serious discussion. Some of these shows that I've witnessed are nothing more than reality TV without the production budget. The motto I tend to hear, or the sentiment I get, is, if I'm not winning, nobody is. So let's talk about number 6, which we'll pick up on everybody's favorite. Pride. Pride. The self-important, high-value conversations. These are the self-proclaimed intellectuals who think talking in circles is something that makes them deep. They turn a simple ideal into a 2-hour lecture with big words and zero substance. They love being the smartest person in the room, even if they're the only one talking. I guess you can even want to look at me in that case. Feel free to put me in that if you want to, but there are plenty of people who are like that. Sometimes it's better to just say nothing, but they won't. let's talk about number 8. We've already gone a few. Oh, I said no, no. Talking about number. I said what? 2, 3. We were on 6. So let's talk about number 7. I don't know how I got number 7. And this is the most one of the most newest that we see. IRL content. IRL content is like the wild west of streaming because they don't even pretend to have a structure. They don't pretend to have a structure at all. It's just live chaos fueled. I don't know how many of you guys are actually into live IRL content, but even recently, the whole thing is about people who are stalked in real life because they're out in the streets harassing strangers for harassing strangers for content, provoking fights, getting kicked out of stores, creepy creeping on women. IRL streamers don't really create content. They're just waiting for bad things to happen, and then they capitalize off of it. If YouTube panels are cheap reality TV, IRL content is definitely the public access Jerry Springer types. That's the way I've been seeing these kind of things. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know what it is though. Those are my 7 I could think of. I know there's definitely more. There's definitely more shows that are out there. I feel like there should be an 8th. It'll probably come to me, but I feel like there should be an 8th. No, nothing is really coming to my mind right now. All right, so that's what. Oh no, no. Here's an 8th that we can talk about, folks. The ones that are out there, the ones that are being reviewed, but quite frankly, a lot of people don't want to. Well, a lot of people are not putting a torch to them because a lot of people will look at the spaces of true crime. I'm talking about the ones who like to talk about how bad police was up. Yeah, that's a hate. Ooh, I like that. There's a hateful 8th. I like that. Good call. Good one. I'm talking about people who like to go on channels and create panels just talking about how bad civil service is. Whether it is about police officers or whether it is about government workers. Oh, in fact, we see some of them in a lot of areas that even around my show. People who like to argue about, quite frankly, First Amendment. They have big channels as it is. There are plenty of them. They kind of mix themselves between true crime and then talk about First Amendment. Love to talk about how people's rights or everything is about injustice. Speak to a lot of these people and they're not engaged in politics at all, but they love going online and talking about them. And then the question is, what do you learn from them? Except to just say, yeah, you're right. Government bad. Police people bad. What's the solution? Nothing. It's just to say, just be careful out there and know your rights. Knowing your rights is great and all. We're not going to go up against that. But if there's no way to actually talk about any form of real reform, how about actually becoming politically involved yourself? None of that ever comes up. It's just a bitching fest, just complaining. It's a woe is me community for a lot of these guys. So, Conshana, you think you had a hateful 8? Because some of these areas I look at and even things that I hear, they argue amongst each other. And to be honest, they talk about really who's the best among them in some of these spaces when they're all reviewing the same shit. The same chest cam, the same dash cam, the same court cases. but all vying over who's the best at something that they didn't create in the first place. You didn't create the camera work for that. You didn't do the footage for it. No one saw you sitting in the actual trial. But yet you guys complain about each other's comments? Seriously? We need to really have a conversation about this aspect of panel shows and what exactly does it bring towards us. Because for a lot of people, it's all about being in an echo chamber. It's all about indoctrination. There's manipulation that's definitely in there as well. And a lot of people sit there and just pop the popcorn to the point where, to be honest with you, they've been trained not to think because their host is there sitting there is telling them what to think. I like watching this person because they're funny. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, did you hear about so and so? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Did you hear about this person's case? Did you hear about this other content creator? How they're talking shit about another content creator? And I'm like, what makes this different from any other show, especially your reality TV shows? What makes this any different than those? Because there are people up here who are actually trying to get you to think, not even talking about myself, who just want you to think about the things and get a different perspective or to think of something that's outside of your personal myopic viewpoint of the world. And then there are people that just sit there and just want you to think whatever you have a problem with, you're right. And I just want to be here to feel that rage. Didn't even ask you what you're right about. Just tell you, you know what? You're a victim, regardless of what you're victimized about. You're right. Yeah, I didn't even tell you what the fuck was my problem. Don't matter. You're right. Oh, that's just a notification. I thought it might have been something for work. I never said one specific person, Conshonnery, but guess what? You can name probably 10, probably 20. You could probably just do a quick YouTube search and find 50. Since you wanted to put out brick like that, you could find 50 other people. I don't need one. That's why there's no need for me to even bring up a singular person because there are a lot of people out there like it. And again, I don't have a problem with the singular person who does content. I know you're joking. I know. But I don't need the one singular person. Because it's one thing if you're keep in mind, I'm not talking about the people who just do content and do reviews and have an opinion. It's not who I'm referring to, folks. I'm referring to people who open up panels to feast among each other's bullshit, but don't really have engaging conversations or try to come to a solution to give back to the people who are watching, the most important people. I've said this before many times to you guys. Even when I have a conversation with somebody, even on the panels when I open them up, the most important people that I know is walking away with something is important is you guys, the guys who are watching. Not everybody feels like they are built to want to have enough courage to come up on these platforms. And that's why I give a lot of respect for anyone who does, even if I disagree. But that's why I also have to make my 3 rules to be careful about what you say when you're on the internet. Because the same people that I'm talking about who's going to be walking away with a message of thought, you guys who are viewing, are also the same people that when you see people come up here and act an ass, you hold them to that standard of being an ass. If they say something absolutely idiotic, you paint them as an idiot and they forever will hold on to the concept of being an idiot. It is going to be harder for them to prove that they actually have an intellectual mind when your first assessment of them is that they're a fucking moron. They have to now you have to hopefully run across them because they're not going to go find you. You have to now hopefully come across them and hear at least 3 other times where they're actually being salient of mind for you to change your opinion. Which is why my first rule has always been be my what you say because you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Regardless of if you have a channel, because not everybody who goes on a panel is a content creator, is a streamer. Sometimes people are just regulars, and I call them influencers, fan favorites. But the same rules apply. If you sound like a moron, if you do it consistently enough, you're not going to change your opinion. Because when other people go to other shows, even if those other shows have never seen you on a panel, you know what the opinion is going to be? Oh, you mean that guy? Total fucking idiot. Even though the people who they're mentioning, your name, has never seen you before. Now, there's a consensus, there's a group formation happening, there's an ideology being spread about you. And let's just say, God forbid, these newcomers now go to a different space where they now see you pop up on panel. That's the person I was talking to another person about in their chat, and they said that this person's an idiot. Let me just sit here and watch to see how much of an idiot they already are. Now, what's the problem with that? There's a presupposition. They presuppose that you're an idiot based on someone else's thoughts of you being an idiot of a panel that they saw you being an idiot on. See how I just tied that shit back in together? See how that nice little word salad just tied all back in? And most people say, well, I don't care. Until they're mad at the fact over time that people dislike them. Not even really because of what they said, but sometimes it's about who they associate with. But how do we get to this forming of the mind? By first being engrossed in areas that we look at as dumpster fires. Because not every panel show does that. But it has become a stapled formula for panels. And there are plenty of people who are looking at people who are host of panel, whether it's me or whether it's your favorite content creator, and say, I like them, but I don't want to actually have a good conversation with them or think that they are great for someone I can have on my platform because of the type of content, the type of controversy that they bring. I know some of your favorite panel hosts and even influencers who get on panels are smart individuals, but you actually have a lot of them that come up and they're not honest about the conversations, and damn for sure are not honest about their actual thoughts. And hell, in case you didn't notice, folks, there are definitely some of your favorite panelists who like to get up on a regular basis who are literally paid. Paid. There are some, not a lot, but there are some who are paid to come in and derail. You'd be surprised. But this is what my thoughts are when it comes to, is the panel streaming world, especially I'm gonna make it very clear here from YouTube because I do look at other platforms. I look at Kick, I look at Twitch, and I don't see as many panels. They are not the ones that are highlighting panel shows. They highlight a lot of IRL content. But when you look at the panel shows, you don't see much to want to be desired as being better. Because, oh, and I didn't even think about that. That's also, we could talk about a knife. Conchandre, come up with an idea for a knife. We got the hateful eighth, and now we got to do a knife. Uh, Here's another knife. Consistent shows revolving around panels around topics that will never get solved about religion. Truth of the matter, folks, none of you are ever gonna know because you'll have to die to get there to find your answer. And you can't send smoke signals. You can't send a note in a bottle. You can't do none of that shit. So you can sit here and have endless debates about religion. You'll never find out which one is better until your ass is 6 feet under. A revolutionary knife. Hmm. I'll take it. Niches that are becoming detrimental to the mind and not inspirational, not thought provoking, just divisive. You'll find more people arguing about what Jesus ate for dinner than what could be relatable between that him between what he did and the other races that mention him, the other religions that mention him. It's not. It should be. It's not. It's not about. It's not a discussion on comfort. It's all about discomfort. It's about who thinks they know Jesus, who thinks they know God best. That's not hope. It's actually the opposite of hope. It's not there to uplift. It's there to denigrate other. It's them for them to pretend like they want to be pastors and smite others who think that they know something. It's a good question. It's a good question. For those who know me, when I started this journey, it was never with the idea of being classified as a streamer. For a lot of time, I still do content. I still make videos. I still edit. I still do a lot of that stuff. I just really wish I had the free time to put out some of the content I have. I have for those who've actually seen some of those streams, you see I got a whole notions, got darn tier list of things that I want to talk about. But this is also even when I bring up topics, I don't fall into the very same stuff that gets done on a regular basis. But these are just my thoughts. And again, I'm not trash talking anyone who's interested in those type of content. But I do say that you should question the people that you're watching because there are a plethora of them. A lot of people listen to will hear to respond and not listen to understand. What's the message at the end of the day? Okay, cool. We're going to talk about God. Cool. Why? What's the end game? Most people don't get to why the stream was actually started in the first place. Just only that the stream was started in the first place. Most people don't think to get to why. I don't mind having conversations where at the end of the conversation, we can all get down to I don't know. I don't know is a great place to be. Most people think that they have the answer, and if they're not, they're gonna browbeat people into the answer that they formulated. So therefore, it was never really about having a discussion. It was never about a point of enlightenment. It was never a point of new discovery and new thought. It was always about trying to get people to convince them to think how you think. Is that really helpful? You know what, Conjanry? Yeah, we'll do it. Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. I've mentioned technically nine niches that we continuously run into, hear about, and get really no solid consensus on. And again, you have your favorites. I don't even care who your favorite is because there's always somebody new. There's always someone that we never heard of. There's always somebody who's been doing this for a while. And I don't mind conversations, but you guys have even seen me in my own show. When it's something I just find to be absolutely nonsensical, or there's no sense in even having it because it's never a discussion that will ever have an answer, you see me like this. At that point, I'd rather just read you guys in the chat and engage with you while everybody else talks. Because at the end of the day, people were just talking out of boredom in my mind. It was never about coming to an understanding. It was all about everybody trying to climb up on their horse, or even worse. Because I say this, you know how you build the biggest building in town? By building the biggest building in town, not by tearing others people's down. And a lot of people engage by trying to tear down other people's buildings so that theirs could be the one standing tallest. No, just do better. Why don't you see what else somebody else did and just build a bigger building? Shouldn't be hard. But that's not the way how people engage. People like seeing the food throwing and the spitting and the cursing and whatever. And I don't know why, because you see that everywhere. I don't even see how that's really excitement anymore. Oh, look, someone was called a motherfucker. Oh, how many times have you heard that word in your life? Somebody was called an idiot. Somebody was called stupid. Oh, look at that. So groundbreaking. Oh, never have I ever heard that before. Come on now. Appreciate you, Joe Cool. Came up in here with the 199. I appreciate you for the grift. Hey, blind. Oh, hello. Is the true crimes series? Cause you in there with the like. I imagine someone's gonna open there with the back door. They come in with a knife in the back of you now. That's that killer look when they come through.
Damn, don't put that on me. I'm gonna lock my door.
James, what's going on?
No, what's good? What's up, man? Interesting conversation. Shoot. I'm liking it.
So, of course, I've mentioned a lot of different niches, and I imagine because they just want to, people are going to take offense, whether they are some of your favorite creators or someone who believes, no, it's not full of shit. I visit these places all the time. How dare you pick on these places that I like to go to? Resla, you ain't shit.
Yeah. I mean, I can see their point of view.
And I'm going to say this. If you feel that way, right? Hit dogs holla.
Yeah, I don't feel that way. I could understand, but I don't make panelverse content. Like I come on the panels, but my content is not panel content. So like I don't relate to what you were talking about, but I get it. I understand what you're saying. I understand all the complaints you're making. But honestly, like some people enjoy that type of content versus this type, versus this type, versus this type. Like all these different creators are gonna find their little group that is attracted to their content.
I get it. I get it. Here's the thing. I'm not even asking for an end game. The idea is that let's point out all the places that we all frequent and notice that there's something very similar about all of them. And then when you have these conversations, ask yourself why you are having the conversation. What are you getting from the conversation? Or are you just feeling background noise? That's all. It's all right with having a conversation, but are you having a conversation out of good faith? And what I see in a lot of these panels, they're not. See, I can have a conversation. I can have a back and forth with somebody. I'll even argue with them for the hell of it. And they like, sometimes we laugh about it because they know I'm literally just being devil's advocate. Brian, you and I have done this. Like,
yes. I'm curious, like what the what's wrong with? I mean, because I agree. I agree with what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of people that make the background noise content, but it seems like you have an take issue with that or something.
My source of contention is not about the conversation. It's not. The idea is that when we are having the conversation, most of the time it's about people who are just trying to say, no, I know more than you, rather than interesting. How did you get to that discovery? Maybe there's something I don't know that I should be learning. How did you get to that conclusion rather than, no, you're an idiot because you should only be seeing it my way?
Yeah, you're
That's the
right.
problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, we're in a highly competitive space where everybody wants to be considered the smartest person, you know?
Which
Like,
which is crazy because someone will always be better than you. It's like this. Let's just say you have content, right? Let's just say you and I are doing the same kind of content. In my mind, it's like, oh, he's doing content. He's doing the same kind of content I'm doing. I'm thinking to myself now on a grander scale. YouTube is a big place. Why is it we're both not eating? Rather than me saying I'm gonna do everything I can to destroy Blind, I'm gonna make him look a fucking idiot. Why? But we can both eat.
I mean, you say that, but it's a little more nuanced when you're in the conversation. It's not about like destroying Blind or like undermining him. It's sometimes it's just that ego that kicks in and makes you have to flex real quick, or makes you have to, or stops you from being able to listen. Like,
Love the fact they use that word ego, because I classify it as an acronym. Ego, especially when you're out here having this religious conversation. Ego, ego, edging God out.
yeah, that's accurate. I agree.
If your ego is big if your ego is so big that it's about winning the argument rather than, let's just say this, because if you're talking about these debate spaces, right? The actual part of the debate should be winning over your audience, not you trying to win over the person you're debating.
Well, to me, salute to Mr. Tersini. I actually enjoyed the conversation. Like, I abandoned the idea of winning over my audience, or convincing my audience, or even proving a idea right or wrong. I enjoy having the conversations, and that's the reason why I shifted gears on my channel. I don't like the way that you guys do things here in the Panelverse. I don't approach my content like that at all.
That's so interesting. Like, because here's the truth of the matter. Like, I don't see myself as really being part of the Panelverse because I don't even have a niche.
Me neither.
I still don't know. I still don't know where I stand.
I have kind of figured out that I'm doing something of a long-term deep dive into the creators of YouTube themselves, and not so much any particular part of it. The Panelverse happens to be part of it, and so I'm there too.
Yeah, my entire thing has always been about human behavior.
That's it, right there.
I don't have a particular thing. I don't have a particular style that I need to be on. You can't say true crime. You can't say reaction. You can't say religion. You can't say art. You can't say politics. Like, I like human behavior.
What
I'll talk about different things along those lines because it's part of human behavior, but that's about it.
Because I don't pretend to be an expert on anything. I take the approach of every channel is different, just like every person.
He already
my man all up in his hoodie like he joined in a cult.
I know my hair look crazy as fuck.
Salute, Joe.
Salute. Resla, you're doing so fucking well. I was telling my girl, I gave her, the background when you was out. I really think your openings are incredible. I'd known you for, I don't know, months before I ever saw one. And I got you on a big TV. And I just, my girl was like, I was explaining to her that, who you were and all that shit, and how great your openings was. And you didn't let me down.
You guys, I got Uber Eats coming. Excuse me.
Okay.
Joe Cool, baby.
So what do you like? I'm over here for the conversation. So what do you guys think about some of the things that I've said? You don't have to agree. You can say, you know what? Fuck you, Resla. This is what I think.
Not largely, you're correct. I think you narrowed the wrath sphere a little bit too narrow. It's actually all of cancel culture, not just race baiting. Race baiting is just one page in that.
You're right. You're right. You can add that to it.
Other than that, you're on point, bro. I mean, you could ask Joe. He's a professional race baiter. That's exactly. By the way, how's your wife and my kids?
Since you niggas so quiet, Resto, go point by point. Let's talk about the points.
Sure. Well, is there any particular point that you want?
Yes, probably. I don't know which number
it was. Birds, Joe.
It was the one. No, I don't know the point he was, but he was like, "Do better than the person before you."
That was like, just me kind of just closing that out. When we're talking about like.
No, you said some. Okay, I'm sorry. You said something. One of the first ones that I interpreted as, you probably didn't say "do better." You said people talk about other people rather than do that. They should go do something better themselves.
Hey, yeah, I like that. It was
one of the early ones you was talking about.
I mean, that's part of why I got into this in the first place. I was going to read Westerns, and that went down the drain almost immediately. I have a little bit of a talent for connections. Like, I'm able to talk to people, and people talk to me for some reason. So, like, that's what my channel became.
You overestimated your powers if you thought a Western reading was going to blow you over.
No, my microphone. The microphone that I bought was broken and would not interface with OBS. It simply, OBS would recognize it. It would say it was there. You could tap it. You'd get a register. But the very second I started speaking, it would turn everything down. And it just did it every single time. There was nothing I could do about it. And I didn't know that it was broken. I thought that was just how things work, but it worked okay in StreamYard.
I would have to try to remember exactly what it was. It's not like I write these things down. I only
just go to the name. Let me go to the first one. I give my comments. I heard everything you said.
So my first point, I was talking about lust, and lust
was the first one.
Lust was about basically sexual dynamics. It's these panels that do the red pill, men are better. It could be MGTOW, it could be all that shit.
Yeah, it's the endless discussion between male and female, masculine, feminine.
Let's skip that one. I'm less interested. Let's skip that one. What's the next second?
Thank you for that.
Come on, bro.
The second one was gluttony, and I was talking about panels that just keep circulating about politics.
You were on point with that.
But wouldn't that go truth for like politics, religion, flat Earth? I mean,
well, you can. Here's the
science.
The thing about politics, the thing about science, and even the thing about religion is that you can take points and bring them into any points of those conversations.
Sure.
You want to debate science, you can bring up politics. You can also bring up religion. If you want to talk about, if you want to talk about politics,
you're right. That is kind of a trifecta. You're right.
Yeah. What was the third? Because I think this is the one that I like.
The third was greed, and it was about the grifting economy.
By the way, mentioning the grifting economy brings me to the point of the show where I mentioned my Cash App at the top of my page. I'm not going to give you anything. I will never solve anything, but I will be bothering you and annoy the hell out of Joe if you pay me money.
All right. The grift. And this will probably cover a little ground that you covered in others too.
So the grift is basically about these people who get online and they pretend like they have money. Like, this is the thing where I say, well, I got all this money. I'm like, oh, I forgot. Yeah, everybody who hops on Pandy, we're all six-figure earners. Everybody up here.
Yes. Everybody.
We're all high value. We're all six-figure
earners. Wait, you're not?
No, I'm not.
How dare you, sir? misrepresenting yourself as a YouTuber.
I love it. I compare it to the rap thing, right? All rappers, oh yes, we all have gold rollies and so and big ass jewelry and diamonds on our fucking so and so. But it's the same thing. It's for the grift. It's I don't know. I guess if people they look like they got money, people that donate money. Is that what makes them grifters?
It's the idea that they present as if they know better, and they say, if you want to be like me,
Yes.
go sign to my course, or they get on their shows or their panels or whatever, and what they do is they always flash money. Oh, look at this expensive thing that I got. As if people who don't have sponsors don't get free shit too. Like, but like, yeah, you know how much this costs? You got it for free to fucking do it. Like, what are we doing here?
All right.
What are we doing here?
The bigger you are, the more free
by you showcasing it on your stream, you're actually doing the very thing that you agreed to the sponsor or whatever. But you want to pretend like you spend a shit ton of money on it. Plenty people do things like that. Oh yeah, I bought this Lambo. Everybody knows by now you can rent out a Lambo.
All right.
No, it's mine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I financed it. You're an idiot then.
all I keep thinking is that they're lacking when they're doing that. Right. I know the money, they're doing it for the money, but it makes me think insecure. So they got to show everybody. I got to dress flashy because I feel insecure. It's that line of reasoning.
Sure, Joe. But it's also because of these type of people that also convinced everybody who watches a content creator, and to make them believe that everybody, the moment they hear a content creator say, "Hey, I'm monetized," oh shit, they're making buku money.
Yes, and they're misleading motherfuckers.
Not even
no. Most motherfucking YouTubers do.
I can work a part-time job and still make more money than what YouTube gets me.
Right. Yes, and YouTube don't pay, man. If you're not getting 1 million views, you're not gonna get money off YouTube. Stop it. Yeah. But you're right. They make it look like and the number one desire for young
welfare
people.
pays more.
Welfare pays more. Right. The number one goal for kids now, what do you want to be when you grow up? A YouTuber. Yeah, they even asked them why. They say because they get to travel and meet people and have influence. You know, they believe in all the smoke. They believe everything they say.
And it's no different. That dream, that goal is no different than you trying to make it to the league.
Yes. Right? Probably the same odds, right?
Because they'll look at Mr. Beast, but do you understand that if you look back and way back in his content, he didn't do traveling and shit. It wasn't until he got really big where he was able to afford to do that. And let's be honest, even when he started first doing his traveling, that came out of his pocket.
All right, hold on. There is a genre of YouTube where traveling is a primary component of it, but it's a full lifestyle, and you've got a combination of RV life, camp life, outbacking.
I love that. I watched that.
All of that. Yeah, it's cool stuff. I dig some of it myself. In fact, me and Flow State were talking about getting us an RV and just kind of checking out to go find, like, see what are you going to do when Sasquatch comes to find you, Joe?
You got to do it. Well, hopefully, I'm going back to Chicago in a couple of days. Hopefully, you'll be visiting me in Chicago. And I would take you, I'd show you to the Chicagos. I'd show you the downtown Magnificent Mile, Lakeshore Drive, and I would show you the hood. And you'd have a blast. Then we'd eat tacos at 2:00 in the morning.
Damn right we will.
See, this is the beautiful part about the travel, like the travel ones. People are not I've watched some of those communities. I've watched some of the chats and everything. People are not under the community that they're rich and they have money.
Yeah.
They have money.
So let me address that.
It's opposite of the panels. See, it's the panel streaming that's a problem. See, they're individuals. They're like, I think the ones that travel the most, not travel the most, but they travel and they actually do panels are the ones that we know are the Thorpes. How many people do RV traveling? Like,
yes.
So, but outside of that, those other travel content creators, they're actual content creators. They're not streamers. They don't do panels. They do a live and they talk to their chat.
Right.
So when we talk about it in IRL streamers, there's a vasty component there. That goes all the way from the people who are doing the RV streams all the way through to the folks that are sitting in their basement with their fingers covered in Cheetos talking to folks at 2 a.m. I mean, so that is their real life. That it took me a while back here on the back end of YouTube to realize the difference between a gamer stream and an IRL stream depends on what that gamer does when he's not streaming.
Correct.
Because if that's what he's doing when he's not streaming, then this is an IRL stream, not a gaming stream specifically.
I agree.
I lost the metaphor, but I am high.
So
it's not a metaphor. It's a interpretation.
It wasn't a metaphor. Like if the only difference is like it's just if they're streaming when they're gaming, but let's just say when they get up and they go to kitchen to go make a sandwich or whatever, they're an IRL streamer. They're still streaming when they're doing all that shit.
Okay. Yeah.
An IRL streamer. If they're saying shit, like, hey, the new Call of Duty is coming out, and I decided I don't want to download it. I'm actually gonna go to the store and buy it, and they take you along with them. That's an IRL stream.
That is an IRL streamer. Exactly.
Well, I know what the difference was. I thought you were trying to make some heavy fucking point there.
Well, the heavy point is that just because you think you're a gamer as a game streamer doesn't necessarily make it so. If you're presenting it as an IRL stream because you're covering all aspects of your life, gaming is only a part of it.
Is there people who do that? I've never met a gamer who
yes,
IRL.
They do. In fact, most of your IRL streamers do it.
Fuck,
most of your IRL streamers
call themselves gamers and they IRL.
Most of your IRL streamers are part-time gamers.
Sanat, whatever that cat is.
Kai did it. Speed did it. There are a lot of them. The ladies on the internet that do it.
That's one of the gateways you kind of have to pass through to kind of.
Yeah, that's true. Most of them were since gaming as a kid. Most people on the internet were gaming as kids. Yeah. That's what blew it up. I forgot what platform it was, but
let me know when y'all get to
their gaming streams.
Rap was race baiting.
It's more than race baiting, though.
Yeah, give me more
because the entire cancel culture concept, the idea that you can't do something because I don't think it's right. That
I love it.
I'm on the right side of history. You're a bad person. The whole nine. It doesn't matter.
If you don't believe this, you're X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Yes.
You can find these people in religious streams. You can find them in atheist streams. You can find them. They're all activated. They're all activists. And if they happen to be religious, they're usually revivalists. So, like, these are the same type personalities in different genres.
Because my people went through this. Oh, have you? No, but I can feel the oppressive act.
It seemed like y'all talking about two different things so far. Resto, it sounded like you're just talking about people who fucked up in the head, but Sasa seems to be talking about people who actually want to control you and change you. It must be you are not allowed your opinion.
Guess what, Joe? They're fucked up in the head too.
Yes, but they take the second step of harming other people. It's one thing if a person just sits up here and argues with me and he's fucked up in the head, but it's different if he thinks, now, if you don't agree with me, Joe, I can dox you and call you names.
True.
I can give you an example. Have you ever been in a chat or been on a panel and come across somebody who will only respond in Bible verses?
Maybe once. The nigga overflows pretty much stick to the Bible.
Okay. So is there any way to communicate with that individual?
No.
Yes, always.
Only through a Bible verse.
I'm that guy. Right, there you go.
Okay, sure. You use Bible verses. You two are going to interpret them differently and thereby be speaking at cross purposes to one another.
Yeah. Just like me and you, we may interpret shit differently. Me and the Bible guy, we run the same risk. That doesn't stop anything.
Well, the difference is that they believe their interpretation is right, and they will argue that yours is wrong, even though you're reading the exact same words. If he literally said, I had this version of the King James Bible, and you pick up, you say, you know what? I'm a collector of Bibles. I got that same
Oh,
Bible.
you mean your version of
and
the
you
Bible?
read
I
the
thought you meant your
same
version
verses.
of something else. You
Yeah,
mean
if you
version
read
of
the
the
same
Bible. All
verses,
right.
verse for verse, if you read the same verses, you can still come up to different thought
Yeah.
process on it. And they will
Yes.
still say that theirs is better because you know what they'll ask you for clarification? Well, you know what, Joe? You said you haven't been to church in a while, but I was in church this last Sunday.
They
So
become an
they're better
authority.
than you now.
Yes. You're right. And religious
Hey,
people are
James,
particularly vicious
are you
because
typing?
if your interpretation is not the same as theirs, they will put you down. You will end up, you're going to hell. People like you, all because my interpretation differs than yours.
People like you mean other believers?
Right.
Exactly.
You're not a
But
believer. I believe Jesus was born on the 12th. You believe he was born on the 26th. You're not a
That's right.
believer.
Exactly.
What the
They
fuck, y'all?
cherry pick and split hairs to make their points and then turn around and accuse other people of being hypocrites for not splitting the same hairs or picking the same.
Yes, they're gonna make you split that hair, man. If you don't believe in God, you're a bad
These are the
person.
people that come at you and ask you a leading question followed by a leading question. Each one of them's only yes or no. And when you get done, they give you the conclusion.
Because there's so much baggage was with that leading question. They knew where they were gonna
It's like
stay.
they've
They
all
just
gone
wanted
to the same seminars at the same school because when you ask them a
YouTube.
question, they never give you an answer. They all of a sudden they all want to think they all, you know what? We've all been to the same, Christian school, so I'm gonna give you a parable. Answer the question.
Yes,
I
then
need
I'll
you to
hear
answer
the
the
parable
question.
afterwards, but answer the question first, then go on and show me how great and smart you are.
But tell me, is there a difference, mechanically speaking, and linguistically speaking? Is there a difference between that and someone who responds with quotes from the Communist Manifesto, or someone who responds with quotes from choose your Al Sharpton or whatever?
My first
there's
thought.
no different from someone. I met a guy. His favorite way to answer you is that he would talk about he would mention shit. Why is his name? I just had it in my tip of my tongue and I just lost it. He would mention basically. Fuck. He would mention. Fuck. What's his name? He would mention like Wilson. Not Andrew Wilson. Like Woodrow Wilson. He would mention. Shit. I lost it. He always mentioned them all the time. Fuck.
All right, so you
I
can't
lost it
gather
now.
the names. All right,
I lost it now. It was definitely one of the presidents who had a lot of quotes, and I'm mad.
that'd be all of them.
Yeah, I know.
Especially early on, they all have
dude.
them.
Andrew Jackson was an absolute savage. If you're not quoting him, you are falling short.
Yeah, right.
He would always mention quotes from him, or it would be no different from someone who mentions a Bible, or it would always be somebody. And I'm just like,
you're gonna remember that. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna remember.
Okay, but Sasquatch, you were saying is no different than the church guy and the guy who you compared him to. Hold on. I was going to ask you to recap. The one difference that I saw is that the other people may get angry and whatever else. Church people seem to take it up to level 11.
Thank you. You said Churchill.
That's
Churchill. There you go. Winston Churchill. That's who it was. Thank you.
Hey, can I give you a riddle? Can I give you a riddle?
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah.
Riddle me this.
Okay. Let's say Pinocchio. There's Pinocchio there, like chilling somewhere. And Pinocchio says the statement, as soon as I get done talking, my nose is going to start growing.
Okay.
Now, he says the statement, as soon as this finishes, nose is going to start growing. Yeah. Now, does Pinocchio's nose grow?
I'm not so sure.
With no other context and no other conversation involved.
Right. I'm not so sure it's set in stone. I'm not so sure I can't change it because if I know that is the so-and-so. Now I determine, or maybe I determine if his nose grows. I'm wondering if I have
Joe. Solipsism will only take you so far in life.
No, okay, but I don't think you're understanding. Okay, Pinocchio's nose grows when he lies, right?
No, I get the riddle on its basic concept. If he says, when I'm done, it's gonna grow, that means I'm gonna tell a lie. And if he tells a lie and it grows, that means he was telling the truth when he said it's gonna grow. So it wasn't a lie. I see the I can't talk.
Okay. I don't know. I can't figure out the answer, but just a conundrum for you guys while I'm eating.
I like it. I wonder if I can't change it. I see how it's supposed to be a catch-22, but I wonder if I can't change the outcome. I don't want to spend that much thought time on it.
No,
But I
you
love
pretty
puzzles.
much nailed it. If he says he's going to lie, and he lies, he told the truth.
Right, and his nose won't grow if he tells the truth. I get that.
Correct.
But his question was, will it grow? Will it grow? I wonder if I'm not the determining factor if I can't get him to tell the truth or a lie, if I can't say something or do something and determine whether he's going to lie or tell the truth. No, he can't, because he's already made a statement by the time I walk in. I don't think I can determine anything. Yeah, I play no role. Yeah, that's a good one.
What makes it worse is that if he says something that you determine to be a lie, but he believes it to be true.
All right, it's dinner time, guys. Yeah, good. Oh, I get to brag. This is a good day for you guys to be on panel. Look at that. A steak, mashed potatoes, and string beans. Right. Look at, she cut the light on, so yeah, I can see her meal with the steak. All right, I'm gonna eat. I'll be back.
All right, man. He said,
"Well, it's just us."
Yeah, just
so. The whole wrath sphere. It's not. It's largely reminiscent of beef sectors and whatnot. But meanwhile, it doesn't necessarily have to be involved in the beef sector. It can just be folks that freaking disagree passionately.
True crime does it. The true crime community is doing it. They're doxing each other. They do all that shit. They're mad because someone's covering the same cases that they are, or they're acting like comedians. You stole my material.
I wonder how much of that is. I wonder how much of that is like government affected, whether or not that's Fed boys acting inside the communities, because the 1A community went through the same thing a couple of few months ago. They imploded in on themselves and started fighting amongst themselves, and then like 5 or 6 very not prominent but influential First Amendment channels just went dead, and for the most part, most of the riffraff has been sorted currently. But then suddenly it happened in the paranormal community, and then it happened in a different community, and the same little MO of a group of people show up that seem to have more influence than makes any sense. A handful of people in the community ally with those folks. The next thing you know, they're doing panels just basically disassembling each other's careers, and it just the exact same thing. I mean, you've got the whole like, I don't want to get into the specifics of it, but there's a few channels in the First Amendment community that are currently at war with each other, to the extent that, hey, what's up, Chuck? Some of the channels have actually filed possession on other people's channels by filing the LLC under the channel's name. Dude, it's deep, bro. It's so deep.
Well, you got to remember, YouTube is great for feeding one's ego.
Sure. And I'll go as far as saying, if someone is not narcissistic as a predilection, that a couple of months on YouTube will change that shit dramatically.
Amen.
I believe that. Yeah.
It's not just that it attracts narcissistic people. I think it actually creates the conditions for narcissistic people.
I would believe that.
Which is weird, because this is what I was saying with Blind earlier. Like, we could, if we can look at, so this is the reason why I bring this up, and this is why I was talking about Blind earlier, is that if we just look at YouTube as what it is, if we stop just looking at our feed, if we just stop looking at our sector of the things that we find, as what No Chase is saying, the popularity, if we just looking at what we consider to be popular based on what we like, and if we just look at YouTube, what it is, and see how vast it is with the globe, and there's someone out there, whether they speaking your language or they're speaking another language out there, because not everywhere that you look on YouTube speaks English. That should tell you something. So if the YouTube is as big as the globe itself, everybody is out there eating. Why would I not just work with Blind rather than just worry about me being more popular than him? But that's why I believe in what you're saying, slash watching them feeding narcissism. I believe they immediately start making people that.
That's one of the reasons why I have a policy, and there's a handful of channels out there that have hate in their heart for whatever reason. But my policy is I do not watch the streams that are about me. As soon as I realize they're talking about me, I'll go do something else. I'll listen to an audiobook. I'll go putter around in the garden. I don't listen to the hate. That way, the hate cannot feed. I give them no energy. They receive nothing from me. And I'm not even angry about anything they said because I don't know what it is, because I don't care. I really don't. It's not an act. I don't pretend that I don't care and then watch in secret. I'm not over here hate watching, folks.
Oh, no, I can't do it.
He hated my heart. I don't. Bless every single one of y'all.
Again, and I feel that way about watching Trainwrecks. I'm just like, nope, I need to go away. I know because people are so open to being influenced. They'll watch an entire train wreck, but they don't understand that even within entertainment, there is messaging that's taking place. And when you take it's the medicine in the candy effect. You might find it highly entertaining, but you're actually taking in subliminal messaging.
It's called group think.
But there's more to it than that. When I started my channel, I actually made the conscious decision that I wanted to be perceived as funny. And so one of the things I did was went to Google and found every stupid joke you could ever tell and told every single one of them as a short. I did that because when I started doing my live streams, people who showed up at my live streams were more familiar with my shorts, and so they would look at me and decide before I ever opened my mouth that I'm funny. Social engineering.
I don't get that. What were you saying, Blind?
I said I just like to have fun. Like I just make my streams about having fun, whatever is fun to me at the moment, and people vibe with it. Bro, I've grown like an insane amount since New Year's, and that's when I decided to just have fun with it.
But that's another point. That's a very good point. You consider having fun successful. Some people measure their literal value based off of how many subscribers they've gotten over the last 6 months, the last year, the last 4 months. And I mean, I'm guilty of watching that subscriber count. Like, for instance, I set up a debate, got the Raging Tomato to moderate it, brought in a couple of a few pieces of talent out there. It was an excellent showing. I suspect that it looked like I was beating retarded women. I lost 3 subscribers. I was in front of almost 1,000 people for 4.5 hours and lost 3 subscribers. I find that a little bit daunting because either I wasn't funny or they didn't like that joke.
Man,
that's crazy.
Well, we can't win them all, like with the jokes, right?
No, see, the thing is, you don't get to decide what you think is funny. It's not that other people do. It's that have you ever laughed in a church?
Yeah.
You ever laughed at a funeral?
Yeah.
My wife has.
Did you feel right about it? You knew it was wrong. You did it anyway. You couldn't help it. It's an involuntary response.
Yeah, true.
So you don't get to decide what you think is funny. And as such, why should you be judged for laughing at things?
Well, this is my thing when it comes to that. This is my thing when it comes to even the idea of I would like to know if you would be interested in like debating me. I've had a couple of people ask me that. And I'm just like, that's not what I do. I get it. I'm on a panel show, but I really don't debate because here's the truth of the matter. Debates are rather useless online because the idea of that you don't debate with good faith. I'm a
Yes, flexing.
conversationalist. I'm there to actually see. The thing about it is that in a debate, you have your point and you're not looking to move from your point. You're trying to be as accurate in order to quote beat the other person. And to me, that doesn't come down to any conclusions. I don't feel like I walked away smarter. I don't I don't feel like anyone else has walked away any smarter.
Yeah, but can I interject something?
Sure.
A lot of times, people spend all day long with that mentality. Like that's why when you go to my channel, you'll see my banner. The first thing you see when you come in is asking if you laughed today, and letting them know that my content is purely for your entertainment, to entertain yourself and to have a laugh. Because a lot of people don't necessarily, and maybe it's subconscious, maybe it's conscious. Like a lot of people find it hard to critically think for like extended amounts of time. That's just my personal opinion.
That's fair. To me, I just know there is a time when to do it. It's just not every time. You know, there's a tool for everything. I'm sorry, you don't try to use a damn saw to hammer in nails. That just like there's a time and there's a place for it. I cannot, as being a conversationalist, I can literally use different tactics that in a very particular state of mind or a particular tone to get the results that I want. I can't debate everybody in the real world, in the job world, in real life into getting what I want. That's not the way it works. It's not. So a lot of people have even lost the idea, the concept, the skills of conversations because they think that every time they open their mouth, it's a debate.
Well, the panel verse too is you got everyone here lately wants to prove I'm right, you're wrong, and that settles it.
Right. And keep in mind that you can find those aspects in a conversation. But that's not the way how the quote panel verse has structured it. Any disagreement, any argument is pretty much classified as a debate.
Sure. When truly it's
Arguments happen in conversations. That doesn't mean it's a debate.
not. Exactly.
A disagreement is not a debate. And I would have to ask some people, if you don't understand the difference of that, I'm saying to myself, you guys, apparently you never had a girlfriend. It's not a debate. Yeah, it's not a debate. An argument's an argument. You can argue away and come back to it later. You know what you don't have to hear about? That you're an idiot and that you own somebody and somebody was cooked and your friends turn and say, "Oh, I can't believe your girl said this to you and you was cooked in that moment." And here's my funny part about this, because you'll hear a lot of these guys use the term "cooked," right? But then they'll turn around and say, "I don't know how to cook because I'm looking for a woman who cooks." Why do you keep walking around talking about you cooked everybody? You don't spend time in the kitchen. What are we doing here? You don't spend time in the kitchen.
Yeah. Got a point. You got a point.
I'm just saying, I'm cooking these. You don't spend time in the kitchen. You don't cook. People ask me like, "Oh, you know, you want a woman that can cook and clean?" No, I know how to cook and clean. What do you think I was doing before I met her?
Yeah.
The fuck is going on here?
Exactly. I learned that shit a long time ago.
The best life is when you enjoy your own cooking.
You're dealing with a bunch of children who never grew up, and whenever they became adults and were still children, they were utterly flummoxed by the idea that the magical adult fairy didn't show up and give them their participation trophy and welcome to the club. They just were suddenly responsible for themselves and have no idea what to do about it.
Well, maybe they got mama still bringing them dinner every night on a covered plate and then picking up their laundry once a week.
Yeah, these are the people that have their parents drive a whole state the whole state next door just to turn around and go to their college dorm to go pick up their laundry.
Yep.
I don't know, like me personally, bro. And I'm not saying I'm not nothing against the way that you approach some of these topics, but I find it so exhausting and such a waste of time to even think about what other people are doing. Like honestly, and I get it, dude. I used to think like, oh, but the future of our country and the future of our youth, and they're making people stupider, and but it's like, bro, there ain't nothing we can do.
Well, there is. In fact, things are taking place now. It was a really wild idea 5 years ago when it was first brought to my attention. Someone asked me, what does the Department of Education do? And I busted out with a list of things. I was like, well, it does this and that, and it brings everything. He said, but does it actually do that? Or is that what you are told it does? And he's flummoxed me with that one.
Well, when it actually had like encourages or enforces change that helps the world, I will stand corrected. But the world's still on a downward spiral to hell from my.
No, sir. You cannot enforce change that helps the world. You must be that change yourself, sir.
That's correct. Gandhi, first off.
Agreed. But in what way?
If you don't see it already existing, you must become that thing.
Yes. Right. And that's so true. Oh my God, that is such a YouTube truism, man. If you notice something that's not up on YouTube, if you happen to come across some esoteric bit of nonsense that just doesn't exist on YouTube, make a video on it. You will get all of the views on that one topic.
But I disagree. Pointing it out is not being that thing.
I didn't say point it out. I said do the thing that's missing. You must be the change you wish to be.
The thing that is missing, and which also means that you're going to take a lot of heat for it because it's never been done before,
and nobody likes
after those who dare to be different.
That's another bit of advice I give people behind the scenes. I tell them, don't be clever. You can be smart, you can be funny, you can be intelligent, you can be intellectual, but do not be clever. People get mad when you get clever.
They do.
Clever is the difference between a joke and a con.
Yeah, I remember about 6-7 months ago, might have been 8, I don't know. My daughter was in a bad situation. A bad relationship, and I got her out of it. Moved her back into my house because she had a kid. So everything's going along, and then about a week and a half ago, I'm like, where's the kid at? Wife said, well, she moved out. So I called her ass up, and I said, what's the problem here? She said, well, your rules. I said, if you got a problem with my rules, that's on you. I said, but if you ain't even got balls enough to come tell me there's a problem, that's on you. So if you want to leave, that's fine. But you better find someone else to come move you, because I'm not doing it. I don't play that game.
So that same philosophy applies in YouTube. When you go to someone's panel, you're going to their house. You're sitting on their couch, you're eating their freaking pretzels. And while their rules might be absurd, may be completely out of pocket, it's their rules. I got a buddy of mine,
but
5 Fifths.
They don't.
Hold on. This guy has an amazing way of handling things. His name's 5 Fifths, $1 million to chat is what he goes by.
Okay. Yeah.
You know the guy. All right. He has blocked every single curse word, every permutation of curse word he could think of. He has copied and pasted them out of different chats that he's been in and seen them take place. And now it's virtually impossible to do a racist troll type thing in his chat. Nice. It just is. And so he doesn't even sweat any of that stuff. It's already handled.
True.
You know? So no matter how ridiculous the rules may seem, they are the rules.
So the issue that we have with people on panels is that they think that the rules that they had in one space correlates to every other panel on the internet. And I'm just like, nope. You come here, you need to understand what the rules are. I don't care what you did on so and so's panel, and this is the way I am everywhere I go. The same way I have to tell people when they come up on the platform, the same way they're in the chat. Just because you live in a country with the First Amendment does not mean that you have free speech.
I am a First Amendment advocate. I myself advocate for the First Amendment. YouTube is not a free speech platform.
Correct.
There is no free speech.
Private. It's private.
All. That's immaterial. It just doesn't exist here. The idea of your free speech being infringed here is a joke, and it's a joke on you, sir.
100%.
Because you're the one we're laughing at. We are laughing at you because you don't understand the concept in terms of service. And when you encounter one of these people, it's best to show them the door as gently as possible because they just don't understand. They are, to coin a phrase, ignorant.
Or they expect special treatment.
You say that, CJ. You already know. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. If anyone thinks that they can get our way, again, you can. And if you have that same concept that you bring to everywhere, don't be surprised that you have to keep changing your screen name when you go visit their spots, because people will do it. And guess what? It's their platform. At the end of the day, they do not. I know. But they do not have to feel guilty about it, because why? They have to deal with more. The world is more than just you, and I'm not talking about you, CJ. I'm talking about everybody. A lot of people think that the world revolves around them. You'd be surprised how well people sleep at night if you just weren't there anymore.
I love the people too that will show up at a panel and tell the host, if you want me to participate, then these are my demands. Here's the door. Here's the door. I'll see you later.
I'm like, okay, let me help you out.
Exactly. I'm not going to mention no names, but we know a few.
I'm like, you're not important. And I've had the people that come up and be like, you know what? I got this many subscribers. Cool. I don't remember that ever being the motivating factor for me to ever get on YouTube. You can go.
Yep. Clout chasing. Yep.
You can go.
You don't know who you're talking to.
I don't know how I can use any of that. You can go.
Do you not know who you're talking to, Resla? How dare you?
I'm like, no, I don't. And I guess I'll never get to know you.
I don't care either. Not interested.
I was being facetious.
No, I know, but there are people like that. And to me, it's like, goodbye.
I just don't have any time for hate. I have no energy, no effort for it. Like the very second it tips over from being a mild disinterest into hate, all energy just flows out of me. I no longer mention your name. I'll never say it again. It will not darken my door. You won't appear on my channel. I'll never mention it. I will not express hate about it. I don't got any dark feelings about it. None of that. It's just once you are gone, you are not even a shadow within my existence.
Yeah, hate will suck you dry, whether you realize it or not.
I let people know. Keep in mind, when we have this thing, especially when people like to use the terms or phrases that I can't stand, when they go, I'm going to do whatever as a man. Okay, well, you can take this ban as a man. You can hold that. Hold your L as a man. No one has to. The world does not owe you or me understanding. You can take that. Yep. You can isolate yourself. You can take that.
Y'all go ahead.
If I have people up here, because I've had this before. If you've been up here and you're quiet for 20 minutes or so, and I'm like, yo, you haven't spoken in a while. Yo, what's good? And the first words out your mouth is just to be contentious. I'm thinking you had time. You could have wrote a little whole paragraph on what you were thinking and made something really profound, and you squandered the opportunity. Goodbye. Let me help you out the door.
What if we're just listening?
Well, you can do that from the chat.
Yeah, that's. I feel called out right now. I said nothing since I've been here.
I know.
I'm like, you can do that from the chat because I look at everything, even the people who come on from platform. I'm like, everything is an opportunity.
Sure.
I've known people that want to get up on panel and they want to sit there just strictly to feel like they're part of the conversation, even though they're not saying anything, but yet
And
they're
to
not
an extent,
contributing.
Chuck, to an extent, I can appreciate those people. All right, so I'm not going to name names, but like I said, I'm the type of person that for whatever reason, people feel like they can talk to me. So you get me half drunk backstage and we're having some deep conversation about some weird vagaries of the YouTube algorithm. And the next thing you know, you're talking about how you cheated on your wife and stuff. And I'm like, bro, I'm not your priest or your therapist.
I know those conversations. Yeah, I know.
No,
and
Resla,
James, I'm not calling you out because I get quiet on panels myself.
Yeah, it's not that those conversations. It's absurd how often that kind of thing happens to me. The very second it's just me and one other person, they trauma dump. And I'm like,
yeah,
why?
They're looking for an outlet for somebody to sympathize with them.
I hope they feel better. I don't terribly mind it until it takes up about 30 minutes in a row. And then I'll put on like some cartoons or something and just turn it up and walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that they happen, but it's just like, ooh, like that doesn't work for everyone. It's like I couldn't imagine if you are an actual like therapist or psychologist, and then people are not like, I can't talk about shit, right? Or I'm not a professional that solved anyone else's shit, right? Why are you trauma dumping?
I don't
can help you.
It happens though. It happens. It happens more regular than you might believe. I guess I come across as personable.
Yes,
I suppose. And as such, I tell so many little anecdotal stories of being down and out and stuff. I was broke as hell growing up, so like I'm relatable to an extent, and everybody seems to find some little thing that, hey man, let me ask you this. No, God, don't, please. I don't want to give advice. No one ever takes it, and everyone hates me when I give it because they don't want to hear what it is that they should do. They want to be validated for what they are going to do, and I'm not going to do that.
Exactly.
I tend to tell people, especially the people who like when I coach or whatever, and I say things like, I'm not here to provide you with any guidance, but apparently you haven't been asked enough right questions. So apparently you need someone to spitball with. I will ask you questions. You have to come up with answers on your own. That's it. Hey, have you considered maybe that other people don't see things the way that you have? Well, no, because I don't know. Have you spoken to that person? Well, no. Do you think that
another thing that drives me crazy? There's an entire branch of people out there, I think they're all genetically defective, that start sentences with the words, no, no, no. If everything you say begins with a triple negative, I don't really believe in magic, but bitch, that's a spell.
No, you're wrong.
You're saying it 3 times in front of God, making it so in your own mind without any input, effort, or direction from me whatsoever, which means this conversation was over before either of us started speaking.
In other words, they're answering their own story line. They didn't even want to discuss it in the first place.
No, they just want to be validated.
That's how I feel about people who have conversations with me, and their response to things is, yeah, I know. No, you don't. If you did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Don't keep telling me then do something about it.
Or people who try to tell me what I think or why I said something. That drives me crazy, dude. Somebody who's like, oh, I know why you asked that question. I'm like, really? I thought I asked the question so I could get the answer, so I could base my future conversation off of the information that has been exchanged. Why do you think I asked the question?
Well, the reason you asked that is because I'm like, oh, is that what I said?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. I listen. That's the thing about, and people are jaded, especially when it comes to like the panels. 'Cause I'm like, if I'm having a conversation, literally having a conversation, because I'm a conversationalist. I'm not, no, you trying to get me on a gotcha. I'm like, well, I was trying to just get clarity, but if clarity is a gotcha,
Dude, I spent close to an hour and a half on OTW stream one day, getting absolutely bodied by two different flavors of sovereign citizen. And I was like, I've talked to sovereign citizens before, and I've interviewed half a dozen of them on my channel. There's all kinds of flavors. What kind of flavor are you? And he took offense to me saying flavor. I'm like, okay, well, let me ask you a few questions, and then I'll tell you what sort of sovereign citizen you are. And he's like, okay. So I asked him a few questions, and one of his buddies came up and started taking shots at me, and then they started taking turns. And the whole time I just sat there smiling, going, but how am I supposed to know what we're talking about unless you're willing to answer a few questions? I'll answer some questions, sure. But they didn't want to ask me questions. They wanted to tell me why I was asking the questions, which was really weird to me. And I didn't know where to go with it. So I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, why you're wrong.
No, they didn't get that far.
Oh, they didn't.
They decided that I was an artificial person who was paid to be here to ruin everyone else's streams. And I was like, and that is exactly when OTW stepped in and started defending me. And I'm like, dude, I don't need protection, but I am surprised I'm in this position being protected by OTW. I didn't see that coming when I got
Yeah.
When I was drinking my coffee that morning, that was not a thought in my head.
One of them had to be Nubs.
It's weird. It's weird. But the funny part even about that is that, and I've seen this on panels, when the panels are actually getting along, and there are people who are literally set in to derail and throw the grenade in the conversation. You know what? Everybody's getting along. I don't like this kumbaya shit. Somebody probably goes, hey, can you go in there and take care of this?
And there's a few different flavors of those too, man.
Yeah,
because they're not all the same. I on this one, I feel compelled to actually name names because otherwise you might not understand what I mean. And if I say what they do, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about anyway.
I've seen quite a few.
There is an individual named King Sherrod.
I
have nothing against this man. I want to be perfectly clear. Do not go troll this guy. He's done nothing technically wrong. It's just that he never actually participates in the conversation. He merely attempts to dominate the panel by being loud and repeating the same phrases over and over again. And so nothing ever moves forward. He also accuses everyone else of being disingenuous by making the statement that they are Resla. Do you know? You don't remember it?
You a tap dancer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you know I was a tap dancer? I never met that man before in my life. 2 seconds on panel. Next thing I know, I'm wearing white shoes and doing Fred Astaire.
I can believe that.
I mean, I have a similar problem over at my channel because it's mostly atheists in the chat. So if I have a Christian over and I want to have a conversation to find out what they believe and why, the atheists in the chat get really impatient because they want me scoring points for Team Atheist. They want me to dominate and get some gotchas in.
Ridicule, yep.
I'm just trying to map out the guy's ideas and how he came to them. And the chat's not there for that. They're like, you're letting them get away with too much. And I'm like, what does that even mean?
That is an excellent observation, sir. That is amazing. I want to make a statement about that when you get done. Go ahead.
I mean, that was the gist of it. Go ahead.
So, all right, you can have the same flavor of panel killer or panel chiller, whether it's atheism, who's too aggressive for atheists, religiosity and the fuzzy wuzzies that's too aggressive for religion. There are mathematicians out there dunking on each other in freaking chats, and you freaking know it, right? Yeah. I bet you if you go to a chess group, you will find them dunking on each other in chat, just in general. But only in the panelverse does it transgress the chat and move onto the screen to where you can say something that someone gets offended for because I'm on the panel and heard it. And so they're going to respond in the chat, and you get the opportunity to respond to them as if I said it without any input from me. And now I'm the asshole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
It gets so deep.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like how do I like you come onto a panel to have a conversation about something, right? Let's just say even if the conversation, if the topic is already up there. If we're trying to if you say something I find interesting, and sometimes I'll do it. I'll say, hey, great question. Somebody will come up and they'll ask something. I'm like, great question. How did you come down to the answer? It's not how is it I got you? I'm intrigued. I'm inquiring as to your mind state, as to your point of view, as to how you got there. And that becomes contentious. And I'm like, then why'd you come up here if people can't answer you? I love the idea of people coming up, especially at Sasquatch, like, you'll notice, like, as the host, that you think you're going to come up and grill me, interview me, interrogate me. And I can't ask you questions.
I put together a few questions that I tend to ask people whenever I'm like on completely unknown ground. I have no basis on which to make decisions. I've come up with a couple of questions that make very little sense in context with one another, but how you answer them actually says a lot about how you think. And so, welcome back, bud.
What's up, brother, man?
Ain't nothing to it. I'm just waxing philosophical about solipsism and various other isms.
Nice.
Okay. I lost what I was saying. You blew it completely out. Okay, Chuck, remind me, what was I saying? I was in the middle of something. Damn you. Thoughts ain't real.
Thoughts ain't real.
I'm telling you.
As soon as they go in, they go out.
Oh, shit.
What's up?
Another one I talk about is that envy, the jealousy driven, the people who do exposés. And when I say exposés, I'm not just talking about the people who like look at like court cases and things like that, but also the people who like to review other panels, other people's shows to try to call out hypocrisies or whatever else.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Is this a jab at Flow State asking for a friend?
No, he's not the only one that participates.
Yeah, no, he's not. In fact, this gets into the situation that I was speaking on earlier, where there are two other YouTubers.
Honestly, I wouldn't even say Flow State does it out of jealousy.
No, he does. He does it out of curiosity and content generation, which is to me a more original position to do it from, rather than hate, rage, or one-upsmanship. He's just curious what everybody's going to say about this. That's the extent of it. That doesn't go any further than that.
Yeah, there
curiosity.
There are definitely people out there who review other people because they have gripes.
Right. Well, that's what I was getting at. There's a few YouTubers out there who have crossed each other's paths in real life, and they've offended one another and gone on to carry that torch of hatred into the YouTube panelverse sphere, and tried to recruit people on both sides to try to have these virtual battles of ideas and words and concepts and stuff. And it's all quite hilarious to me. And I laugh and point at both sides equally. At the same time, I mean, I've got to make content, which means I have to be able to wade amongst the sharks. I don't have any choice. There's already blood in the water and people are losing pieces constantly. And it's just a madhouse out here.
Actually, so, I like that. Actually, just like a day or two ago, somebody said you have to be in the diaper to know how important it is to have it changed. Right?
Damn.
And so, yeah, I mean,
no. You do not appreciate something unless it's no longer done.
Also true. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was going to ask you, had you reached a conclusion yet? I'm sure not. Whether the panel verse is ruining the content. And I would say no. I look at it kind of like the beginnings of any battle. At first, it's going to be real brutal, nasty. Dirty.
Well. The question is more. Yes, it's about. I guess it's about content, but I think of it. Is it ruining streaming?
Streaming.
It
So I
can.
say yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that let's say I come over here, me and you have a conversation for 10 minutes, and James comes up here, says something that makes me mad as a snake, and I just drop down off the panel and go to some other panel. Now I'm angry, and I join that panel, and I go in and smoke them up, and a couple of them folks dip out as soon as I show up because they're mad now, and there's this self-feeding snake of hatred and spite and vitriol that can get you a lot of views, and it can boost a channel, but none of the people interested in watching that stuff are worth having around. They don't donate. They don't really participate except for to take shots at each other from like cover behind a keyboard. They do nothing but drive engagement, which is cool and everything, but is it worth all of the effort it takes to police those fruits?
They live on a negative.
They live on hate.
They do.
I live on chaos. I don't do the hate. I don't specifically do the hate. If hate happens to be a part of the chaos, I will devour that as well. But it's just the raw energy of it that drives me.
I've had people ask me if I would do a review on something, and I just go, "What is it?" And then they'll send me like clips that are on someone else's, and I'm like, "I'm not doing it," because there are people who that because they have either contentious shows or contentious panels or just panelists or whatever, that the idea of even just showing someone's face means that you're talking shit about them. I'm like, I haven't said anything. The idea that I'm pulling up someone else's stream, there's an issue. He must take issue with this person's stream. Again, I do human behavior, but also part of human behavior is that the moment you cover somebody, you have a problem with them, which is why I don't cover panels.
But there's a correct way to go about doing stuff like that. I've actually been approached a couple of times, and your name came up, Resla, as somebody to get with to do it because we need somebody from sort of outside the group to look at it from outside because we're all over here in it in the pig pen with the pigs. So we need somebody who's not actually a part of the group to look at it and be like, okay, well, who's the asshole? But it's not like that. What we were talking about was something resembling like a panel versus iceberg or tier list, maybe, where different people who have reached some level of prominence, whether positive or negative in the panelverse. The only problem is it's really difficult to identify some of these people because they are only known by pseudonyms. So, like, you know Illumitami as Illumitami, not the other 232 profiles that he's been pimping around for the past 5 years.
I've seen him. Like, again, people just like, yo, you can't have that guy because he's just and I'm like, I don't know. I've heard about him before I ever saw him. I was like, okay, cool.
Sure.
But then when I saw him, I'm just like, ooh.
And I'm not throwing smoke at him. I'm just saying he has not maintained a legitimate channel for long enough to really be considered as a serious YouTuber, although he is serious content. And that's not a negative thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, you know. I'm just saying it's a thing, and that's one end of the spectrum. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have people like Nightish, who are perfectly rational individuals and quite funny, but tend to nap more than being funny or rational.
I mean, and not for nothing, like just like some people who are panelists, not everybody can read the room. And a lot of people really that I see that come in who are your common variety, let me say, derailers are people who are just into the show being about them, not about being what the show's about. You can be entertaining or confrontational about what the conversation is about and be a good ad, or you can be an insider of the conversation. But there are people who totally remove the conversation off the board because they want to talk about whatever they want to talk about. And I'm like, motherfucker, it's not about you.
Right. And in that group, you fall into activists religiosity and the fuzzy wuzzies and the atheists. There are those people that do that very same thing, and it's not so much about them, it's about what they care about. So they'll suddenly like go off about beavers for a half hour because they saw a video on beavers earlier that day. And they're not even being sexual. They're talking about the rodents that build dams and rivers. Like straight up.
Well, here's my question for it then. Is there room for the personal touch? And how much room, if that is the case? Because I know that everybody has experience that they want to, give their ideals about something. Where does it start to go off the rails?
It starts to go off the rails in some, like, to be honest with you, sometimes we're really into, because this happens with me. Sometimes I'm really trying to, I give people rope to see where they're going, because I'm like, I have no idea if there's a punchline at the end that just ties it all back. But some people just go down that road and they never come back. And I'm just like, what did that have to do about anything? You're like, oh shit, I totally forgot. What were we talking about? And I'm just like, fucker.
Yeah.
I say exactly. It goes off the reservation when the person that's giving their personal touch insists on it. When not only do they insist, but they insist that you either validate it or get the hell out of the way and don't come back because you didn't. And that's when it starts tripping over its own thing. I put the personal touch on every single show I'm involved in.
They're mad at you for not getting it.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean by clever. Everybody likes smart. Everybody likes funny. Nobody likes clever.
Yeah.
Because other people are clever. You're not clever. Other people are.
The unacceptance of the I don't know. If you tell them, oh, I don't know about that, then all of a sudden now you should know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I always say that's a great place to be. But there's two things that happen there. Either no, you're wrong. Yes, I agree with you. If you say I don't know, it's how can you not understand what I already know? Not everybody agrees with what your assessment is on life. And if I don't know, that's an opportunity for you to aid and educate your side. Not sit there and call them an idiot for not understanding.
Right. Can we get an opportunity to tell them? Hashtag free brick and chat.
I made it through the wilderness.
But no, what I'm getting at is like, it's all fine and dandy to be individual and unique and independent and all that cool stuff up until that individuality, that uniqueness, and that independence is what's stopping you from doing the thing you're actually attempting to do. If you're here to grow your channel and if you're here to brand it and make money on it, eventually at some point, then it behooves you to protect that as an investment in the future. And so you can't just let any ham-fisted moron come on your panel and scream hard R's all night and expect it to be okay.
Yeah, that's one for sure. So Shadow Buddha give the 199. He says, Resla, should accountability be in the panelverse?
I state there is accountability.
So there's a couple of things, because accountability is a word that gets used a lot online, especially in the panel channels. Let me just say that. The question is, what does accountability look like?
I can tell you.
Sure.
You want it? You want it? Right now, I'm going to give it to you, girl. All right. Accountability is what happened to Crispy Treats when that thing went down. Accountability is what happened.
Wow. That's a great
that is freaking accountability. That is what it looks like. You are a hero in this platform until you live long enough to become the lolcow.
Okay, so how many times can we see that type of justice really exercised? That was a great call out, though. Yeah,
every single time, unless the people involved with it decide to cover it up and run shade on it, You will find out about it. Some troll will get the details, they will share it, and it will become common knowledge in that sphere, and it will divide the entire freaking chat directly in half, where half of these people believe one side, the other half believe something else, and forever that rift, that schism will sit there, and you'll lose half of those people over the next couple of weeks or months, because either they no longer believe the narrative that's going on the channel, or they do believe the narrative and don't like it.
So let me ask you this question, Sasquatch. When that kind of accountability happens, when there actually is a verdict on the table, is there can a person get redemption for it? Can they come back? They
So
won't be the same as they were before, or is it just an eternal suffering?
Redemption's a funny thing on YouTube. Redemption can occur really, really quickly, but you have to literally stand on your moral foundations and not pivot. You have to take the abuse. You have to stand and take it directly on the chin, and you can't dodge. It's one of those turn the other cheek situations, because, sir, the only reason you're in this position in the first time is because of something you either said, did, or participated in that went awry. It may or may not have been your fault, but you were in the middle of it. And so when the crispy treat debacle went down, Flow State, the Raging Tomato, and everybody associated with the creation of that show all took heat on whether or not it was a big long con. I didn't know anything about it until after it had taken place. I mean, he didn't even ask me anything about it at all, which I was actually a little bit kind of butthurt about it, because I had some great ideas on how to shield for somebody else, you know. But anyway.
So to Ruck's comment, face up or face away? Like, do you, when you said like stay there and take those hits, like outright, regardless of where you go, or you do pretty much what Christy did?
It depends on the crime.
But no. It depends on whether or not you're going to stand fast in the same cultural group that you've established yourself in. You have destabilized your position in that group when something like this happens. And it doesn't have to involve money. It can involve just anything that anyone decides to be fifi about, you know. Political prisoner.
What's up, BZ?
But it's anything that draws a dichotomy down any particular group. I mean, and for that reason, you end up with all kinds of animosity flying back and forth and all this stuff. I lost where I was going.
Yeah, well, no, I kind of feel like if you are in a situation where people are questioning what you did, your actions, even your words, if you're not questioning it yourself, then you're going to find yourself in a very tough position to climb out of. If you're just standing there saying it's okay that I did or said what I said, and you don't even question that, people are going to look at you funny.
Sure.
It's just a fact.
If that's your position, sir, that's exactly where you have to stand.
This is true. I
mean, I'm just saying, like sometimes people mess up and it's an honest mistake, and you can think it's as devious and nefarious as you want to think it is. But if it's just an honest mistake, there's nothing you can do except stand there. Damn, fellas, I messed up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, nobody's perfect, and I didn't mean to make an error, but an error has been made. I made that error, and I would apologize, but I'm not that type of Sasquatch. Hate more, hate harder. Hit the dislike button.
So I guess you have to kind of almost look at it like a case, like a court case, because it's not like it just happened or whatever. Like, even when addressed on it, you kind of look at it like a court case. She fought, but she lost. Now you just have to take the penalty of that.
Exactly, and the penalty is having people constantly question you about some shady shit that you did in your past. That is public knowledge, publicly available, and anybody, half the people already know the answer. And you have to either just ignore it, answer it every single time, or get over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can just block them if you need to.
I was at two hockey games tonight, and that's
I'm sorry. I can't control what you do when I'm not around.
That's why I was like, hi, how are you guys? What's the
Gotcha,
topic
Noel.
for today?
I'm not high enough for this. I'll be right back.
Is that flow state? No.
No, it's not. It's me, Noel.
Oh, Noel.
Margot's daughter. Yes, on YouTube. And Daisy.
It just turned into a spliff.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Chuck.
Sometimes that's necessary.
So the thing about the whole the thing about that whole situation, like I was just a person who was onlooking. I was a person that didn't want to like really get into it, but quite frankly, it was one of those situations where I think the punishment kind of deserved kind of went with the crime. Like you should be ostracized, and you should be looked at a particular way. But I also look at it in terms of there was so much that could have been done, that should have been done, that was not. Now, the whole exile thing, I think, is pretty interesting to some extent. My question is that when you say if it's not that situation, but we do have now this concept of accountability.
Sure.
How does one come back from that?
Well, you fess up to what you did.
How does one start working on their reputation? Or because, like I say with my own rules, or now is that it's always going to be a stain on your record, forever going to be mentioned?
Okay. So there's two ways this goes. Either you have someone who's genuinely contrite, genuinely remorseful, and these people are going to feel like they deserve whatever treatment they end up getting. They'll sit there and take it and just tough through it and regain respect by being stoic about the situation. Right. On the other hand, if you're actually running a con and this is actually something that you do on a regular, you'll go to a totally new group to go run your con again, and then come back here 6 months later, and again a year later, and again a year and a half later, until nobody mentions it when you show up, and then you hang out there for a while and run your con again. This is Carney Talk 101.
Yep.
That's what she's hoping for.
Or third option.
I'm not naming names on that one. Though.
Actually, Resla's rules are exactly these options, right? You can either clarify your point, stand on your ground, you can sit here and take it, or there's the door. You have options.
Right. No, and that's exactly where we're at when it comes down to it. We all have to be that way, or else you'll become the law clown. Hey, Noel, what did Margot say? You
and whatever you wanted to say.
What did Marco say about what?
Well, what were you going to ask Chuck?
I was gonna ask Chuck, do you know Daisy?
I only know Daisy from seeing her over at Jack.
Daisy is coming at me and Margot, and Daisy told me I need to be off YouTube, and Daisy a drunk ass knows.
Hey, Resla, are you familiar with Daisy?
Not at all.
Okay, so, hold on, Chuck. I can do this real quick. Let me give you a run at Daisy going at Noel, right? It's like low-hanging fruit falling and killing the sour grapes fox.
Shit.
Excuse me. Can I tell you, Daisy needs to be off of YouTube, not.
And that's the power of euphemism, people.
Daisy, I really, me and her talk today.
Well, this is one of those situations where you would usually fuss at one or the other for, picking on somebody, but they're about on equal ground. So you really can't do anything but sit back and watch it like it's 2 a.m. in a Waffle House parking lot.
Oh, shit.
Chuck, why you don't like Margot? I'm sorry that this.
I like Margot. What do you mean I don't like Margot?
Like Margot. She's fun.
I don't
She's
even know
far
who
too
Margot
honest for this world. No, she is far too honest for this world. Like, she is blunt, to the point. She doesn't really hedge any bets or she don't waffle. She asks her a question, you get the answer, whether you like it or not. I hope you're prepared. Like, there it is. Now, I can respect the living hell out of that.
Sounds good to me.
Right? I can
Me
live
and
with that.
Excuse me, Chuck. Daisy cannot tell me what to do.
That's true.
I don't know crap about Daisy. The only reason I know Margot so well is we have so much in common in our walk in life. So me and Margot get along. I haven't talked to Daisy but for 30 seconds, and she didn't like me. So
I'm sorry to bring this up on your panel because it has to be. No.
You remember the discussion we had about paddle chillers and paddle killers and whether or
Yeah,
not
no, I was already thinking about it.
Yeah. Now this is the kind of thing. Now there's a debate currently on whether or not someone is what are we looking for? I don't have the puppy. Whether or not somebody's sent in to do damage to a panel that's working too well. And there are all kinds of people who are accused of this backstage, but nobody ever actually mentions it on the panels. It's kind of a sort of secret language we speak over here.
Yeah, the question is just trying to figure out who are the types that are sent.
The sent, that's the thing. Who's sending? Who's the handler? Who's not the handler and just a useful idiot? I mean, useful idiots exist and fine, whatever. And then you got the people who are just idiots. They're not even here to really cause damage. They just found the join button on their freaking phone.
Like me.
Chaos agent.
Hi, Noel. I don't know that it matters if somebody's sent or not because they function the same way regardless of what's behind the scenes. So you just have to handle.
That's what I was fixing to say. That's exactly what I was going to do.
This is why I fucks with you. But I don't need you to tell me how to handle my own fuck ups, Sasquatch.
That's true. I'm not trying to tell you.
Next time I'll ask you.
But if I did that shit, it wouldn't have been a fuck up. It wouldn't have gone down the way it went because I would have been done my autistic bullshit and been like, hey, wait a second. This isn't checking out. But
Fifi.
You know, do it? You as you can you.
Now remember, Noel, Daisy is Flo's neighbor.
They have
3 hours away.
You should have coffee with her. That would be a great stream.
Yes, it would.
I would. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm absolutely down for it.
You totally have to smuggle her.
I'm gonna have to go ambush her on Jack's stream sometime and hope that she can remember me talking to her about it or something.
Good luck on that.
Right.
Sorry.
I mean, somehow she ended. I think Chuck had something to do with it. She ended up in my chat once. It was when I was re-streaming from Fatty's, though. It wasn't even my shit.
Yeah, she showed up at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, I said, he wants to talk to you, but he's tied up at the moment. It's not even his panel. She couldn't comprehend that at the moment.
Yeah, like I said, there are so many people that I am not aware of, but I get asked about these people, and I'm just like, I have no idea who you're talking about. Like, I don't move around on YouTube as much as I guess that people believe that everybody on YouTube knows each other.
What's the noise I'm hearing?
That's Noel.
Noel.
Background noise.
Oh yeah, sounds like feedback.
Excuse me.
No. Excuse me.
Everybody, Daisy is racist. She actually.
Hey, Noel. Noel. Daisy never watched my stream, so you saying this, Daisy will never hear it.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
She will never hear it. Daisy doesn't watch my stream, and I don't even know who she is. She will never hear.
Okay, so honey, if Daisy's racist and Resla's black, do you reckon she'll be watching Resla's stream? Yeah. I'm just asking for a friend. Yes.
Other than for hate,
you don't understand how racism works.
No, apparently I don't.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
State Flow.
What?
Me and you know Daisy. Daisy was just trying to take you from Margot.
That will never happen.
That will never
I'm going to take flow from Margot.
Even if I do meet up with Daisy, I'll still meet up with Margot.
Ladies, there's enough powdered dusty to go around. Calm down.
I doubt that, Sasquatch. I doubt that.
Oh God. Pause.
There's never enough powdered dusty to go around.
And stay flow. Did you watch Jack's show, or did you watch Jack's show today?
I didn't catch any of it today.
What about you, Chuck and Sasquatch?
I saw a little bit of it. He wasn't very nice, Lowell.
I kind of
here's the thing, like nobody cares about it right now.
We're on a different show, exactly.
I mean,
100%,
Resla doesn't even know
180.
who the fuck you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Don't you excuse me?
Pardon me. Does that mean she farted?
She probably farted.
It's how she asserts her conversational dominance. Excuse me. And then when she finally gets the floor,
excuse me.
She just takes it where she wants to.
Just
flash it. You know what? If people fall for the thing, then go ahead.
I mean, give us a flashes, Flo, flashes.
You're asking the wrong one.
Not me. Excuse me, what's the topic for tonight?
Margot and Daisy, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Man.
Hey, that's your own fault for
Jesus.
I will say right now, I don't give a shit about the people that you're talking about.
We can talk about Jesus.
Can I please talk about them or no?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to hear about them because I don't know who they are, and you're going to taint my opinion of them because I don't know who they are.
Just talk about Flo.
Yeah.
He's here. Talk about Flo.
Can we talk about Flo when he's a troll?
Sure.
Yeah. Is she quiet because I muted her last time she was on mine, or?
I think so. I wish you hadn't
yeah.
mentioned it because now she's going to realize it.
Yeah.
You are a troll.
Yeah, I know. I knew the minute I said something, it was my bad.
That's it, Flo. You're out.
Chaos.
Flo, stay. What's that in your
Whip.
This is how feds do.
That's your fault.
My fault?
I just had to renew my Fed credentials today. Pain in the ass.
Oh, I thought that your membership expired or something.
No, I had to renew my Fed credentials so I could take care of some business.
Yeah. You had to get that offender registration in order.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to let those things lapse.
That's true.
So to go to Crank, hold up, Noel.
Flush.
No,
3.
no. So
2.
Ramos asked the question, to me, do I think that panel shows are ruining streaming? I think they stop new kind of streams from coming out.
How so?
Because the concept is that if you are getting on YouTube, especially let's say if you're running a panel show, that these are the type of streams that you must be doing. They don't give way to new kind of streams coming out.
Hey, Resla, is it okay that this isn't the strangest thing I've seen on YouTube all day?
It's not. No, I'm pretty sure it's not.
So, do you have evidence to support that, or does that just kind of make sense?
It just kind of makes sense.
I would disagree.
Yeah, I would disagree too.
Okay, well, like I said, I've already mentioned about 9 niches that you can find pretty much everywhere that all tie into one another.
Oh, in the last 3 minutes I've been here.
Yeah. I mentioned 9 niches, and if there's anything that's come out them, even to the people who visit other panels, they believe that when they go somewhere else, that it's the same rules, the same stuff everywhere they go.
I did write them down. So
there was a dominance, even if something new tried to come out, it would be dominated by everything that already exists.
I can run.
Well, I mean, that's the nature of YouTube. You have to compete. This is like anybody can join it, can create a channel for anything, and if you're competing for eyeballs, then absolutely.
That becomes the African savannah, and we're out here trying to catch gazelle. Like, we're
That's
straight
true.
up in competition, but it's not in competition for viewers so much as it is in competition for exposure to more viewers.
Yeah, kind of goes to the point of there's nothing new. So what are you going to talk about? Which is kind of the things that you mentioned. You know, I'll run down them real quick: sexual dynamics, gluttony of politics, rage baiting.
I think that me and Brick
fake
have
expertise.
sexual dynamics. The sexual tension between us.
You have tension with everybody on a sexual level.
I do not. I do not.
Said that's so convincing.
I don't know if I buy that, Flo. I suspect it might be just the way Chuck says.
This panel sucks. What's
race
the
baiting,
topic tonight?
envious, grievances, pride, viral content, crime, religion, and all of these things. And it really does make sense. These few niches, they always come up. And is it because it's just a natural thing? Is it because there's nothing new, or is it because this is what people are drawn to?
Is that the formula?
Those that wear head coverings are bald. I mean, we could go there.
Also true.
Right.
Yep.
But then you're going to fall into the part about politics.
What about
coverings? Head covering.
How does that tie into politics?
Everything can be tied into politics.
Yeah. That is
too deep.
But then everything will always fall into religion.
Religion, race baiting, viral.
Well, that's where you get all your arguments from. That's why people touch on the subjects in order to get the argument going.
Right, but solely if you believe that the entire purpose of just even conversing with somebody is just always to have an argument.
Shadow Buddha gets it. He said it very well.
What did he say?
There is competition, but the impressions in the panelverse are very limited because there's only a limited amount of audience that overlap. And while that's true, there are other panelverses that call themselves something else. And Flo is one of the people that I see going into these other spaces that have carved themselves out their own little viewer niches and making good on the get out there and throw your bows in the mosh pit, right? That's the thing. Exposure.
Well,
that's when I said exposure earlier.
He's a wannabe.
Chuck, do you need some attention today? What's going on here?
He does. I mean, what are you saying?
Oh, hell no.
Can you speed date me and Chuck so I can give him a little one-on-one attention and he can get himself in order?
Oh, I'm fine.
Chuck.
Actually, if you look at it that way, the panelverse is actually expanding the streaming because, like Flo and I'd say Speakeasy too, and quite a few others go into the different niches and expose that there's these other niches out there. And you've got, panels that are just specifically Christian doctrine. You got just religion doctrine, whatever religion. And then, other niches. And
that's a great point. Brick, I got to ask you, do those panels on Christian doctrine, do they all agree? Or is it just as much dissent and disagreement as there
in
is
the very
in every other space?
Yes.
Right. That's a great point.
Getting called a liar because I just express an opinion.
No, you expressed a lie. You were actually lying. You faggot.
Now that coming from Brick, I can believe Flo on that one.
If you say so.
You said so. I don't need to say so. You said it.
Here we go. So because I say, if you say so, then it's all of a sudden true. And that's what you exclaim. Now I'm being called a liar because
I'll make y'all a deal. Listen,
Rick, do you want me to put a link?
That is the rabbit hole.
I don't care which one of y'all are right. Whichever one sends me $1 is right.
Well, you can go to the homestead community and find the same dynamic.
That's true.
Even in the homestead.
Yeah. Actually, I was subscribed to a homesteader for a while.
I'm sorry. I can't control what you do when I'm not around.
And then I I would tag people in my videos, and I really liked the guy's content. And then a comment came through, can you stop tagging me? Because I hate this type of content. And I didn't really understand that he didn't, and it's okay. I told him, yeah, no problem. And unsubscribe. No problem. I don't ever have to follow you. I have to do nothing with you. A good way to lose somebody. I mean, he's a big YouTuber.
Isn't that a negative reaction to, like, I hate group text. I hate them. The only thing
it wasn't 0.3 acre, was it?
Well, so I'm looking at Shadow Buddha's comment here, but that's only in a niche, political and religious. There are plenty of people who, quite frankly, if you asked who Andrew Wilson is, they don't know who he is.
Okay, how long?
Oh, screw at him.
Hold on a second. Andrew Wilson has been doing this for several years now. Homie has developed a methodology that disassembles those around him. But I want you to look at him from a human perspective and ask, how would you feel sitting at a barbecue about 3 beers deep, trying to have a conversation about freaking whether red M&Ms are better or not? Can you imagine making s'mores with the guy? I can't. I don't see myself sitting on the end of a dock fishing with him,
Me either.
And I would think this based on the hell. Oh,
it's not me, bro.
No. So, and even to expand on that, like, just based on the perception that's already given, right? Would that actually be a genuine conversation, or would it just become a debate?
Bro, right, exactly. Can he actually have an actual conversation, or has he locked into this persona of being antagonistic and oppositional? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever seen him actually agree with anyone else, other than just to say, no, I don't disagree with that, and move on to a pivot to a different point. And then I'm not throwing smoke at the man. He's excellent at what he does.
Right.
I wish I had that much talent, but I don't.
I see it as trying to convince an audience that does not exist.
Okay,
I don't know if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, but that's not accurate, because if you argue with the intent of swaying other people, you're not going to be standing on a foundation that's firm enough for you to defend from the verbal assault of the debate.
That actually expands it a little bit further.
Well, here's a great way of doing it, and this is what I've said before. This is what I see, right? This is what I say when I'm having a conversation and I do a back and forth. I do speak with the people that I'm speaking with on a panel or one-on-one, but the same way how, like, if I'm speaking at a conference, right, and I bring up somebody and we're having a one-on-one talk, I'm trying to be very cognizant of the fact that there are other people around who are also taking in that information. What are they going to walk away with? Rather than, I think when you're having the conversation, especially on a style, if you want to say like his style, is that it's really about targeting the very person that you're having a conversation with. It's not really about imparting information to the people who's watching on the sidelines.
Exactly.
And that kind of strategy is really the strategy that a lot of people here on the panelverse impose. They come in not really giving a shit about everybody who's in the audience. They personally are going after the person that they're trolling, that they're targeting, that's really what it is. We see it even happen here on this channel. People will come up and they, with vitriol, will go after you, Brick. And I'm just like, well, what is it? How does that help the audience?
Well, on top of that, usually, like with your shows, an actual topic is presented. And that really kind of goes to pretty much every panel verse that I go to. There's always a typical topic. I mean, sometimes with Flo, he doesn't actually give a topic. It's just, chill, whatever. But it's really even not about the audience or the people on panel. It's the topic itself, right? And so if the people are there, they typically look at the title first. And yes, they will be interested in whether you're paying attention to them or whether you're paying attention to the
Sir,
people on the
I
panel.
think you're giving them far too much credit. Nobody looks at the freaking title before they click that StreamYard link. In fact, I am personally guilty of opening the window, popping open the chat, closing the window, finishing the editing I'm doing, looking over and waiting for that StreamYard to drop. Reach over, click the StreamYard link, get in the
I guess that's me. That's me as an issue. Like I typically try to take 5 or 10 minutes to figure out what the hell was going on, even if it means me going back and like hitting the speed button. Just I try to get some context as to what's going on.
Yeah, I believe that from you.
Yeah, that's me too. Like I do that.
I don't believe that from you. Which is fine. I don't do it either. I do look at the thumbnails,
but it's the notebook. You know, I write down, I listen and I write down what's being discussed by Resla when he's talking. When he actually goes into his monologue.
Fucking agent.
I'm interested in having a conversation. I actually do this to get away
from having to go to jail.
From what I do. From what I do. Which
you're right, you have to get away from what you do.
From my channel content, right, is not anything like this, right? It'd be cool if I did. I mean, I'd love to do it. Unfortunately, I cannot. I just can't afford to do it.
I want him Orthodox guy to do a show together. I think that would be hilarious.
But when I come over here, it is an escape. It really is. And so with all the various topics and
so you're saying Resla's the plug.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait.
I get my drug.
YouTube's the drug.
So Shadow Buddha, I hear what you're saying, but you say on YouTube as well. YouTube is as vast as the world. You're looking at it because he's constantly on your feed because this is a sector that you hang in.
Are you talking about Crucible?
Yeah, he's talking about Crucible. So what I'm saying is that it's your world because it's your feed.
No, actually, check this shit out. If you look at the numbers, last time I looked, it's been a little while. Andrew, the day I looked for it, Andrew had made the prior's day he had made second most super chats in all of YouTube. However, if you went and looked at most consecutive live viewers, he didn't even make the top 100. He's killing it on his ability to convert views into revenue.
On the level of engagement for the number of subscribers he's got, he is through the freaking roof. On the level of monetary engagement as compared to the number of viewers he has, also through the freaking roof. The amount of verbal engagement in any given chat he associates with is 3 times what it would be if he wasn't there. And that is absurd to me. That is absurd.
That's insane. Resla, I tried to get you an Andrew or a raid from the Crucible yesterday because he was looking for someone to hit after I ended my stream, and so I threw in a super chat and I said at Resla, but he sent a tomato. But I tried, man. I tried for you.
Well, I mean, that was a choice between a hot blonde and him.
Well, he doesn't. He typically has a rule of he doesn't raid women, which is weird. But
right.
Well, I mean, there are people around them that
Sarah,
pretty much don't like
a day or two ago.
Did he?
Last night. But that was like the exception. He has never rated her before. He's rated me a few times, and he's never rated her before. And it's not because he and I get along better or know each other better. It's because I'm a dude.
Yeah. I understand the principle.
Okay.
But yeah, fuck a debate university. Teach me how you convert each view into the amount of dollars you do.
Right. Exactly. That is exactly why I'll look at his channel when I get the chance.
That phone call I just took, that was Sarah saying this motherfucker's made $11,000 in 5 hours.
Right.
Rolling at like 4,000 viewers. That's nuts.
That's what I'm saying. Monetary engagement, dude. That would be like, I think, say like 43% of the people are given like at least $1 every couple of hours, but in reality, it's a nucleus of big ballers that are dropping, 150, 200 at a pop. Where do I find those eyeballs?
So I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask it anyway.
Can you just tell us the answer? before we start, please?
Yeah, well, the answer is yes. Is it really about the money?
Absolutely.
For who?
But yeah, that's the question, really, because for somebody who is after the financial independence that YouTube offers, yes, you see them do all kinds of wacky stuff with their channel, trying to break loose and break out, as it were.
So in that case,
like
to follow up,
Andrew, in his case, he's got. I mean, you look at his Patreon subscribers, you look at his Subscribe-Star subscribers, you look at everything on his back end, and it's he's already minty crisp. The donations are exactly that.
So the reason why I say yes to that question is because there's no one who I do not know who doesn't live on these two ends. Either they're extreme poverty and they have freedom, or they have an abundance of wealth and therefore they have freedom. Everybody in between must trade in time for currency. Time is the most invaluable thing. The rich buy their time. They have other people do it.
So in that case, my follow-up is the title.
Yeah. I mean, nothing, even for people who don't really make a lot of money, influence can get you in a lot of doors.
All right. I can speak on that too.
Influence can get a lot of things paid for you.
Being able to walk in like to a chat that I haven't been in for 6 months and somebody dropped a StreamYard link in chat because I showed up and they hadn't seen me a minute. They want to talk to me. I pop up backstage. Next thing I know, I'm on the panel, and they've grown so much since I interviewed them. Nobody here knows who I am. They've never heard of me. And it's like, who's this dude? Like I've been watching for 2 years and I can't get a freaking StreamYard link to save my life. And even if I go up backstage, he won't bring me up on panel and will never acknowledge that I'm back there. But then there's this guy over here that just shows up and has a conversation with him. And it comes down to that influence. That is where that actually kind of takes root, is dealing with smaller channels allows you to be there long enough to develop the influence that gets you through the doors at the right places when the time comes. And so, those are the opportunities that are difficult to find.
So is there more value? Well, I should say, is there other value to be found other than just the money?
Influence.
I feel like you're moving this somewhere, but I don't know why.
I'm asking.
There is, Brick, but the best way to get more eyes, to have a bigger reach, is to have a bigger coin purse.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because as we're kind of going down it, so yes, there is the primary value, which is money. You can't do it without the money. But then you will absolutely need content. You have to have content.
Sure. But even going all the way down, the rules remain the same. Money, power, respect, not the other ways around.
I like it.
Hey, Zephyr.
I hate that that's correct.
Hi.
Perfect.
Hi. What was the order? So, did you say in that order? Money, power,
respect.
I don't know that they're independent or sequential. I think that they're simultaneous to a large degree.
The way they always been put up is that first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect.
I would disagree with that. I think that you get respect before you can get respect first.
Respect.
If you're missing any one of them, you got to have all of them sort of work in tandem though, or else you're gonna. If one's injured too bad, you're gonna fuck up the others. Like, I suppose you could keep money after you've earned it if you lose respect, but if people don't respect you, good luck having power or getting their money.
If that's the case, people wouldn't be really harping on George Soros. A lot of people do not respect him, but he keeps his money and his power.
Oh, people respect the fuck out of him. They just don't like him. You think if George Soros showed up on any panel, he wouldn't get the red carpet rolled out for him by everybody? I would. I don't fucking like the guy.
Right? I think he's like one of those.
I don't know him well enough.
I think he's one of those lizard people from before the First World War.
If a guy is a jerk off, I don't care how much money he's got. I really just don't care.
Did I tell you who he is, Brick? In the top 15 Bond villains on Earth today, he's like number 7.
I mean, I've heard that kind of sentiment, but I mean,
he's good at what he does.
I don't really follow the guy.
We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people who get to that point of what do you want to call it, influence or even infamy. You can we have people who do that. I mean, people look at Bill Gates. They looked at Steve Jobs the same way. There are plenty of people who are like. In fact, a lot of people look at Donald Trump the same way.
Yeah, it was the same on my mind. Yep, Trump's kind of the same.
But to get to that point, they had to build these same characteristics. Now, you're not going to just be loved by all. It's not going to happen because people will hate you just because you're different, because you're not like them.
Oh yeah. If you're concerned, anybody who's concerned about being loved by all, I like that mindset. I think is the fastest way to cripple yourself. Like in there's nothing you can succeed at if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. And there are a lot of people that think that they can get it that way by, quite frankly, chasing respect first.
I think that's I view respect and love as different things entirely. You can respect and hate somebody, like George Soros.
Absolutely. But this is how we also got to the whole thing that all, like, even negative, like all content is good content. And I'm like, no, because there's a difference between being someone who's inspiring, being influenced, and rather infamy. You can absolutely. It's different between being an inspiration and a pariah. Both will get you noticed. Both will absolutely get you noticed. But the question is, which one do you think is going to be the thing for longevity?
Right. And you can sell your respect. Right. That's the lolcow equation. Let me humiliate myself for some
or turn your channel into a strictly a hate channel, going after one individual all the time.
Shout out GS.
I didn't say that. But when you do that, eventually it's going to wear off and you're going to be sitting there alone.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not restreaming him right now because, like, I'm tired of it, even though I made a commitment.
It's not even that. My thing is that when you carry that, if you're going to mention one person who streams just one person, which is, if you ask me, it's not good. But because my thing is this, and there are plenty of creators who do this, that they follow one person because they find that person so entertaining, whatever, or hateful, or whatever, is that if that person just decides to quit, or if that person passes away, whatever, what do you have left?
Nothing.
Plus, it's secondhand. Like, your content is it's.
You have no content. Yeah,
you don't.
Unless you find someone new to hate on.
And it's gonna be weird because your entire base is gonna be like, yeah, we don't really care because we only liked you for doing this one thing against this one person. Now that person's gone, we don't really like you.
Who is the most loved public figure? Because I need to hate on that.
The most loved?
Yeah. Like, give me Taylor Swift or the Pope. Not the Pope, but
Taylor Swift.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I need a beloved target.
What's his name? Kennedy from Louisiana, the senator.
Oh, is he the older guy who is a drunk or
with the curly hair
like this?
No.
Well, and he's always got a quip. He's always got a saying about something.
I don't know.
Is it not John? Not
John Kennedy. Yeah, it might be. Is it John?
Jack.
Whatever.
It doesn't matter. I don't know who it is. I'm not interested in him.
He's
Jack obviously
Kennedy's the guy who died in World War II.
I'm talking about kicking puppies. I want to kick puppies. Club baby seals.
Cool. I say we eat them.
Only
you need Rand Paul then.
I don't know that anybody.
I don't think he's loved by all. He's not.
Yeah. You love him.
Who? Rand Paul? Not me.
Not you?
Not for nothing.
Not me.
You can say that about all politicians. They are not loved by all.
Yeah.
No,
I think
by far not.
The field.
Like I'd be better off with Taylor Swift. Like
Well, you do have a Kansas City connection, so you might be able to pull that off.
I could film live from the street in front of her house.
He's so funny. Shadow Buddha. Even Greta Thunberg is hated.
Ugh.
Yeah, she's got a lot of haters already.
She's not nobody loves Greta. I've not met one person who loves Greta.
I'm not into the faking. That part.
Spoken. I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
No, Ruck, I know. Sorry.
Go ahead, Zephyr.
That's all I had to say. She's well spoken and she's pretty smart, but she doesn't. I mean, I don't know. She's.
I don't know. The question of smartness.
It's called highly uneducated.
She's pissed off.
Yeah, pissed off doesn't equal bright. I've seen enough Greta movements and seeing her when she's the dumb shit that she does. I'm like, yeah, this is not a sprite. This is not a bright young lady.
I mean, I get the anger part. There are some things that I'm just completely unhappy about. But
jail.
The sex you had there.
Yeah, I could go. I'm not happy about, but there is a point where you have to pull back and begin
the quality
to
of the circumcision.
Oh my God.
That's good. No biting. Oh God, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh shit!
The old pull-out game.
That's with it.
Pause.
That's good.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of different circuits, and they look like. So I don't mind when I see Flo, he goes to other different channels, because I think a lot of people should find other areas to engage and also let other people know that shit exists. But I've also the same things that we experience here is the same thing I see and I experience when I'm looking at other circuits, whether it's the political circuits, whether it is the beef sector, whether it is
true crime sector. Yep.
I see the same. This is why human nature is just so interesting to me, because it doesn't matter where you are; they all behave the same way.
Well, you would think homesteading. My God, how much more simpler can you get to that? And they fight amongst themselves like cats and dogs.
No, goats are better, Chuck.
Goats? I don't have any goats.
How dare you not have any goats?
You have to have goats or you're not a homesteader.
Is that right? I got more than 0.3 acre. Does that count?
No.
You're doing better than Todd.
That's true. But then again, Todd doesn't need a lot of land. His feet are so tiny.
Oh, damn.
Guys. Damn.
Sasquatch wins.
Definitely not a Sasquatch.
I did not know that was in doubt. My bad. I will be more assertive.
I'm wondering what's going to be the new. I've always wondered what was going to be the new thing as far as a panel show, because that's really the target of it, without it being swamped by those who already exist. Let's just say, even if they're not necessarily popular, how many people just by nature of the fact that someone can get on a panel will hijack it and turn it into what they already know it to be in these spaces? It's corruption, is what I'm saying.
Well, I find it interesting that most people punch down on a panel as opposed to moving up to another.
That's not interesting. That's just
interesting. Yeah, because it does. I found it interesting when I was less than a year that I found myself being reviewed and people talking shit about me. I'm like, I think I had under 500 subscribers. I was like, why is this person talking shit about me? I didn't walk around doing this to nobody. Damn.
Well,
I just think
look what happened to NPC when he ran a simple bottom of YouTube award show. The amount of negative crap that was generated just from him doing that.
Yeah, because Mel tried to use it as for her own snaky ends. But I mean, that's what it was.
Is this actually a bomb? Is that a kitty or a puppy? What are we looking at here? It's a butter bean.
It's a puppy.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Looks like a butter bean.
His name is Roscoe.
What's up, Roscoe?
So big cold trade.
And the whole panel goes retarded.
Roscoe.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. Our puppies.
It's not your guys' fault that you have souls.
It's toxoplasmosis for dogs. Don't worry about it, bro. We'll get you infected. You'll become one of us. One of us.
No, that's not gonna happen. For some reason, I'm not very fazed by kids and puppies.
All right, as somebody else without a soul. No, good to know.
Yeah, kids and puppies do not faze me. I watch everybody and I'm like, what's happening here? Well, what happened? Right? Did someone throw in a gas grenade that affected everybody? What the hell's happening? So comedy channels are there are a lot. But when I say when I'm talking about like panel channels, I mean like what happens here. I don't mean like podcasts where people sit down and they chop up whatever, because they're not engaging with just anybody who can just pretty much pop up with an opinion.
Yeah, and then too with comedy, I know with the shows, typically you do need a bit of animation. You need to be up standing, moving around, that sort of thing. So with a panel channel, typically people are sitting at their mic, exchanging the ideas, talking about whatever else. So it could be very difficult. Although not completely out of the league, it'd be worth it to try. That's interesting. I
Sounds very technical.
Yes. Yeah. Your comedians would need to have their own type setup. They're like at least some type of room for them to move around.
So that point you just made is exactly the reason why I tell people when they ask me what I do with my spare time, I say, "Oh, I pretend to be a comedian on YouTube. The jokes are the jokes are fake, but the laughs are real." And then I just walk away cringing at myself.
Sure.
I can't help it.
You muted, Resla.
Oh, Shadow was asking, said, do you think that there should be a raffle system? No one will pay it. Truth of the matter is that no one would pay it. To be able to get on and have a talk? No one would pay that.
It's the other way around. You've got it backwards, Shadow Buddha. You raffle people off of a panel.
Right. That's why the bounty system is so big for people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's called interviewing until you don't want to interview that person anymore.
That's not what it's called. We're talking open panel until someone pays to have you dropped.
But paying to get on?
No. Same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's
Well, I look at a podcast, right? It's kind of the same thing, right? You have a studio, these guys like a Joe Rogan, and you're in that studio until Joe Rogan says, "Get the hell out."
Right.
Whether it's money or whatever.
But a podcast versus a panel show aren't the same thing. The production is different.
Is a panel a cheap podcast?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Podcast is usually 1, 2, maybe 3 people at the most, but it's more of a personal conversation.
Podcasts are known for being typically 3 things. If there is a conversation that's being happened, because technically you could look at a panel as a podcast. The problem is that it has to be structured.
Very structured. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, podcast. Let's just say even if we had this whole thing structured, everybody had a time, we had a topic, everybody had the chance to give their own opinions, whatever. Even if you turn that strictly into audio based, it's still a podcast.
And there may be some editing too.
Correct. But the idea that people can be arguing with each other, going back and forth, and people cannot really understand what people were saying if it's just audio, it doesn't make it a really good experience. That's where it fails. And that's something you can typically see on a panel.
It's very real here.
Yes.
Real-time reaction.
Well, that's the reason why people also love panel shows, because you get to see the person that you're speaking with. And on our podcast, those people are already scheduled. They probably already have a good idea as to what the topic is going to be around. They probably already fed the questions ahead of time, or they were paid to be there as a guest. So it's different.
I was just going to say, if you take the money out of the equation, you get a really, really good show. If people aren't really looking at the money, you're just looking at the conversation, or even with it, just the panel or the chat, having that conversation. Take the money out.
That doesn't actually work. If you take the money out, you don't get the talent, you don't get the presentation or the exposure. Without the money, it's not a business, and therefore no one wants to bother with it.
Well, but I also have to add in this one. Let's just say if you did not pay to get that person on, right, to have that podcast, right? In order to end up in this is a quote that I got from one of my mentors a while ago. In order for a person to be in interesting places, they must first be interesting themselves. Not just any Yahoo is going to get on a podcast.
I can actually lay some layering on that. It is more interesting to tell a story about failure than it is to tell a story about success. No one wants to hear that you're an absolute winner. They want to hear how you overcame the challenge.
They want to hear a rags to riches story.
That, and I think
overcoming.
And I think I was thinking when I was listening in respect to this panel verse, when it comes to like debates, and this is where I got to give Flo his kudos, because I love how he steelmans people sometimes. And that's a perfect tactic in going up against people that want to straw man you and use ad hominem character attacks. You can oftentimes, with the right approach, you can steel man somebody right off a fucking cliff and they don't even know it. And that's a perfect tactic to use in some of these debates. I think he's doing a good job at it. I think he's going to go up in this debate stuff.
Thank you. Have you guys
Hey,
I had the
power versus force?
Are your balls clean now?
Did you guys know that I had the tab muted for a second? Was it? No, my balls are still dirty. What do you mean?
All right. All right, go back to Washington.
All right.
He doesn't need soap. He's got powder.
That's Brick's department.
Brick, by the way, I'm ready for another powdering.
Pause.
No pause. Just powder.
No
I
pause.
dusted my disco ball again.
You what?
I dusted the disco ball again, and I have a disco ball spider. I had to dust it too.
I've never been called that, but
The powdered disco ball.
The powdered, Jesus.
Oh, you got to come up with a nice
Well, I don't wash
clip for that.
balls, but I do dust them.
Disco ball spin.
You should start a business.
Bring it back to the 70s, bro.
Here's a question for you guys. What do you think about this new idea? Well, not new now, but this concept of streaming that's IRL. Is that something you think the panel channels are going to turn into?
Say that again.
That's an old idea.
Because it's pushed more than panel channels now.
What is? Say the question again.
IRL streams. Do you think that eventually they'll end up infiltrating the panel spaces?
I hope not.
I mean, I don't know that I see much of a separation between the two, except in the format.
Exactly, and I was just going to say it's such a coinkydink that everybody's in fear of this social scoring system, yet they're diving into it head first.
The issue that I take with the IRL content is that you don't get a private life. You don't get a personal life.
What do you mean?
True. I remember Ice Poseidon, who was on, was it Twitch for a long time, and then he went IRL. That turned out to be a disaster.
Yeah, you become the Truman Show.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Choice.
I think people I don't think that anybody wants their whole life on display so much that it'll be as appealing to a lot of people. Like,
not everything. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, like, I don't need you to see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got a pile of 10 shoes over here.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say cats.
They're not even all
I
paired.
did too.
Nobody wants to have to clean up. I've got a whole stack of these LED lights over there that I have no reason to have. It's just a big pile of lights.
Weird part about that, unfortunately, I have witnessed people do streams where they watch them clean. Here's a great example of an IRL stream. There you go. I was just gonna mention it.
That shit's wild, and they'll have.
You don't even know, like, you don't have no control. You have no idea. You're picking your ass, farting in your sleeve, whatever, and people are sitting there, engaged, watching.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to see everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, that's what I was going to say. There's going to be different levels to it. You're going to have, like you said, those sleep streams, and you're going to have dance streams. You're going to have talk streams and cooking streams, and, God bless Todd.
Yeah. How but that's my thing is, like, if that's the case, if that's where people are trying to move into, because that's what's heavily being promoted, pushed for at least for the last 2 years, for sure.
And Todd, we trust.
You don't get a private life.
Sneeze.
Big Brother. What was that show? Big Brother, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where they had the 24/7 camera thing going.
So there is a channel that I still subscribe to. I watch it every blue moon. I'll pull it up. It's called Hebro, and all he does is do the action figures for He-Man, and that's his channel. That's all his channel is, and he's constantly doing it.
You are 12.
Long time YouTuber, and people watch it and they love it.
Well, it's a very niche thing. It's like the people who
ASMR.
Stop. Well, yes, ASMR, but like stop motion it doesn't make a lot, but they have big followings,
and people enjoy it because that person is enjoying their own content. They're enjoying doing the content.
They're doing what you can actually say they're doing what they love.
Yeah.
And they found a big community that likes it.
There's people who make the little miniature things and then cook with the little miniature things they made.
Yeah. Something similar to that.
Blows my mind.
Yeah. Well,
when I'm on
it's a
I do
weird
art
need.
sometimes, so I could see that people find it interesting sometimes.
Sure, there are communities for that. I mean, there are many niches that I think part of the issue is that, and this I've even had these conversations, even a bit of an argument when they turn around, because people get so caught up in their algorithm or what they find interesting. They say, this is the thing that makes all the money for YouTube. And I'm like, you're fucking insane.
Yeah,
you're
YouTube's
insane.
too
You're
big.
insane if you think that YouTube is making all this money off of panel channels. You're absolutely insane.
Have you seen the primitive technology channels out there? When last time I looked, there were 222,000 variations on either primitive technology or living in some association. And there's only like 14 creators actually making all of those channels.
Yeah, that's what I like about like your different genre of survival channels. They're a little bit different. So you have a lot of input in there. You have a lot of different players in that, and a lot of different people showing off their different skills. I hope to be one of those even one of these days. I make my own knives and stuff, so I'd be interested in doing something like that online.
I mean, ones that I am very much into are the ones who do survival cooking. Love it.
I have a buddy that does survival stuff, and he makes a killing off of that. The survival episodes, for lack of a better word to call it.
Yeah, building shelter.
Yep.
That's actually something my dad said I should do on YouTube after he got over the fact that I was on YouTube. He's like, so you show him how to make some traps? I'm like, there's hundreds of YouTube channels that do that.
Dude, look. I spend a lot of time on YouTube looking for a good instructional video on how to make a kill
trap.
snare trap when I had my raccoon issues. Why aren't you making snare trap videos?
You should, yeah. If that's something you can really do, because that's not something everybody can.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer, Flo. I just haven't done it.
Yeah. I also told Sarah the other day she should start another channel and review golf clubs.
Oh, she'd make a killing.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
She would.
Hello,
Are they-
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Sarah could make a killing off of paint drying.
Look, if you review golf, think about it. Golf clubs are the perfect audience.
Put that knife down, Flo
It's older, rich. It's white men with money and disposable income.
Yes,
and
Thank you.
With product reviews, you don't even really need. She doesn't really have to need to know what she's talking about. Sometimes you see in a picture and you just want to right, like you can hear that snap, and you can the tactiles work for you. You know, you might just need to see somebody flex a golf club a little bit or whatever, and that'll be all you need. So I think it's brilliant.
On the panel.
I've got a whole stack of knives here that I still need to do a review.
There's a chick on YouTube that does golfing reviews. She's rather well endowed. Yeah.
Well endowed.
Listen. Do you just want to start playing golf?
No.
I play golf.
I have the attention span for golf.
It's just driving golf carts around.
There's a lot of beer and coke at country club.
Just driving.
Look,
you were saying beer and coke. Admit it.
Beer and coke is one thing, but I don't even have the attention span for bowling. If I have to wait for 4 people to go before it's my turn again,
You go after Margot too.
I am going after Margot. You get the Margot scraps that I leave you. She's mine.
Oh,
No, she's mine.
You get look. I didn't ask you for a threesome. You asked me for a threesome. It's because you know Margot's mine, and I have first control of that pussy.
No, Margot's my mom. So yeah.
so you're gonna leave some crusties behind, huh, Flo?
No, Noelle's shooting herself in the foot. You didn't know Margot.
It's all right. He's got some dust for it.
I will have Margot and Daisy and
Daisy.
Jack loves Daisy. There you go. Thank you, and come again. Yeah.
Well, you know why Jack loves Daisy, don't you?
Jack
Noel?
loves everybody, right?
No, Jack does not love me. I'll guarantee that.
No, he does not.
I don't really know Jack.
He looks at Daisy as a project, somebody he can
Pharaoh,
fix.
don't do this to us, man. Have mercy on my soul, brother. I'm lost in bleaching. Stop it, bro.
This is the shit. I know that Pero
So what is that supposed to be?
works on too many levels to play like the innocent. I just innocently have these terrible to look at photos going on your screen. I know you're up to some shit, Pero. I don't need to know what it is to know that it is.
That's some panel chiller shit right there.
Screenshot that.
Yeah, his dog panels or his dog overlays are pretty bad.
But there's no point in mentioning it, for you may summon it into being, which I would rather have happen.
Oh, well, I mean,
True.
Yeah, I see you.
Who?
He's having the best time of his life right now.
I'm confused who you're talking about. You guys are retarded.
They say the same thing.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What was that, Flo?
Chuck, do you like me or something or no?
I like you, Noel. I have nothing against you.
These nuts against you.
Oh
my God. Wow.
FAG, Facebook there. I can't.
Some of you
I'm not
motherfuckers.
into nuts.
In court. It's not like you're showing up at Walmart and wherever the town you live in.
The hell is that?
the hell?
Noelle's watching something else while she's sitting here bothering us.
Yeah.
I'm
Are you
sorry.
here? Are you
I'm
there?
sorry. I can mute my mic. Is that
Mute your
okay?
mic. Yes.
No.
She
Damn.
frequently on 2 panels at a time as well. Yeah, I see you. Noel, the gig's up. I've been onto your ass for forever. Back when
onto your
Sasquatch
ass since
still
the
thought you were
beginning.
on it like a week ago.
She's not as dumb as what she portrays.
Not at all.
Nope.
But everybody else basically in the world is dumber than they portray. So
Fair statement.
Is that the Pinocchio thing?
No, it's the Hitler mustache thing.
You're just jealous.
of what?
I might
Not
be many
really.
things. Jealous is not one of them, brother.
Exactly.
I can't wait to see the look on my sister's face when she sees it.
And
I bet
point
your
being,
family looks forward to seeing you every time.
Right. I was just wondering how you did a pancake breakfast at IHOP.
Well, no, they did they just they disowned me, but so it's
I wonder why.
so it's been 9 years. So it's been 9 years. So it's been 9 years. Hey, Noel, I'm talking. So it's been 9 years, and I found out. Hey, Noel, I'm speaking. So it's been 9 years, and I found out my sister bought a bar, and she named it the Slippery Pickle. So I got to go introduce myself.
We care. No, excuse me, Noel.
Excuse me, we don't care.
Excuse
me, Resla. Excuse me.
So you're saying that you haven't seen
I'm on
your
this
sister in a
panel.
decade? And
I don't care what panel you're on. I don't care. I don't give a shit about what panel
and
you're
you
on.
show up with
You're
and
on
you
my
want to show up with
panel.
your mustache like that?
Here we go.
Hell yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna troll your family for your own amusement, at least make content out of it so we can get amused too.
I might just take you up on that, Flo.
Dude, I have no idea what the hell I'm thinking about, but it's already hilarious. And I don't even know what it would look like. I have no clue. And I'm already giggling. You should do that. Your family already hates you. They'll just continue to hate.
Well,
They make bouncers for a reason.
Should have seen the look on the clerk. Should have seen the look on the clerk's face behind the counter at what was it? Some fried chicken place. Friend
There's
took
a
me
lot
out.
of those.
Friend took me out there. It's the first time I've been out to a public place
my
like
God.
that, other than
Yeah,
like
that-
the
what a
shopping
fucking
center.
Fried chicken place. Oh my goodness.
You need to go to a Waffle House.
I go to city council meetings talking about Hitler. America is slowly turning into Hitler's willing executioners. And
Why
I
the
wear
fuck
this.
is this not on your channel?
I wear this as a reminder.
He did once. I've seen it.
Absolutely,
He did.
it's on my channel. Two
it?
times I went. Yeah, twice that I went to city council meetings. I filmed in a video and put them on my
And they
channel.
paid as much attention to him as they do to Jack Talcott.
Oh no, I still go to I still go talk to the mayor in private down in his office.
Have we managed to get Trump over there yet?
The next time I go to talk to him, I'm going to talk to him about the high school diploma that I got and how it relates to diplomacy at the international level.
This is how Alpero gets out of his court cases. His whole strategy is to just get exiled entirely in the first place.
Out of him.
Flow state.
What?
Flow state.
Ask that pussy why he still has me blocked.
Ask GS. We need to know. I know why I'm blocked.
I know why I'm blocked.
No, actually, don't even ask the question. I don't even care about the answer. Just tell that pussy to unblock me.
How do
He
you know I
won't.
was on the channel?
You held your phone up.
We're not stupid. At least most of us. Some of us. A couple of us.
Some of us might be dumb, but we ain't stupid.
I am stupid.
I retract my previous statement entirely.
Keep it up and I'll cut that gator loose.
Yeah.
I am stupid, but I'm the best of the stupids. I list.
Oh, Kronos. I know Kronos.
But you don't know letters.
Come again?
Again?
Excuse me.
And again.
Excuse me.
Tell me, come again.
And again.
Come again. Okay, hold on a minute.
Hoof-hearted.
For me, the topic is different because panel shows, panel lives in the States.
Don't care.
It's more frequent, I think, than in Chile. But I don't know if I told you this one, Resla, but the first time I joined a panel, it was from a channel that it was Blue Truck. It was like a truck drivers community and friends, and it was hilarious because they thought I was AI generated, so nobody believed that I was real. So
wait, you're not AI?
No. Still, okay. I'm still human.
Gotcha. Did not realize that. Yeah, gotcha.
And they asked me to scratch my hair and to show my room because nobody believed. And after that, they realized I was real, and I started getting emails like, "Ramos, I'm sorry for the judgment," because they attacked me.
No,
like,
sir. I'm merely
get out of here.
A functioning AI.
I was like spying. He's from the CIA. No, he's from Vietnam. And I was like laughing my ass off.
Vietnam of all places.
Chile, that's down by Antarctica, right?
Well, the extreme south of Chile.
It's closer to Antarctica than it is.
It's closer to the place than we are.
We are close to Argentina, Peru, and Antarctica. Yeah.
Closer than Tennessee.
Bolivia.
Depends on how much chili you
What
ate.
the hell is going on? What is Resla? Save us. Fix this immediately.
No idea what happened there. And I know I saw Kramos in the chat, so we got a good idea of what we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you. Do you think it's for real? Is like the panel concept is ruining live streams with other kinds of content?
Well, how much freedom do you have in Chile as opposed to the United States?
Free enough to be here.
Are you monitored?
Monitor?
Are they
Are we?
Are we?
Well, we already know that we
are we monitored, Chuck? Why would you even ask that?
That was weird.
Well, I mean, I did re-up my Fed papers today, so
are we monitored? Did they stop the NSA thing? We're monitored every single fucking thing we do. I feel like you set that question up to like so some sort of
as a gotcha. Yeah, catch.
I got
not
you.
A gotcha. Not
Chuck.
a gotcha. I thought maybe they had more restrictions than what we had.
Sorry, I laughed, but monitor restrictions are words that I don't understand the point of your question. All the respect.
Well, I thought maybe your government had more restrictions on your online activity than we do.
Let me tell you this. The restrictions that my government can implement are the restrictions from the United States.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, I understand.
It's simple.
We buy influence. Yep.
That we do.
I would
Amen.
we
buy it or impose it.
Is how like many of us think that we are not in the situation that we're in, which is not free. How many of you have censored? How many of you have said something like the coof or the cough in real life?
The cough
in real life?
Yes, just out of habit.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it in real life for sure, but I don't say it here for the reasons of that I'm here and I don't want people's channels.
And
to get hurt.
you're not censored, are you?
Yeah, obviously I am.
Okay.
I thought
you were an absolutist.
I think
I am. That's why I fight for it.
No, you're not.
I think it's a good point because
It
panels
wouldn't be a fight.
give you like quote unquote freedom of speech and
They don't.
Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose.
Come on, stop it.
I think one thing is information, other is emotions. I think panel can give you emotions, and you can project emotions onto others that can be positive or negative.
True.
No, I believe you get me a little bit mixed up with someone who's really not intelligent enough to realize that censorship is real there, Flo.
No, I don't. I was just illustrating a point.
Hey, bro.
I know that you get it. I just think there's a cognitive or a dissonance between the world people live in and the world people choose to pretend they live in. Like Chuck.
Exactly.
Chuck has a lot of dissonance.
I might be guilty of that.
It's there for me. I will say it's there for me. I am going to continue to fight to get out of it. I guess that's the difference.
I mean, it's not even all the way a bad thing. I think that I could probably use a little more dissonance and a little less jadedness in my view, but
ignorance is bliss.
But you know what? There's so many of you motherfuckers out there that I've got to offset.
That's fair.
Let me, Resla. Let me ask you, Resla, what is the point, in your opinion, for this panel concept? Like, why?
Mute.
Well, I see you backstage.
What do you think is the objective, the goal? I think I'm gonna give you my answer, but I'm gonna still give you my question. I think is to get data for AI. Yeah, because now they can recognize even the pitch of your voice, the speed of your voice, and they can identify that with your letters and what you write and how you write it, between among other many things. So what do you think is a goal, Resla?
Your goal or my goal?
No, the goal of having panel concept, this concept that is everywhere now, in every channel, for many different purposes.
So you mean like the purpose?
Thank God he's gone.
I'm trying to answer a question and mute yourself. So or you mean the concept of all the different panel types, or the do you want me to answer the different type of panel types and why they're doing it, or the reason why I asked the question in general for my stream?
The kinds and the system that it used to be so to have this huge ramification.
Well,
the concept, the panel concept.
I'm not going to get into the type of mediums being used, because I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole of conspiratorial talk. I'm not doing it. Okay. I'm not doing it because, again, that would be engaging in the very things that I talked about, having a conversation that has no answer.
Yeah. But do you think there is a goal, an objective?
Are you asking me for something that I have no foundation of?
It's called money. We actually
exchange of information.
I mean, for some people, yeah, they do it for
point
fun.
of what I'm doing right now. Well, it is an exchange of information, but most of all, it's to have a conversation and to get people to think about what their actions are when they are moving in the actual world. Whether it's engaging online or whether they're dealing with people in their real life. That's always been the premise of my particular stick, because it's about human behavior, and let's talk about the things that we do.
I think he's asking more specifically, like the platform as relates to maybe YouTube or Google, or actually Alphabet Inc., which owns Google, which is doing business as YouTube, and therefore it's a matter of the industrial classification of Alphabet Inc., which is computer programming and data processing.
but the processing of information.
Correct. Data element.
Yeah.
Is there a goal behind that?
Yes.
For me, in my opinion, is to get a gigantic database that keeps growing every day.
And that database is theirs, and they have to maintain a major interest in that data.
Sure.
To do that.
Sure, but the question, we can talk about what's being built and whatever. But the true matter is that to what end, and people can't really answer that.
It's a very good point, because your question.
You can talk about what they build. You could talk about the data center.
Yeah.
You could talk about information is key, but
to
be honest, to what end is something that's going to be beyond a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why I think your topic is very interesting, because you are you are pointing out ruining streaming, ruining panel shows, ruining streaming. The concept of maybe destroy something or replace it is to ruin it, because it's more frequent. The panel system, the panel concept is more engaging. That's my question. Because if you're using ruining streaming, that means this is more important or transcendental.
Well,
can be that.
The point of panelists coming up and maybe even have a conversation, it was about communication and what people's thoughts are, right? But if we come to a point where it's not really about thoughts, it's about contention, then the question still holds: is it about ruining streaming? Since streaming, outside of when people just watch you and just have your opinions and they couldn't engage, streaming allows you to actually have these multiple conversations with one another.
Yeah.
Because could we do that beforehand? No.
To participate.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a key element, the participation.
Well, and I believe that, because if you're really going after the word ruining, really what you're after, is it leading to destruction?
Well, also when you talk about the destruction, right? But even when I use the term ruining, if that's the word we're going to be talking, like, then ruining of what? The concept of what?
Streaming.
Communication.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's trying to ruin the
concept of individual thoughts. Because we run out into a lot of spaces where we don't do individual thinking anymore. We do collective thinking.
Collective.
We've done a lot on panel shows.
Yeah,
they come into places already with the idea of an echo chamber.
Yeah, I think because
narratives and talking points.
Yeah, the feedback is immediate, right?
Well, so we'll go with another big YouTuber, Crowder, right? He had the segment "Change My Mind," right? So first he'd give his viewpoint of something, then somebody would come and talk to him. Multiple people would come and talk to him. They'd have a conversation or not. Sometimes he'd just get screamed at. And then at the end, he would still say, either you changed my mind or you didn't. Now, most things he'd look at him and say, you didn't change my mind. But having that opportunity, or giving yourself that opportunity to listen to somebody, is very important. And so in that case, is the panelverse ruining it, or is it actually increasing the value of the conversation, right? So kind of you got to have a compare or a contrast there. Is it ruining, leading to destruction, or is it building up? I know you mentioned tearing down or building up. I love that. I say it so often to people. And yes, you're right. There is a good question. And so to me, that idea comes strictly down to the host. The host is the most important person in the stream.
I think Resla can mix both, because Resla speaks by himself first, and then he opens the panel. It's different if you start with the panel, I think, no? Because you put the topic and you speak by yourself. You're alone in that space, and then you open the panel. So I think you are mixing the ruining, quote unquote, ruining part of streaming as an individual. You are doing both. and I think that's a very remarkable achievement.
I mean, sure, you can say that, but then I also I made this point earlier. You will have people who come up who when you're trying to build something right, but when you look at the frameworks, the formulas that are already existing, how many people come onto our platform, even my own, and then try to change the format, the structure of what it is into something that they're more used to.
Huh.
It's like
Okay.
it's like if McDonald's is what everybody knows, right? If I come out with a hamburger chain and someone comes in, they start asking me, how is it doesn't taste like McDonald's? How is it you're not using yellow and red? How is it like questioning everything because what they want is more of the same because they're used to the same rather than appreciating what is different.
Oh, I like this. This is the restaurant industry is a very good example of this. Take for instance, B Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings.
But pay attention to semiotics with the color schemes, how they all move the same.
Yeah, you already know exactly what I'm going to get into. Now they're burgers, right? And you go there and everybody's eating burgers. They're not eating wings. Yeah, they'll have some wings, but they're going there for dinner, and their dinner is burgers. That's your thing now. And then they do the wraps, right? Which is basically a burrito with chicken in it. So is that your thing now? Like, I believe that's not what you're called. You are called Buffalo Wild Wings. Wild Wings. Wings. Are you
But
a wing
yet it's
joint?
not your staple of what you're on. You know,
I think you can scale that to politics, and I don't like the subject. I mean, here because I'm not from that country. I do politics, but as an individual, not
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can
Tell
we
me.
talk about Donald Trump, please?
no, we're not talking about Donald Trump. I'm
Well,
not
to
diving into
finish the
Trump.
idea, the voting phenomenon today, I think, is resolved before with likes and viewers. If you think about it, the last important elections in your country and mine too, they're the campaign they do in media, TikTok, YouTube, etc. It's not much about participation, it's about the like and the reproduction of that video or the like of that declaration, and then I think they have, we already know, the database to engage and influence. So I think it's
Well,
the
background.
good.
Well, background.
No, well,
Some
okay.
things are easier to handle yourself.
I think exchange of information is also part of my theory, at least in my opinion. This huge database about what topics are going are most viewed than others, because I see this, I don't know, agenda free, that channel, and has 20,000 people in every live because it's news. And the guy, hey, I follow the guy because he's explorer and he's a very good journalist, but I think the participation is none. There's no participation there, but he has 20,000 in each, at least. So my point is, when you exchange information, I think regardless the formula, is about the content. So that's why I'm following you, bro.
Okay.
I will follow you to wherever you will go.
I mean, like I said, I don't have any particular gripes about it. It's just that you start to see more of the same, regardless of where it is. The idea is that when you have these particular uh, panels, are you asking for more of the same, like a new face to say the same thing? This is like even when I got started really early in this channel, I said it because people would get confused very quickly. I said, just because I'm a guy doesn't mean I run a guy's show. It's not a man's channel. And just because I'm black doesn't mean this is a black space. Like, people immediately start equating things. They start assigning you to boxes, which means that you have to move in a particular way for people to understand the point. You have to be very meticulous in your actions.
I think that's why you have people trying to ruin the panel sometimes.
No, I think some people understand that, and there's not a problem with it because it's an easy concept. It's easier to flow with the river than fight against it going upstream. It's better to just lift your feet and let go. Do what already works.
Well, I mean, and if it's a topic you have no idea about or you just have no interest in, there's really no point of going up. So if it is somebody you particularly enjoy being around, that sort of thing, there's no problem with hanging out in the chat. But here it is. People want to be able to speak about every single topic, want to be the know-it-all, which, you know, there are topics, you know, even though you do come up with some great topics, there are topics that when you come up with them, I really don't want to go up, and I tend to not. Even though there's a lot of topics that you do come up with that I'm here for, there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure that you could come up with. I'm going to say, I'm going to hang out in the chat, or I might not even be here at all. Come through, you know, because I like the channel, hit the like. That's it, you know?
Well, a lot of people, it's the same thing when I'm on other people's platforms. Sometimes I'm in the chat. Other times I'm just hearing in the background of what's going on. But there are a lot of conversations that I'm like, I'm not going to engage in this simply because it's just not an interesting thing for me to open my mouth on, because I'm not going to say anything that's going to be new, or rather I don't even want to walk up and say things that I would myself would consider to be a talking point.
Yeah, you have no position to defend
I have no
fight
position.
against.
Right. Sometimes I'm sitting there listening to other people, hoping to hear something new.
Yeah.
That's it. Just because, like, and I think that some people are like, you know, yeah, you should go onto other people's platforms and know this. Sure. But if I can't really engage, I don't. I don't want to say something that somebody else has already said.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, I'll give you an example. Triage, right? I'd really have no interest to hear these stories. I don't want to hear about people pooping and peeing on themselves. I don't. So, and I know that there are some people who really...
Those are the stories?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or here's one. What is it, like witchcraft and spiritistic stuff? I just have no thing there. And there are people who love that stuff. I mean, they delve into it.
Astrology, I have no interest in it.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, I see people on TikTok doing like distant Reiki with the screen. So sometimes I go up those labs like, can you give me some of your energy, please? Thank you, TikTok.
Now, I like again, there are plenty of people who have lots of different conversations. I just don't have anything to contribute to it. So even if I manage to be in conversations and then all of a sudden it pops up, I tend to go quiet, because most of the time I'm listening to understand, or I'm tuning it out because I'm like, it serves little purpose.
Yes, the purpose. Yep, exactly.
For me, it's interesting when I find a new space. I don't know if you remember the first time I got here, because it's always like in the chat, hello, greetings from Chile, and it's very funny to hear what everyone has to say. Oh yeah, Chile, and other guys like, you have the best. I don't know. He was talking about Peru, but I was from Chile, and everybody was like, "You're talking about Peru, stupid." So for me, that entrance is funny, because sometimes I've received this so funny statements about Chile and some ignorant funny stuff, very knowledgeable funny stuff. It's funny anyways.
It's always interesting to see how people react to things. Like I said, that's my big thing. I've always been someone who's just likes to observe, to see what's going on, and then after a while, I'm just like, I wonder what else that they do, or why do they have this particular point, and that's how I get into it. But if we're so the same way how I take no interest in everybody just is a dumpster fire and everybody's just going off at each other, the same way how when everybody's being kumbaya and they're not really saying the thing that's really important to work with. No, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say that thing that we all should be talking about. That I don't want to step on anybody else's toes, and everybody's wondering who's gonna go first. You see the burning building, and everybody's wondering who's gonna step first, which is funny. Which is why I enjoy when Josh purposely becomes annoying and asks the question that everybody should be thinking about, but they're not. But he'll do it because everybody's playing it safe.
Yeah, I do agree with that. He ain't afraid of no hard question. Boy, and he'll tell you too. A real good hard statement, a fact that'll hit you.
To be able to express yourself like that, I think so. It's a very good one.
But keep in mind, to be able to ask a question, even if it's contentious, rather than just coming up and insulting people, that's that difference. To mention something that people don't like, but it's still something people can engage with, is a skill in itself. But other people just come up, like, for instance, like when we had the DVD, we have people that come up and be like, man, why is this woman up here talking, rather than just engaging with the actual conversation. Or it's coming up, and then there are people who come through with intellectual dishonesties, or people who just come up just to insult other people, rather than you just show that you have no intelligence.
Brick, have you trolled a chat by being intelligent, not be simple and basic to troll?
That's not a skill that's not a skill that everyone has.
Yes, I have.
I understand it. I understand the concept, and I've done it myself.
It's called psyop.
Please, let's do it. Not on live, but please, one time, let's do it. The three of us like it.
Yeah. Well, there's no way. I mean, there were people guessing that it was me, but there's no way that they could have known, kind of thing. There's a certain nuance that every single person has, and when you become that quote unquote troll, people are smart. As far as that stuff goes, generally, I'm not going to say everybody, but typically content creators who've been doing it a while can point it out, or people in the chat who've seen certain things in the chat. They say, oh yeah, that's who that is. That's who that, and typically get it right. Now, of course, when I've done it, I'm not going to say yes or no, but it's funny because you'll see and hear people guessing. Certain people are getting it right. Certain people are not. They're way off. So it is kind of interesting to see that trolling, whether it works or not, and sometimes it does.
And not everybody is keenly aware of it, because not everybody is exposed to it on a regular basis.
Yeah, and
or they come in with a different they come in with a particular thought process and they don't expect it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. And I'm not a prolific one. I've very rarely done it. It's not something that I've really tried to spend my time doing. In fact, it's been a while. I've got too much other shit going on. Especially if I'm going to spend my time doing something that's going to put me in a public light, then I've got to make a choice. Do I want it to be me, or do I want it to be that other guy that I pretend to be? And to be honest with you, I'd just rather be me at this point. It was fun. Now it's I'll just be me.
Well, the issue with that is that when you portray to be somebody for too long, that to everybody else's understanding, that is you. So and that's how a lot of people, especially when they get into content spaces, when they want to quote let their hair down and be natural, they're like, we don't like this. That's not you. Why are you being fake? This is not the person that we know. It's like, no, this is the real me. Which means if they do sort out and come to the conclusion that, oh shit, maybe this is the real him, it's like, we don't like you because you've lied to us for so long.
Yep, I agree with that too. Yep. But
I'm thinking
that come clean is good.
I think when you talk about ruining streaming, trolling, you can scale it, you can expand it, and you can ruin the moral of the host. sometimes, or somebody in the chat, but I think it takes place the concept of ruining something, because you get all the attention, like somebody get rid of this guy, and you still there.
Well, some of that comes from some people don't like what is new, and of course, there's the saying, "There's nothing new," of course, but it's new to them, so they've never seen these things or heard these things. So quite often they hear them for the first time, they see them for the first time, and they'll just be like, "Oh, I'm rejecting it because it's new to me." Where in fact they should be either, in my opinion, accepting that it's something they've never heard, or just simply go somewhere else. If you don't want to hear it, there's another option, or if you have a contention about it. And this is the other point, which is your 3 rules. And it's so perfect for this type of conversation, which is to put up your contention, explain why it is that you believe something else.
But also, let's look at the other part of that. How many people come through and they attack something because they don't understand it?
That is true too. Yeah, they take it a little too far. Yeah, it's I don't believe that. Now you're an idiot.
No, nobody in general likes to recognize in front of everybody that he didn't understand it.
Do you notice that there's content that's out there that I don't mention that gets a lot of attention, but the reason why I haven't put it up as one of the places to go to is because those areas don't get contentious, and that's like when I said like the wealth building, when I mean like not the guys who flaunt money and pretend like they have everything that I mentioned, but the people who turn around like financial channels that say, "Hey, this is how you do your taxes." But they do live streams too, and they do panels. They have guests and everything. Like, "Hey, I could say you could do this, you could do that. Oh yeah, I came up here. Hey, we had a talk before. We had talk behind the scenes. Now you're up here. You did your credit. Then we talked about your credit, whatever. We talked about some steps that you could have been doing, whatever. Tell me now. Now this is like the update. What has worked and what hasn't worked for you?" And they do big breakdowns and topping up and whatever. And I never see bad stuff. People in the chat like, "Good job. Hey, that actually worked." You don't see that, man. He got that way because he's a fucking idiot, or because he gambles, or he does meth. He shoots it all in his arm. Like, you don't see that shit in their communities. And it's information sharing. It's building, and especially into one of the areas where a lot of people say that they would like to, finances, because a lot of people are not financially literate.
So then in those spaces, the concept would be the interest in learning, and that would fall ultimately on the panelist, not the host.
Right. Well, yes and no. Yes, the panelists, yes, the viewers, but also the host in wanting to understand and learn why people are still in a particular situation and learn from them, because learning from them is also to help newer people in the future.
And that's the hard concept to get across. I've been doing videos for 8 years, and my channel is only at 3,800 subscribers. And I'm telling you, as an informational channel only that doesn't get into the drama stuff, the audience isn't there. It's very selective. But that's what makes it a quality audience, is that those that are interested are the ones that are going to watch that information. And when they can import that into their life, that's when they'll come to me and ask for questions to do further research and stuff. And that's what I'm about. I'm not monetized. I never will.
You and me both.
I'm monetized.
I think monetize is great. I'm not against the concept of monetize your content. I agree, and I identify myself with the statement of el pero, because I will not monetize. I will monetize other projects, but my channel, I had 2 nights ago, my first strike, and I'm not monetized. So it was like, okay, that's fine.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're like stressed for the numbers, how many views, how many are there?
I
This
do agree
for
with
me,
that. Yeah.
and my channel is like thing favor to yourself, like being stressed for
Well,
free.
the interesting thing is, so I was not expecting to get monetized. I was not expecting to get subscribers. I was one of those people who was interested in knowledge and music. Past that, I really didn't care.
But a lot of people, to Pedro's point, is exactly what Josh is saying here. Why is everyone cockroaching someone? Where's the contention? The fact that you can only be somewhere if there's contention means that you go to places where no one's allowed to think. I'm just gonna say what it is. People go to places where they're not allowed to think. They just want to sit there, be mind numbed, and hear nothing but dribble.
Yeah, I mean,
to be honest, you don't have to. They don't even need to be a conversation. There doesn't need to be a panel. To be honest, here's what you do. You go ask somebody to just hear a whole bunch of people cursing, yelling. They don't need to make any sense, slurring, everything. Just record bar brawls and everything, and just play that in the background while you go sit there and jerk off or go to sleep or something. You don't need to go to a panel. Just all you need to hear is loud noises and cussing. You don't need a panel because you're not really hearing anything anyway.
Panel versus killing me right now.
You really but you really don't. If all you need to hear is that you're an idiot, you're a fool, you're a troll, you're an incel, and just a whole bunch of yelling, you don't need a person attached to that. You just need to hear the words. That's all you're really listening to.
And then on the opposite side of that coin, Kramos mentioned it about getting strikes. Okay, one of the things about my platform is when I streamed it to 3 different platforms. So I might get a strike, but it's only on one platform. And that helps me bring evidence against their strike because it didn't violate other policies, which shows that their policies follow the law and allowed me to maintain my rights. And that shows that YouTube or whatever platform struck me was in fact violating my rights. See, I've got two other platforms that agreed with my rights as I asserted them and didn't strike me, saying I was within the bounds of the law.
All the respect, sir. Can I give you an advice?
Oh, always. I'm one of the most open-minded guys you'll find.
All the respect. I think you don't need to fight it. I think you can make the video of the video.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I've already got the video on 2 other platforms, so all I have to do is repost it
and make the joke out of it, not fight.
Well,
not
give the disclaimer. All you got to do is give the proper disclaimer. So I just reissue it with the same disclaimer that I already posted in the video. And what happens on this stuff is people will strike your channel and call it medical misinformation. And so they will automatically take the video down without reviewing the video. So even though you have it scrolling across the bottom and you give verbal, oral caveats and stuff, this is not medical advice. This is just my private opinion, not a monetized channel.
You still can get struck. You just have to defend against
it. Right. When I receive it, I read at the bottom of the message from YouTube. I'm gonna read it right now. It's like how we find violations, and they say we use a combination of automated systems and human reviews to detect violations of our community.
Yeah, typically that's they typically specifically more look at what the algorithm is already picking up. There are times when people actually do it, and either way, a human still is supposed to review it.
Right, and so when you got 2 YouTube channels, you run the same video streaming to 2 different channels on YouTube. One of them gets struck and the other one doesn't. It's not because the algorithm picked it up, because if that was so, it would have picked it up in both videos. This is because somebody gave a human input.
Right. Yep. And in which case, it makes sense to defend against it.
human input.
Yeah, somebody actually put it in there, a report. Somebody reported it. Yeah, so which I believe is, it especially depend. I mean, it depends on what it is. If it's absolutely dirt,
Which again, I still don't need to fight
fine.
because, like I said, it's my original content. I can just repost it with another caveat.
Yeah,
you need to be aware.
And citation.
You need to be aware that they already know, just because you said it now. And that's
I find
how it works.
Absolutely.
I find it interesting to have your own content. And I get it. There are some places that have content IDs or whatever, which is also like, I'm really kind of opposed to reacting to stuff because everything comes with a claim, everything comes with content ID of some form. So I just don't feel like it. Oh, hey, you want to check this out? Absolutely not.
Right.
Well,
right.
When I share videos, I share my own videos of my property, so it will be
Right. Careful with that too. Now, you sometimes they'll hit you with the algorithm on that one. But no,
I've shown many of my videos in different panels, and no strike at all.
Yeah.
Well, if you are part of the content, sure.
I'm the author and the intellectual owner of the content.
And two, it matters if you check the box. If you check the box that says to copyright it, then
I've shown my videos in monetized channels panels, and they don't give me a strike. Are that channel monetize my content?
I mean, if they've clicked the monetization button, yeah, they're monetizing your content. Yeah, there's buttons. There's buttons for everything. You just hit the check, and it depends on what you do.
Not every time someone reviews your stuff, you're going to be notified.
Yep.
That's why I'm telling you, I've had no strikes by showing my videos on monetized channels, but I can share it, so it's fun.
Yeah, it's rare that YouTube will do an algorithm on your own content. It's very rare, but sometimes it will.
Look, I simplify the idea. It's like, bro, I'm not making money with this, but you are punishing me anyway. It's like, I can believe that you can punish content that are, if you are making money, okay. You don't.
Well, that's the thing.
They're not allowed to share this type of content if you are not making money. Oh, because you're sharing it and communicating it, but we will strike you anyway.
No, they are making money off of your content. You are a partner. You are uploading videos.
Yeah, you're not getting it, but they're making money off your content.
Yeah, they're making money off of your content even before you are monetized.
Of course,
they're running commercials.
Yeah. I wrote an email for I want hemorrhoid commercials in my content, but they didn't answer.
What? Say that again.
That's odd because I don't have any advertisements or video ads in my content. Any.
Yeah. So, I mean, the advertisers are very picky and choosy about what they're going to put their ads
depends.
on.
It depends on your Google account, not your YouTube channel.
Yes and no. Yes and well, it's the same. Google owns YouTube, so yeah.
Right, and so with multiple Google accounts, allowing me to have multiples of the YouTube accounts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just depends on the advertisers, man. They're going through picking what they want their ads on. That's a given.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm an advertiser. Like let's say I'm an advertiser, and I say I want this type of content covered.
I wanted
content.
Yeah,
I'm not going to put my ad on there.
I wanted to make a contribution for hemorrhoid problem, and they didn't listen. So it's like sad.
Well, I mean, you're not gaining Resla any ads by talking about.
Hey, it's a good cause.
I am not a sponsor of any hemorrhoid cream. So
it's not a noble cause. Like, please take care of your citizens.
Oh,
because they are sitting so much time.
Oh, is that what it is? You're promoting for people who sit down for long hours. Gotcha.
Round pillows.
And with that, I'm out, guys.
Yes. I would rather promote ass pillows than actual anal cream itself.
And on that note, I'm out, guys. I'm old and I got to get some rest. So be blessed and fuck lung cancer, guys. I'm out.
Fuck lung cancer, bro.
Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ. You let me know how that turns out. You get your sponsorship for hemorrhoid creams. Jesus.
Bro, if I get one banner, I will record it.
Well, interestingly though, if we're talking about advertisements, and this is just my opinion on this, right? The best advertisement you're going to get, short of what YouTube might go ahead and throw you, if you're doing the type of content that the regular advertisers will add on you, the best type is your own merch. Your merch. If you don't have merch in mind, really, even if you're just a regular content creator, especially in this type of atmosphere, I would say merch is very important. Panel shows are, they're coming up, man. And there's some shit shows, sure, but they're becoming the new podcast. And so really, if this is, your thing, I mean, even with my own stuff, like I do have some ideas, and I don't do panels. I love going on the panels, and maybe one day I might, create my own little show or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But what are you doing for yourself to promote yourself so that your show is successful? Just saying.
I can't say. I'm still promoting it.
Something to consider.
Well, I think about it. I do quarterly reviews for myself. I got things coming up, but it takes time.
Yeah.
It takes finances. It takes a lot of time. But
money.
Yeah, but then once it's up there, and here's the thing about it, and people don't realize it. I do it. It takes a lot of time because I don't have the money, but also, when it's done, I do it, and I love the way how the looks and the feels, and I know that we're getting closer and closer to what I would envision the channel looking like. But I also know that I'm trying not to lose my thought. But I also know that at the end of the day, it's a lot of work that gets done by me, and I know that it's something I can look at as an accomplishment. There are plenty of people who are looking at even what I do and turn around and say that's way too much.
Have you had a laugh by checking the metric analytics of your channel, like countries or ages?
What do you mean, like a laugh by it?
It's funny. For me, it have been funny. Like, in this country, they're watching my stupidness. So, have you checked those analytics?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really because it doesn't really make me laugh about anything. Because my thing is that for people who are up there, like for instance, we were just talking about like places like the Crucible. It wouldn't surprise me that even smaller nations, smaller countries might watch.
Surprise. Okay. Yeah, there's some.
To me, if you have a smartphone, you can be anywhere. You can watch anything anywhere.
Yeah, and there's certain, nationalities, take for instance the United States, where there's so much demographic, so you might get a reading on that, but the reading is, it's still so broad. It's like you're getting this audience, but their demographics are out there, and you don't know who's really watching.
It's kind of the opposite for me, Kremus. Like, it's like it's the surprise is not amusement. The surprise is it's not in that area. Wow. I'm surprised no one in that area would be watching. It's amazement. It's not necessarily like amusement. So yeah, that's. But it's a new thing to learn all the time because I'm always trying to figure out, is it like you have to ask yourself questions because they don't necessarily give you the answers. Like, is it because I'm not relatable? Is it because for some specific reason I'm not being pushed to that particular area? What is something that would be more popular in that area that people are paying attention to? Or rather, how do I even get myself pushed into those areas? Because in a lot of ways, I don't like to chase the algorithm. I like to push in spite of it.
Well, here's something, right? So just take into consideration the how-to or the do-it-yourselves, right? The DIYs. A lot of those get searched out, right? Those are literally just, you go in, you say, how do I do this? Are people asking questions that are in the sphere of the panelverse, right? How do I understand someone else's point of view? So a question like that, right? How do I understand someone else's point of view? Now that might lead you to certain channels in the panel sphere, but
without fighting and screaming and cursing and
no, you're not gonna
because there's there's a lot of panels that
that's
like,
not but that wouldn't be the concept of the question.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
But
that would be a qualifier, sure.
Much channels are doing this because the conflict is engaging. Okay. Oh, what he says. Oh.
But if let's say you type in, how do I understand someone else's point of view without cussing and screaming at each other, I guarantee you're going to get something completely different than if you just typed in, how do I understand somebody else's point of view? So it depends on if you're really truly interested in asking the question, or do you want the question with qualifiers? Do you want the question, but you don't want the whole truth? Because the whole truth is, yes, this is how people really do it in real life, is the cussing and the screaming and that sort of thing. It happens.
A lot of people's questioning is really summarized. They're not detailed. Very summarized.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And so it might lead.
How do I get someone to my point of view is different than how do I develop a strategy for someone to come to my point of view?
Or even to question my point of view.
True.
Which kind of can lead to the same type of viewpoint consideration.
Okay. I have a question. Do you get in trouble if you share videos? Or you can share some kind of videos in your live stream?
Most likely for me, I could. It doesn't happen. I could, but almost any time I put up a video, it is always subject to copyright. And copyright means non-monetization.
But the video is like without sound in some countries.
Even so, you don't need sound for copyright.
Well, because you're monetized.
There are people who use sound and have a still image. There are people whose video with no sound, they can still be subject. You forget, it's about content that is not your own.
I understand the repetition.
Which is why I tell people you cannot hide behind fair use. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. It's YouTube. It's a private platform. And people come on to here because of the copyright. You have the ability to hit somebody if they try to use your content and don't give you credit and don't give you money.
Now, Kramos, there's a difference. There's a difference when you can show videos and everything. Because we're talking about, keep in mind, I said copyright. I didn't say stricken. You didn't get a strike. That is up to the actual the original content user. but you can still get a copyright claim, which can affect your monetization.
I have
And
in
algorithm.
like in
But
different
there are plenty of
regions.
people, but there are plenty of people out there who have no problem with that because they show all their videos and everything. They don't have a problem being monetized
Okay.
and getting copyright claims, because their ideal of monetization is the donations from the chat. It's not about anything else
It was
of
different
monetary
before.
value.
When YouTube started monetize, it was different. It was about likes and the reproductions, and now it's donations.
Well, that's not it. That wasn't about monetary gain. That was more about gaining the algorithm, which people still try to do.
Which is advertisers.
Right.
Yeah, because when YouTube started out, it was, I mean, yeah, there was the merch line, which you could create for yourself because you were putting stuff up, and then you could talk about your own stuff. But it mattered whether the advertisers liked your content. So a lot of the beginnings of YouTube started with the challenge stuff. Remember the cinnamon challenge, right? From way back in the day. And so there were other types of things. I don't know if you remember the content creators. They're still around. They're still big. Good Mythical Morning, Rhett and Link, right?
Okay.
Massive channel still to this day, and they're still doing the same thing.
So if I create a channel that it calls Help My Tush, and I do like live panels with people teaching how to take care of their hemorrhoids, there I can get the advertising, huh? Sorry.
Hey, whatever advertisers you want to go for.
I asked for that. I ran into that one.
It's like the content. I'm helping people, huh?
If you have the numbers, if you have the numbers, if you have the watch time, if sponsors, if advertisers can see that you are authentically about protecting the well-being of businesses, yes, you can get sponsored dollars.
Like protect your tush.
You know, what is it? Snap-on tool, right? Snap-on, right? There are mechanics right now doing their thing that's their advertiser, and the AdSense, that's not it. They're doing their own ads. Actually, here's one. You hear it on all the bigger platforms. Better Health, right?
I would actually. The funny part about my channel is that they're probably someone who could sponsor me.
Yeah, I agree.
I've seen channels that in their lives they do the placement, you know, like in live streams, and I think it's a different deal, isn't it?
You can do your own you can do your own ads in a live stream. You just basically you've got it already set to go. When you're ready to do it, you do your own little stream, and then you run your own ad. And then on top of that, if you are monetized for AdSense, also YouTube is going to do their ads. So you're going to have, you know, your ads going with the AdSense ads.
Okay.
Because you're creating your ads and their ads are part of the platform.
Yeah, but if I call about a brand in my live stream, like that's just an external deal. Like
it's exactly. It's like merchandising.
Exactly.
But they're allowed.
It's like stopping a show to take the T-shirt gun out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's absolutely allowed. In fact, there are some sponsors that it'll really work out well for you if you can manage to make a show that really encapsulate the theme of their brand.
Yeah.
Of course, like anti-depression herbs or something.
So if it's one thing if you're like you want to talk about tushies. But
you're going to get a very specific audience for that.
Yeah, but if you want to make it really hyper specific, you can really name like I guess the stream like why I like using this on my tushy, and that now you're literally going to
like tutorial live videos.
Maybe you're talking on the stream or the video, and you're even mentioning some of the ingredients.
Why is Charmin so soft?
Yeah.
Take your care about the borders. Take
Yeah, you
good
know
care.
what I love? You know what I love about Charmin? You know, and this is why I can't stand Continental 2-ply. They are 2-ply. Like,
Yeah, because I know. Assuming they listen to you.
Yeah, you go to the extreme. Hey, you ever, you know what I like? You know, and I sit down on my tushy, but when I'm at nighttime and I take off my pants, you know what I see? Little toilet paper rolls, and I realize it's behind. They left it behind in my ass. That's why I like. That's why I like. You know, the 2-ply, because it doesn't leave anything behind. I know when I wipe, there's nothing left behind, folks.
There ain't no picking over here.
Yeah.
We don't play those strings.
It's funny because you know, here in Chile we have like the national, not cable, national televisions in like 2 a.m. in the morning. This Indian from the Amazon jungle doing his live about this herb or this ceremony, and he sells the ceremony, but it's a national television, you know. It's like from Bolivia or something, and it's like the miracle Indian, and you will be healed forever, something like that. And he play music instrument. It's insane. So I search about that guy in the internet, and there's no platform. He does that only in national television. And you have the stores. So in the stores they are playing the same video, you know. Different kind of business without any goddamn platform, you know. That's my guru. I know, but it's real, bro. So I think when you do money in YouTube or any other platform about your content, there's this huge rainbow of alternatives. So it's ridiculous, but good content is appreciated. So I think they're slower.
Well, you know,
but
it's
not,
funny. So you bring up the money, right? So, you know, this kind of goes into the point that Resla made during his monologue about fake expertise, right? And you get people who claim to be experts, or even going further as to telling you how it is you can make money off, you know, I turned $10 into 10,000, you know, and it's like, you know, are people really so dumb to fall for, you know, sitting there watching, listening to, you know, Rich Dad, Poor Dad? I don't mean, yes. Truth is yes.
Dumb. I don't think everyone is dumb. I think people are open to belief because they're desperate.
Hey, it's advertising. You create a need that is not real, but you create the need. So I think
there are definitely people who are like, it's a scam, but so many people are saying that and
there's so many,
influence and change their mind.
Because I think there's so many people that their need is to trust.
Well, looking for an answer where it may exist.
That's why they
trust, don't know until
or they believe, and they get scammed many times, or not.
Yeah, and that's where you have to be super careful. And I would say, you know, if it's an exchange of ideas, then the person who is trying to do the convincing really needs to give you an idea, or you have to come up with it yourself. You can't just sit there and listen to them tell you about how all their ideas worked. It's like, I had these ideas and they worked, and this was my idea and it worked, and this was my idea and it worked, and so on and so forth. Like, say, I created McDonald's and it worked. I created Burger King and it worked. Now look at what else I created, and going on and on about how all these ideas worked. Well, guess what? They still haven't given you an idea, and you still haven't come up with an idea. And so at some point, you're 30 minutes into the show, you're an hour into the show, you're 3 days into listening to this guy. At what point do you wake up and say, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
This guy is just feeding me a line, and I keep sending him super chats.
Telling you all the reasons why they got it right and how you're getting it wrong, but not giving you a formula as to how you can get better. Just telling you that you need to do better. I did better. I did this. I did that. And it's like, okay, well, I'll pay you so you can teach me how. And they never give you that info.
When it falls down to it, that they're just creating content. Oh my goodness. Did you hear that?
Well, you know what? After all of that donations too, you know what you have to you really want to know? Go get my course. My course is gonna give you the game. I don't charge for free. Never mind how much they can count how many times you've been donating. It was you could equal up to exactly what they're gonna ask you to put out more money into.
I have this other contention, right? It kind of falls down into the same category, which is gold, silver, precious metals, diamonds, gems.
Lots of ads for that.
And don't get me wrong, I know it holds the value because people are interested, especially nowadays where technology is a thing, and you can use these precious metals and gems in the technology to create a better product. So that's really cool.
But
the value of products is based upon, even though we're on fiat currency, it's still based upon the currency.
Let me ask you, to buy gold or silver in the stock market or in real material element?
I believe that if you're buying a piece of paper that represents something that you don't have in your hand, then you're really just fooling yourself. That is not the actual product.
Here's the equivalent of that. Buy the woman who's going to be in your bed, or buy a coochie coupon for the promise of getting something in the future.
Back rub coupon. I got this coupon for you. Anytime you want it. And then I'm at work. She's like, man, I want that.
More tangible.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I say?
Shit. But yeah, so that is a contention of mine is, okay, yes, it's worth something. It's worth a lot more now than 500 years ago because of technology, but is that gold going to fill up your belly? No. Is it clothing that you can wear?
No. Yes, gold. No. It will I think gold material parts of gold.
How much gold can you eat to fill your belly?
None.
So that gold has to be useful to someone else.
But when if you think about a crash and a blackout of the system, that you can buy food and you scale it.
Yeah, I understand trade.
Gold will be like the beginning.
It does have its value.
The only material. Because
let me ask you.
They're going to eliminate cash.
But Grandma, who do you think people who already are in the process or already have the process of growing food or worrying about collecting gold for food?
I'm not collecting anything more than my salvation.
So which is worth more? This is my question. Which is worth more?
That's a good question.
Say 100 ounces of gold or a field of pines. A field of pines will build you homes. What is that gold going to do for you?
If I can exchange
it won't even feed
for
you.
Food.
There's an if in there. It will build you no homes.
Yeah.
Right? A field of pines will build you homes, not a home, but homes. And this is the thing that people get away from understanding what is tangible versus what is ideal. And yes, idealism has its place. Content, the panel verse, bringing it back. Got to bring it back. The panel verse. Does it have its value? Yes. But it's only the value that specifically the host brings to it, as well as the other panelists. And then, yes, the chat is very important. But the most important person is the host and the content that he brings to the table. What is the topic?
If you ask me, that's freedom, because I'm totally free to participate or not.
Yes.
Yes. But do you know how a lot of people end up in these spaces on a panel show in the first place? They're I can say right now, they're looking for information.
Nobody at home is listening to them. Nobody at home is telling them good information. So now they're on the internet looking for it.
People wind up on panel shows like anywhere else because they're seeking information. Now, the question is, the panel shows they happen to land on, is it one trying to help them get information, or is it one telling them that they are victims, or is one that telling them, you know what, you're not a victim, it's someone else's fault? Is it a feel good? Is it one to say that you need to do better, or are they walking away with information? Because the problem, and I see in a lot of places, that the one that tell you that they give you information that says that you need to do better, typically is the one that puts you on a better path than when you started, because you get the information you're looking for. You may not get everything you're looking for, but now you have a direction that you can walk. The one that tells you that you're a victim and it's really someone else's fault, well, that's the one you keep going back to for that feel-good moment, and that's how you get into echo chambers.
Yep.
And I think a lot of panel shows that we see get into that.
Yeah,
it's a good point. I simplify the idea. When I discover a new panel, I make my evaluation asking if this panel deserves my existence and my voice and my whatever.
Sure, if you are a person who is of the mindset of getting on to a panel, since the majority of people do not think about ever clicking that button, they literally hold themselves as just being a casual listener. But even listening without participating can still put you in a position of being indoctrinated.
Yes, I agree, because you can participate in the chat is another form concept, but
a field of community.
Yeah, exactly. Collective.
Yeah, appreciation for your little bit of knowledge, even if it's just a little bit. I got a little bit. Can I contribute? Yes, come. And then, past that, yes, you contribute your portion, and then sit down and listen. Listen, there's more, but wait, there's more. And it's true, though. That part is true. There's always more information, even if it's the information that you get that you understand. Now, this guy over here is just another piece of garbage, or a liar, or a grifter, whatever. That's information that you didn't necessarily have before that you can apply to your real life, and perhaps you might move on or view it more or share it with others.
Sometimes it's the thing that people don't tell you. Sometimes that information that you need is on the side of everything you dislike. It's not in your comfort zone, folks. It's where you have to go and you're uncomfortable. This is why I said the area that tells you that you need to do better means that you need to have a look at yourself and what you did to screw up. Yeah, because now you know what's wrong, and now you know what you need to go fix.
Yeah, I am terrified of the big water, right? This is actually a picture of Jacksonville Beach. They got the barge, or there it is, the barge, right? And it's one of the I'm not gonna say the nastiest beach, but Jacksonville is, it's Atlantic side of Florida, North Florida. It's gross. And there are sharks. People have been shark bit out there, and so I'm terrified of the big water. I don't want to go out there. I love fresh water, but I go out there. I do, at least to go see it. Now, I can't go now because I'm not in Florida, but when I was there, I would go to the beach all the time just to go look and marvel at it, because every time, even though I'm absolutely terrified of the big water, and I'm not going out there, it is something to marvel at. The scariest things like the abyss, right? You look at it and you're like, how big is that massive ocean out there? And you don't know what's in there. There could be a giant squid about to pop out of there, you know, with a big old tentacle, snatch you up, pull you down under. You don't know. And so yes, there is something to be gained from what you don't know. And so, like, for instance, gonna tie it back to the panel verse. There's things you're gonna see here. You're gonna be like, what the heck is this guy talking about? Oh my gosh, he's just rambling. What is Brick talking about? He's just rambling. I get it all the time. And it's there's some interesting stuff out there. And it's not just me. You know, I hear people doing it too.
No, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that who work on tankers. They're like, yo, when you're out there and you see nothing in both directions, it's like, just let you know. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I can do it.
Yeah. I like the mountain. It's a little bit more tame. But I love the mountain. Like, it's kind of the same scenario. There's nothing out there except for the mountain. But it's land. Yeah, no.
You have some control.
Some, yes.
Bro, speaking about control, I'm going to control myself and go to sleep. It's 2 a.m. and 2:25 here. I appreciate it. Like always, be safe, be well. Take care.
All right.
Good to see you, Gramos. I'm going to do something similar there.
Yep. I'm going to close it up.
Take care for your hemorrhoids.
Yeah, brother. And yeah, man, I appreciate you having me up. Excellent topic as usual. Got through some pretty good stuff. Excellent show, bro. So.
Hopefully it helped people get some thoughts out there. Hey,
yeah.
baby girl.
Take care of your tush. Good night, bro.
Take care of your tush. You hear this guy?
Hi.
Andrea.
Fun. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It was a pretty good topic today. I think we didn't go down a whole bunch of lists of stuff, but it's fine because the concept of the show for today was just about I guess if you want to call it that way, since we've all pretty much we've accepted it as being the term, the panelverse. And then just what kind of shows are they out there? And my original and even ending question was, are these panel shows ruining the concept of streaming? And it really comes down to what people are really looking for. I think a lot of people get stuck into, like what I was saying about dating apps in my last one. You get caught into a concept where you're not there to get a solution. You're there to keep coming back. You're there to become an addict. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. I think it depends on what you're looking for. I think for some people, they want to watch one person talk. For some people, they want to watch, content that is put together, like, true crime, right? Where they're just showing pictures and talking, but some people want to watch a podcaster, but some people want to see a panel. They want to see a bunch of opinions and they want to hear people talk over each other to where you can't hear anything. So you're just watching screaming and there's no words that really are audible.
Which is not a conversation.
Yeah. Is it audible? What is the word where it's like you can't understand it? Audible is you can't hear it. What?
It's inaudible.
Okay. Yeah, and then there's some people who just want to have conversations. And there's some people who show up and they're like, "Oh my God, Brick is on the panel. Yay! Let me get up there with him." And then he leaves and I'm so sad because I was hoping to share a panel with him.
I think a lot of people are used to distortion now.
What do you mean?
So for instance, when you mentioning it's just a whole bunch of noise and to the point where a host needs to be able to try to sift that shit out because no one can really understand the conversation because everybody's just loud at the same time. And you're just hearing noise.
Yep.
If the whole point, let's just be honest, for a panel in the first place, it wasn't to come up and just hear nothing but yelling. It was a whole point for a lot of people could not only see each other, but be able to speak to one another, not to just yell at each other. And I think the first part of it that we have to blame looks at mainstream, which is news cycles. I got a whole bunch of panels up here, and now we're all just yelling at each other. And for some reason, we translated that into being the norm online.
What, like The View?
Well, no, The View would be a podcast. Because that it's a show. It's a show. It's a structured show. People are there all together. It's not a panel. It's not online. It's not looking like a whole bunch of boxes and everybody's able to scream at each other, which should not be the concept of a panel in the first
But
place.
you said the news. What do you mean the news having a
So
panel where people are yelling at each other? Give me an example.
here's a great example. Look at Pierce Morgan.
Okay, I've never actually watched him.
Well, if you watch any political news cycle where they say, up here we're going to have this person is a columnist for the newspaper over here, this person's a political activist, this person's whatever, and they all want to talk about this topic. But what it normally turns on to, everybody shouting and calling the other person an idiot. This person knows nothing, and the Democrats this, and the Republicans that, and this is why you people here. This is what they end up doing. And for
Okay,
some
yeah.
people, really take that as what panels are supposed to be consisting of.
Yeah, I could take that as anytime Candace Owens talks to leftists. They'll ask her a
Sure.
question and then she starts to answer like, well, no, but you didn't understand. She's like, you're not letting me finish. So, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
see
a
that.
great example.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of actually having the conversation, because in my mind, it's like, even if everybody comes down to, I said everything I said, I don't really have an answer for it because I don't really have an answer in general. Or that worked for me. If everybody can manage to go down the rabbit hole together, whether they agree or disagree, instead of just worrying about saying, this is what I believe, and even though I don't really know the answer because I don't really have the answer, I'm trying to make sure everybody stays fixated on this point of being stuck. I'm stuck, and I need everybody to be stuck with me,
Mm-hmm.
rather than
And
trying
then
to
there's
come
no
down.
resolution there. There's no learning moment. There's no becoming better. It's just
Well,
being a
you have
child.
plenty of channels that try to say that they're solution based, but what they do is they start a conversation with no end. This is also a reason why I don't engage in talks on really politics and talks on religion the most, because there are two areas that always see. Religion is an area that doesn't change
Mm-hmm.
and with no resolution, because your resolution is death. That means you can't converse with anyone else about it. And the political cycle is that it never changes because it's always changing. Never stays the same.
Right.
There's no sense in getting into it.
And then people feel how they feel about a politician and they're just not going to change. Like, I was just watching a video, like right before I came in here, I was watching a short and it was Johnny Depp talking about how he was asked to play Trump for something and he was like, oh yeah. And then he started talking bad about him and being like, oh, I just won't answer a question directly. And I left a comment. I'm like, I really felt bad for him in the Amber Heard situation. Now I don't. Because for him to say he doesn't answer a question directly when he does, I wonder how he feels about Kamala. So like, yeah, there's certain things where it's like, even someone I like can talk bad about Trump, and then I'm just like, oh, I just don't like you. Like, I'm diehard for Trump. So, yeah, people aren't gonna. I
Well,
lost my original
well,
point.
even
You're not
when
gonna
you're
change people's
saying
mind
that,
on politics. That's what I was gonna
well,
say.
well, even when you're saying that, right? The problem with communication, and this is the thing, even when Josh was saying, like people know how to talk to each other, anyways. That's the problem. That's why we're stuck, because people don't know how to listen. People just want to say their either to say their piece and want people to agree with them. People don't know how to talk to each other. People don't know how to talk in general.
Mm-hmm.
If people spend more time listening to understand instead of hearing to respond, if they spend more time trying to be effective rather than trying to be right, you'd be surprised how far we would go.
Right.
What I say this all the time, or rather not all the time, but I've made this comparison before. If you want to go back to the old 70s or whatever, when they did the muscle cars and everything, and we're gonna play chicken going off the cliff. It's the fucker that went off the cliff and dies and feels very good morally about himself because he won the race. But now he's dead and his girl's getting plowed by the guy who actually hit the brakes.
Oh,
Who's the
that's
real winner?
wild. That's wild. I've never even thought about that.
Who's the real winner? Oh, you carried your morals all the way to your grave. Who's the real winner? Who's
Bye,
more effective
Johnny.
at the end?
Right. Mm.
Who's more effective in the end, though? In the world now, we think that conceding is a bad thing. But if I walk away if I walk away being the winner and you walk away saying a whole bunch of shit and looking crazy and unhinged, who wins?
You. That's crazy. I've never thought about that. Like, I've always seen chicken as like two cars driving toward each other and it's whoever turns. But thinking about them driving off a cliff, that's crazy because it's like, oh, if you don't do it, you're a scaredy cat. And it's like, no, I'm alive. That's wild.
And that's the way I see conversations. Most people look at it exactly what you said. Two cars going. I look at two cars going off the cliff.
Right.
And the person who tends to go off the cliff, and they feel great about themselves, but I'm like, who learned anything about the situation? Oh, you don't get it, Resla? He called him an idiot. Okay. What did you learn from that conversation? I learned this person's good at really trashing somebody else. What was the conversation about? It was about exactly my point. You learned nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even remember what the foundation of it was because you were just there to hear people argue with each other. This is what I just said. Go to your favorite panels, record all of the fucking discourse, all of the fucking chaos, record it, and then go to sleep to it if that's what you need. You don't need to sit there wasting your time watching it. You can be productive. Because that means you're not really paying attention to anything in the conversation. You're just hearing swearing, cussing, and words. You can't even formulate what the actual conversation is about. Why do you need to be there?
I think if you could go to sleep listening to people argue on a panel, you probably need to seek therapy. Because that creates chaos and anxiety for me. I couldn't relax and sleep to that.
Sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp, you could
For real.
And this is the way how a lot of people spend not just their time online, but this is how they've taken the internet into real life, and they believe this is how communication works. They don't know how to get to. They don't understand how to get to the end result. They just think that if I just be abrasive, that the ends justify the means. If I just go enough to shame somebody enough, that the ends justify the means. And I'm like, no, that's how you get the people that turn around to be your future shooters or someone who poisons you or whatever. Because you know why? You don't know how to build rapport. You only know how to build enemies.
Right.
And the thing about a lot of panel spaces is that we talk about collaborations, right? But a lot of people build enemies more than actual collaborators.
Right, because people don't actually want to talk to you and get to know you and hear what you have to say. It's all about just proving I'm right and I'm better than you. Haha, I'm the big guy. Like, there's no people wanting to come together. It's just wanting to win. I feel like people are obsessed with winning no matter what the discussion is. They just want to win.
But the sad part about it is that they don't see that we say this all the time. You're trying to win the war. You're not trying to win every battle. They have the opposite opinion. I'm going to win every battle. And they don't realize that all those stupid little battles that they had, even if it made them look ridiculous at the end of it, when the war comes, they already documented all of those times they acted erratic so they can't win the war. Because you know what we got to do? Hit play on all your meltdowns and all your crashes and all your idiot moments.
Right.
I don't have to beat you for the war. You're going to wear yourself out.
Right.
Like a hunter. Yeah. You scare the animal, have them run out of steam, and therefore you can just walk up to them.
Right. It's like each battle is just an argument over nothing, but the war should be what actually matters, what the point is. But there is no point. It's just you want to win. You just want to argue. But for what?
Asking the hard questions is what I like to try to get down to. But in order to get to the hard questions and the difficult questions, we have to ask and challenge all the smaller ones that we neglect. So it's for me to say, when we hear about like the gender war, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I hear like the gender war, the key question is, so what do we do to get better so that we can collaborate with each other? And then there are people who don't ever want to see an ending. So therefore they keep saying, you know how you get them to do it? By enslaving them all, Josh.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't help both sides.
Well, it helps my side, not their side.
Well, the idea is to come to the side that works for both. And again, no one ever looks for that.
Wait, do women Like,
I don't even.
are we supposed to give them a W?
For what? Give him a W for what?
I know. I mean, that's what the gender award would be, right? Like, there has to be a winner, or there has to be a loser, right?
Well, here is my big thing, and I've been trying to figure out how to way to get to it. But here's my ultimate thing. If we're going to run this thing called a gender war, right? Then let's treat it like it actually is. Men and women actually go to war. I want to see fist fights. I want to see people getting thrown out of fucking cars. I want to see a Sparta kick from a skyscraper window. I want just to finish it out. Don't play coy. Let's not do this behind the scenes bullshit. Let's not do this undercutting. Just get it over with, and the strongest one wins.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna get a gender war together, don't draft me. I'm good. Draft me for Team Man.
Let's stop this bullshit. Just get it over with. I rather not see this dragged out for the next 10 years. Let's just get it over with.
You know what's sad though is there are women who actually believe they would win. There are women who have put their hands on men a million times and the man has never hit them back, and they're like, "Oh, I'll mess him up." Like there are so many women that'll tell a man they'll mess them up.
And not for nothing. If those men are the ones that get killed in their sleep, that's what's deserved.
For not fighting back.
For not fighting back, because they love the opposite sex more than they love themselves.
See, a part of me agrees, but then a part of me says no, because they're still a victim. They don't deserve that.
I love me more than anything else. Don't ever think I would never fight for my survival.
Yes, but society tells you that you can't hit a woman back.
Yeah, but guess what? Society doesn't mean anything to me when I'm dead.
Right.
See, it's not cowardice to call something a strategic retreat. It's not hiding if you are strategically ambushing. If I'm sitting there and wait, it's not hiding. My plan is to attack. My plan is not to avoid. Again, the guys who won't fight back rather than knocking a bitch out. She can't fight back when she's snoring.
Oh, that's funny.
So here's my thing. When I'm engaging in a fight, right? The concept of, especially if it's a group fight, right? People are watching. The concept is not for me to give you the strongest hit so that you can be knocked out. I don't do knockout games. My ideal is to prevent you from wanting to take this action with other people in the future. So my idea is to put you in a compromising position where you are screaming in pain and you scream out, "I quit."
I like you, Resla.
I don't want you knocked out. I need you to quit publicly.
Right. I need you to learn a lesson. I agree.
Now, some people say I'm being extreme. Josh has told me I've been extreme. I don't think so.
I don't think
pain is a great motivator and a great teacher.
Yeah, I don't think that's being extreme, because I think, anybody could get a good hit on somebody and you could hit them one time and just knock them out.
Wait,
but
not for
actually
nothing.
being
I've
able
seen
to
women knock out men.
Right, but actually being able to dance in a fight and just keep going and whoop somebody, that actually takes skill. And you got to be thinking quick on your feet to be able to avoid blows and also hurt somebody. So yeah, maybe I'm just a sick creature, but I don't want to knock people out. I don't want to hurt you.
Burns, you got it. Pain is a major motivator, and it teaches you a lot of lessons. Not in that moment, but also about the future. And there's nothing more embarrassing than when you can couple that up with it being public. What do you can't even live it up with your friends if you get your ass tortured and you scream, "I quit, stop, no more." You can't even live it up with your friends no more. You must just get a whole new friend circle.
It's crazy that you're saying this, that pain is a major motivator, or that someone else in the chat said, "Hi, Clue, pain is a major motivator," because I literally, do I want to say this on the internet? Yeah, okay. I put someone out of my house last night who's on meth, and I'm sorry, I put them out at 4 p.m. and jumped their car, and their car was loaded, and they were supposed to leave and go to someone's house. They had somewhere to go. But then they also had more stuff outside, and we're supposed to do 2 trips, but they insisted, no, I can fit all this stuff in the car. And I was like, you can't, that's not possible. But they were like, I'm gonna get it all in. So I left at 4 p.m. to take my kid home, cook him dinner, watch a movie, came back at 8:30 p.m. They were still outside my house. Fast forward, they were still outside at 8:30 this morning when someone called an ambulance because they were outside, because they've been up on meth for 5 days. And there were numerous times throughout the night, because I couldn't sleep, that I heard them out there screaming and whining, that I thought, this is embarrassing. Like, I should let him back in here. But then I thought, no, because I've been trying to get you out of my house for 3 years, and now that you're out, maybe you'll stop doing drugs if the neighbors see you act a fool and you're embarrassed. And it just made me think of that when I saw pain as a major motivator, because I was like, this is embarrassing. And she's out there crying in pain because she'd been on meth and awake for 5 days, and her body cannot function anymore. But nothing has made you stop. I mean, losing your home because you won't stop drugs has not made you stop. So maybe being humiliated outside because you're acting a fool, maybe that will do something, which I'm sure it won't. She's in the hospital now. I'm sure she'll come back here and be like, can you let me in? No, but all your stuff's outside. I put it back in the car. Everything that would fit. You know, some people, you need to feel the pain to learn a lesson, but some people still, sadly, won't learn the lesson.
That's true. It's true. It doesn't work for everybody. And it's all about the mindset of the person, because there are people who like what Burns just said here in the chat. You can be in physical pain, or just going to the gym. You're going to be in pain, but if you are aware of what the action of that, what the reaction of that, what is going to be the end goal results of it, you don't go through anything without going through a little bit of pain, a little bit of trials and tribulations if you want to. But it goes the other way around as well. If you hate yourself, you're willing to destroy yourself, you'll keep going back because this is a part of pain, because this is what I want. I want to suffer.
Well, and some people you can't make them a better person. You can't change them. I mean, like when it comes to addiction, I don't think you can make anyone stop a drug. They have to be ready. Drugs, alcohol. You can't be like, oh, you need to go to rehab. Like anytime that, you see court ordered rehab, the person gets right back on drugs as soon as everything with court is over, because you have to be ready you have to be like, I can't do this to myself anymore. And then also with the person I'm dealing with, never being able to admit you're wrong is another thing. When a person can never admit they're wrong, they'll never admit they're on drugs. But it's like, I've watched you go from having perfect white teeth to meth nubs. Like, it's obvious you're on drugs, and you'll sleep all day, but then you'll be awake for 5 days straight. Like, it's obvious. I don't have to see you do it to know you're doing it.
Right.
But there are people who will not admit, okay, I have a problem. Okay, I'm wrong. Oh, I did say that. No, like nothing. I mean, this is the type of person that is never wrong. When you have someone who's never wrong, yeah, they can't ever be better, because you have to admit you're wrong to try to learn the right way and be better.
Well, there are definitely the people who, and I definitely have my share of people who I know, who understand that they're addicts, but they also say that it's not a problem. So I know someone who's addicted to like pain pills, because he's got very bad pain from a surgery, but he understands he's always taking pills, but at the same time he's like, it's not a problem, because if the fact of not taking them and going through that pain, not something I want to go through. So he keeps getting his prescription, and I get it for him. Like, it's a lot, because he's missing a part of himself. But the idea is like, when does it stop?
What part of himself is he missing? Did he lose his penis in the war, or?
He has at this point he has a large chunk of his arm, his bicep it's gone. It had to get cut out.
Oh, cancer?
Yes.
That's rough.
And he didn't want to lose the arm, so he went through that really nasty pain of keeping it. Can't do everything with, like, you can't really like go up like Burns, who says he's doing workout. He can't really do much because he's lifting and holding things and it's a big problem. But he didn't want to lose his arm. It's got poor I mean, who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen in the future? Hoping for the best. He's doing like muscle stimulants and even looking into like stem cells, like to try to help like with circulation to try to do more and build more. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about stem cells. I really need to look into it. More people are talking about that.
I don't know. When I think about the entire purpose of when people have, and I said this even earlier when even Flow State was up here, it's this whole, let's just say somebody tries to create something new, right? Now because we have had such a big, we have so many genres, or rather so many discussion topics that circulate, and I went down to having about 9. That even though they have their own pocket communities, they all touch the same thing. So you're gonna have the ones who do the DMP. You're gonna have politics. You're gonna have religion. You're gonna have First Amendment. You're gonna have race baiting. You're gonna have a whole bunch of stuff. And people who come in and try to do something new or different will have people from those communities come in and sabotage, because it is what it is. Like we were saying earlier, that if a creator has his or her channel and someone comes in, they need to acquiesce to the rules of that channel. And I say, but that's typically not what's done. People come in from other channels and think it's the same bullshit regardless of where they go.
I
And
can
fuck
think
it
of a
up.
prime example. Because it's not even, I don't even think it's necessarily that some people want to sabotage. They just don't know any different and they can't even wrap their mind around something different. Like um, on Fatty's panel, there was this girl, Trinidad, which she's now passed. She had an
Yes.
alcohol
Trinidad
problem.
T. Yeah.
Yeah, but she came from Fight Club. That's where she first started on YouTube, was Fight Club. So
I know Trinidad. Yep.
she would go on Fatty's panel and go on any panel she would go on and just try to argue with people. And it's
Hmm.
like, we're trying to have a discussion, but to her, which I also think she was not all there, but to her it was just, oh, we're supposed to argue, so I want to argue. And it's like, no, that's not what we're doing.
Well,
Like some
it,
people just don't get
it
it.
wasn't. Yes, you're partly right, but also she hung out in the space that she had triggers about, because she took things personally.
Hmm.
So if people start bringing up things like single mothers and things like that, she took it personally. It's a conversation in a space that's there to really just talk about sexual dynamics. You can't take it personally like they're talking about you.
Right. Well, she also said she was married, so I don't.
She was
Yeah. But yeah, I just that was like the quickest thing that came to my mind, like because I've seen that where it's like, oh, we're trying to have a nice discussion, but this person just thinks we're just supposed to argue. But no, that's not what we're trying to do. So yeah, you'll have a space you came from like you, and then you try to do it different, but people just they're gonna be who they are and what they're used to. Old habits die hard.
and the funny part about it is, like, we say this a lot too, like when the camera is off, when the live is off, a lot of them can act different.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, especially for people who are like not content creators, 'cause that really blows my mind. When you're not a content creator and you're being a character and everything, it's like you're not getting monetized or anything. You're not. Why do it all? Why bring a perception of you looking like the worst part of yourself, and this is not you in real life? Why do it? What's the gain? Because
It's
if
funny.
people come across you, don't think it can't affect your job negatively, or it can't affect your family or your friends or whatever negatively. It's like, okay, well, no, I'm not a content creator. It doesn't matter. You're showing ass when you're on the internet. The internet's forever, as they like to say. So be mindful of what you do and what you say.
It's funny. I feel like this is one reason why I haven't decided to be a content creator because this sounds so cliche, but like I'm multifaceted. Like there are a lot of different sides of Alex. Like I'm very much a Gemini. So there's part of me that is like calm conversation like this. There's part of me that's like very loving, like, watching a child ABUSE video and like I'm like, oh my God, that's terrible. There's part of me that's like all God and wonderful. And then there's part of me that's like very sarcastic. There's part of me that'll cuss you out. Like I don't fit into one box. So I can go on a million different panels because I'm not just all argumentative Alex or funny Alex or serious Alex or loving Alex. Like there's a lot of different Alexes. So one reason why I don't like to make content, but I like to go on other people's panels, because there's a lot of different subjects that I want to discuss, and there's a lot of different variants and just parts to who I am. So I can touch on a lot of different things, including what's in your pants, So yeah, it's just different for me.
I think I think that there are some places, especially as I guess myself as a content creator, like they expect you to go everywhere, especially everywhere that they go, and think that you should engage in all the different conversations. I was saying this earlier, that doesn't work for me. There are plenty of conversations that, one, I'm just tired of. Two, that it's going to be used as a tool against you. Like, why would I want to get on a panel to talk about black issues? What? Because I'm black? Doesn't mean I want to engage in that shit. I don't. I don't want to do it because it's a conversation that goes nowhere.
Right, and I've been black my whole life. Like, I already know what's going on. I don't need to talk about being black. I'm just black.
Well, it's not even that, because people will still argue with you against that, Alex. But it's not even that. It's the fact that, and I've said this before on the internet, if all white people jumped on the sword today, you would still not forgive them tomorrow. So what's the point of us doing this?
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of the black community is in a place where they just want to point the finger at someone, and then it's like, okay, so what if white people all say they're wrong, then what? It's like there
Nothing.
is no, like, I remember seeing a Jesse Lee Peterson clip, and he was asking these people, like, so what do y'all want? And they didn't have an answer. So
There's
it's like,
never
y'all are
been a central message.
it's like you're talking about how much you hate white people and how terrible they are, but it's like, what do you want? Like, how could they make it better? And it's like, they can't, because the truth is no white person has actually done something to you. You've just been taught this, and then you see a clip of some white person saying something rude or racist, or just being rude, and you just call it racist, and then there is no what you want. I think a lot of people just want to complain. It's like wives.
Well, sure, but there's also this whole thing that, somebody's done something to you, somebody's held you back, whatever. And I think there's a lot of things that we've even done to, as black people, to cripple ourselves. Like, one of the songs I keep hearing, especially around the whole Black Times, like MLK, like that, is the whole "We shall overcome someday." If that's the concept you're gonna keep holding on to, then that's gonna be the struggle that you keep going on, just hoping that someday. Put down hope. You need to get in action. Hope is not enough. Hope is not a strategy.
I also think when it comes to the race discussion, I think people have made so many things about race that it hinders them from actually becoming better and getting over things. Like, I could have a job where somebody at work was rude to me, or I got fired and I feel like it was wrongful. And I could look back and be like, oh, my boss was black. They did it because I'm white. But if I take race out of it and just be like, I really did a good job and that's messed up, I was fired, or see what I did wrong and maybe that's what I was fired, then you can actually try to be better and try to get over it. But I feel like when you make everything about race, then it's, oh, they did this because they're black. And it's like you hold on to that. But maybe they just didn't see the value in you, or maybe you did something wrong. But like, I don't know, just making everything about race, I feel like people get nowhere, because sometimes someone really is going to be racist and they think you're not smart or you're not a good person,
Sure.
and they think you're violent because you're
I
black.
ran into them.
But sometimes a person just doesn't like you because you're boring or you're annoying to them, or you always want to have a deep conversation, Resla, and they don't want to have a deep conversation. Sometimes people want to say hi, and you just get into a conversation. Like, there could be a million different reasons why a person doesn't like you. It doesn't have to be your race. So just look at it
That's
like,
true.
they don't like
I've
me, I
had
don't
people
care.
I've had people target me in work situations because of how I looked, and they perceive me and my look as weak. And because of where my position was, they also think that I was I was fair game. I would be a quick exit. Because I don't really get yell, nasty, throw shit, fight back, curse at you, whatever, because I have a particular image that I have to hold in that position. Because again, the idea of punching
Decorum.
up, not punching down. If I'm in my position, I can't punch down on you in the corporate
Right.
world. But
Decorum
you
in
can throw
class.
all the shots and everything. So therefore I look like fair game. And then when you run into your bullshit and then you get slammed by a manager or whatever, because I'm like, I just have to sit there and watch you. I just have to sit there and collect evidence. I didn't have to go back and forth with you. Me going back and forth with you, that's gonna hurt me. Me collecting everything I need and all the shit that you're screwing up on, that's what I need. You fucked yourself. But I've had women that come to me and turn around and say, "Well, I don't think he liked me because I was white," and I was like, "No, I don't like you because you're an idiot."
Mm-hmm.
And I've had the plenty of situation where I've had people that come to me and say, "Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you sit in this touch base meeting with me?" And I go, "Why?" Because I'm afraid that she's gonna say that she's a woman and that she's black as well. And I'm like, "Sure."
And then what happens?
It's kind of hard to pull that card when someone else is sitting there with you. That's also your race.
Mm-hmm. It's funny as you're mentioning this. It just made me think back to the person I was talking about earlier. Like, you can't get anywhere with a person when they can't ever admit they were wrong. When it's always, oh, because I'm a woman, it's because I'm black, it's because you're black and you don't like white people. When it's always because of something else, you can't ever realize when you're the problem and become a better person. And it just made me think, as you were just saying that, of a situation my best friend was telling me about, because her husband, he's the boss at his job, and he's black, and she's black, and this girl was like 23 that was working there, and he has a 23-year-old stepdaughter and an 18-year-old daughter. And there was this girl that was like just fucking up on the job, like would go out for lunch like an hour before a surgery, knowing that they have to get prepped 30 minutes before surgery, and she'd be on lunch for an hour and a half and just be out in her car playing on the phone. And he had told her one time, like, "I've noticed you've been doing this, you need to change this." And then he would just watch her, and he would notice she's doing the same things. He never said anything again. He would just watch, and he would document. And then he went and fired her. And, at first she had her mom calling the job like, "How could you do this? How could you fire her? Like, we black, you can't do that." And he's like, I don't care what color she is. She wasn't doing her job. And then after she realized the we black card wasn't going to get her job back, because we black, we supposed to look out for each other. Then it was, oh, he probably had a thing for her, because why are you watching her? First of all, she's the same age as my daughter, and like both of my daughters. And then secondly, I'm watching her because I'm her boss. But it's like, instead of people acknowledging, I was fucking up on the job. I was out here taking 2-hour lunch breaks and not being clocked out while doing it, and just being on my phone. And it's not about we black, we supposed to stick together, or, oh, you did this because you want me. No, I wasn't doing my job. That's why I got fired. So let me go to the next job and be better. But a lot of people cannot admit when they're wrong, so you try to blame it on something else. I think it's a big problem that we have as people, is there's so many excuses and explanations, and, oh, how could I make this to where I'm the right person, to where people will just find any way to make excuses and make themselves look like the good guy when you're the bad guy. And instead of putting it on the internet so you have to make yourself right, otherwise you're embarrassed, why don't you just keep things offline and just realize, yeah, I messed up, I should work on me.
But I get that across the board, because I guess I really ever hear, I don't really ever hear a race conversation that happens when it comes to white people, especially like on jobs. But I do hear it from like white women when it comes to like them being a woman. But when I hear like you mentioned the whole black thing, I hear it for Hispanics as well. I hear the same things as well, and I'm just going, this is about your capacity. This is about your capabilities. This is all about, this is about what you can do. I got 2 people. So bear with me, guys. Noel, I'm guessing there's another channel that you couldn't find.
Real quick, Josh said, I blame Resla.
Yes.
I wake up every morning just looking for a reason to blame Resla for something.
Yeah, sure.
So
everything
it's her fault.
is Resla's fault. We all know.
It is.
We all understand that. We're all in agreement that when shit happens, we got to know what Resla did to make that shit happen.
Yeah, like,
you can't blame it for that Asian baby though.
It's March. It was just warming up, but it snowed here like 2 days ago, and I knew right when the snow was coming down, that's Resla.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to snow at this time.
Right.
But
Resla
Resla was fucking with the switches somehow and made the
He was
snow
like,
come
"Hey,
down.
God, let's give them snow in Missouri when it should be 65."
Fuck
No,
with these
no,
guys.
no, no,
Yes,
no,
he did
no.
it. Yes.
This
Don't give him
doesn't work like
excuses.
that. Resla is not God. God put the snow here.
No,
God
but
does this.
he prayed about it.
Resla
Don't
works for
give him
God,
excuses.
Noel.
It was
You have to
Resla.
agree.
Okay, I'm
You got to
sorry.
agree
Yeah.
with me when I say that Resla works for God. He's an employee
Right.
of God.
He's
Yes.
God's bitch, basically. He's God's running man, you know? God's like, hey, go fuck some shit up. Russell's like, okay, I got you, God. Like, what? And why
Yes,
is
sir.
God even
Yes,
up
sir.
here like,
Yes,
go
sir.
fuck some
Yes,
shit
sir.
up? Like, that's not his job. God's supposed to make things good, but, you know, God saw that it was good and Resla was like, let's make it bad, you know? So that's what black people like Resla do. I mean, we're not shocked. You know what I mean?
Salute to all y'all. Salute to Resla. Salute
Excuse
to
me, what's
Alexandra,
Resla?
Noel.
I
How
never
you
heard
doing?
that word in my life. And I am right. I'm sorry.
You've never what in your life?
Okay.
I missed it. You said you never what in your life and you're white?
I never heard of that word, and I don't know you guys. I'm sorry. I just came in here. I was like, okay, from another panel. This is.
I remember you, Noel, from Chaotic Truth. I know who you are.
I used to be over there years ago. You never heard of what word, though? You said I never heard of that word.
Resla.
What?
You said
I think she
Resla?
said Resla.
You never heard that word.
The word Resla?
Yeah.
It's a name.
Okay.
Okay.
How's everybody doing today? All right. It's a great Saturday morning.
Yeah. By hat, you mean do-rag, right? Okay, so he's just racist. Because, like, why do you have to talk about his do-rag? Maybe that is a hat to him. It's not a hat.
I was going to say, I came up here to say the panels didn't ruin streaming. Monetization ruined streaming. What do you think about that, Resla?
Oh, yeah. Sure. But they didn't have to all choose the topics that they all continuously are on.
Those topics are giving them super chats, though. People seem to super chat them when they are on those topics. Like, okay, let's say you believe that 2 + 2 is 4, but if the money says you should say 2 + 2 is 5, then that's your new belief. That's your new talking point.
Yeah,
2
no.
+ 2 is 5.
I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that.
I still think
it's monetization. Monetization is why YouTube is the way it is right now.
I hear you, but in my opinion, there are, if you don't stand for something, you don't stand for anything. And I said,
I agree with that.
And I said this about the person who sit there and they just want attention, that they are willing to argue one thing, and the next month they'll argue about something else. They argue the opposite thing, and what they just argued about the month prior.
That's true as well.
I literally was just about to say, Resla, before you said that. I was going to say two different things. One, not all money is good money. And two, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Like, literally, because just because something makes you money doesn't mean it's good money, and doesn't mean it's helping who you are. And if you make money off of doing something, but it makes you look like a piece of shit, I mean, are you really getting richer? What?
I was like, who? I'm confused. Who is this girl on this panel?
It's Alexandria. She's famous.
Yeah.
Somebody help me. I don't know you from the YouTube panels.
I used to watch Chaotic, if that's where you're from. I used to watch him about 2 years ago. I think I'm best known as just a chick who's a men's rights activist, and Tommy Sotomayor's little bitch. I'm his mod everywhere he goes.
You're MRA? I didn't know that. Good work.
Here we go.
I am heavily MRA. Like, I'm MRA from like 15 years ago, not like today. I'm not like the Pearls. I'm
you know Christy Misty, my girl.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, she started this whole the females being MRA. She was the first.
When did she do that?
Back in the day.
Like 14, 15 years ago?
Yep.
Okay, so that's when I started. But no, never heard of her.
Christy Misty, check her out. She's silent now because the feminists threatened her job, but that's another
not
topic.
Surprised.
Yeah, no, I got MRA from from watching what my dad went through with my mom. And then watching what my son's father went through with his baby moms, and then watching Tommy. And I realized there's actually a voice to this, and I don't have to just see how my dad and my son's father were treated and think this is terrible, but like I as a woman can speak up and say this is wrong. Like, and yeah, just ever since then. But I mean, seeing it my
What
whole time.
is that? What is MRA? I never heard of
Men's
that.
rights activist. That's what it stands for. Men's rights activist.
Mm-hmm.
And that's bad.
That's good. That's good. It's real
It's bad to the majority of women, but if you have a son or you care about men or you actually believe in equality, it's a wonderful thing. It's believing, you know, if a woman punches a man in the face, he has every right to punch her back in the face. If a woman has a right to kill a baby, then a man has a right to say, I don't want it, and walk away.
Yep.
A million different things. But
wait, a girl can punch a man in the face and he can punch. That's just wrong.
For a man to hit a woman back.
He can punch her back, Noel.
No.
He can hit second. He doesn't hit first. He can hit second.
Wait. No. This is a teachable moment. So Noel, do you think it's okay for women to hit men? Answer the question.
Yes.
So
yes.
you think it is okay to physically hit someone?
Not like that. Just
like what?
If
Like
they were
what?
doing, if they're forcing somebody to do that, then there's a right.
That's not what I asked you, young lady. Is it okay for someone to hit another person? So is it okay would it be okay for me to just hit you?
No.
Okay. Do you think it's all right for any other woman to hit you?
It's a woman. Yeah, sure.
That's okay.
Whatever. Like,
so you think it's okay for people to just hit other people and not have any responses?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where we're coming from is that I love me as a man, and I love me, and I just said that as a man. I love me more than anyone else, which means that if you hit me, I don't care who you are and what gender you are, what sex you are. I don't care if you're a woman. I don't care if you're an animal. I don't care if you're a child. Do not hit me. I will destroy you. Because you know why? I love me more than I love you. So if you love yourself, you would not hit me.
So I'll tell you my answers for this, Noel. So where I'm coming from with this, right? I think no one should put their hands on another person unless you're popping your kid on the butt because they did something, which then again, when it comes to whooping a child, I think when your child does something, you should tell them not to do it. And then you should explain to them why not to do it, because people will often say, you know better, to a 2-year-old. But how did they know better when they're new here? They've been alive for 2 years. They're new here. They don't know better. So I think when it comes to a child, you should tell them something's wrong, then explain to them why it's wrong. Then if they keep doing it and you know they understand it's wrong, go ahead and pop them on the butt. Other than that, I think unless a person touches you first, you shouldn't put your hands on anyone. I think if you get in a fight with your woman or your man, y'all should try to I mean, if you need to argue, but y'all should try to de-escalate this situation, and instead of yelling, try to talk it out. Maybe you need to go to a different room and then an hour later come back and talk about it. But I think people should talk it out. But I think if it comes to a point where you're putting your hands on someone, you shouldn't be with them. But also, I think if a person hits you, you have every right to defend yourself, man or woman. And I say
don't
this,
care. King
I
or
say
queen and or elephant. Do not put your hands on someone else.
I say this because too many times we hear situations like Gabby Petito, where you have a woman who was assaulting a man and he finally snapped and choked her to death, yet she is seen as the victim. Whereas if you saw a situation where a woman was being abused by a man and she finally snapped and choked him out or shot him, people would say, good, she stood up to her abuser. Yet when he stands up to his abuser, he's seen as he's the abuser when everything says he was not the abuser. Also, you'll see
what
situations.
happened to Gabby? Can you tell me the story? What happened to her?
So basically, she was a girl that was seen punching her boyfriend, yelling at him, screaming at him. There's also video the day that she was murdered of her walking through the grocery store with him following her like a lost puppy. She was clearly the leader in the relationship. He was the follower. Yet they were out. They were like in one of those like Ford Transit trucks, like basically van life type thing. And they had parked their car and they were out in the middle of the wilderness. And he ended up strangling her. So my guess of what actually happened is she was probably yelling at him and attacking him like usual, and he couldn't go to the car to get away, so he choked her to death. And he's now seen as the abusive one. But if you look at all the evidence, he was someone who stood up to an abuser. And one reason why I brought this up is because I was just in a chat about this a few weeks ago, and then I unsubbed because people didn't agree with me and thought it was okay to block me. So that's fine. I won't be back. But someone in the chat literally said this, right? They said, if he was being abused, he could have walked away. And most people have this mentality, right? If a woman is hitting a man, he can walk away. Yet you never hear a woman who's being beat on. You never hear people say, she can walk away. You hear people say, she needs help. She needs to call a DV shelter. It's not that easy to leave. It's not that easy to walk away. So why is it that a woman can't walk away, but we tell a man he should walk away? We tell a man, you should deal with that abuse or walk away. But then we tell a woman, you should get help and you should shoot him if you need to.
No, I disagree with that.
Disagree with what?
I disagree with he should just walk away.
Oh yeah, so do I. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's wrong for people to tell a man you should walk away, but they never tell a woman you should walk away.
Whose fault was it in this situation, him or her? Gabby, I never heard a story before.
Okay, the story is not really that important. You could look it up. It's a long case, but my point is just, if a man is abusing a woman, she should get away. If a woman is abusing a man, he should get away. But the point is just, I guess the point of it all is just, if someone puts their hands on you, you have the right to hit them
So
back.
in the chat we have not your everyday Ashley, who says that you're kind of just filling in parts of the story. So you're kind of filling in the blanks and pretty much defending a murderer. That's number one. But number two, there's also a comment that says, you always hear people tell her to walk away. I rarely ever hear women being told to walk away, me personally speaking.
I've never heard someone tell a woman she should walk away. I hear, you can get help from DV shelters. Someone can help you, or you should get a firearm. You should protect yourself. I never hear someone tell a woman, just walk away.
Here's the deal. Here's what I think. We're man and woman until somebody gets hit. Once somebody gets hit, we're fighters. We're no longer man and woman. Once that first punch lands, we're fighters. We're no longer man and woman. We're fighter versus fighter.
Not the
so
way
if you don't want us to be fighter versus fighter, and you want us to remain man and woman, don't hit me and I don't hit you. Very simple.
Right here, this is a prime example of what I'm talking about when it comes to women, though. I don't want to say sorry because I'm not sorry, but no offense, Ashley. But yeah, it's a long case, so why are we summarizing it in 2 minutes and justifying murder? And this is what it comes down to. If a woman is being abused and she kills that man, and you say, good, he deserved it, he got what he deserved, no one says you're justifying murder. They say, good, she should have done that, he deserved that. But when a man finally retaliates and fights back to his abuser, it's, oh, you're justifying murder, you're saying she deserved it? But people would have no problem saying a man deserved it if he beat on a woman and she killed him. I don't agree with that. If it's whatever you believe. I'm not saying she deserved to die, but what I will say is this. If a woman gets beat on by her man and she shoots him and you think he deserved it, then Gabby beating on Brian and him killing her, she deserved it. That's where I stand. However you feel about it, it's equal.
So here's so the winch. I don't hear about women being told to walk away. I hear of women being told in abusive relations they should leave the man. But in an event of it coming down to a physical confrontation, I never hear people say, don't get mad, just walk away. I do not hear that for women. I hear women who are in relations when there's not a fight involved to leave.
Excuse me, whose fault was it? Whose fault was it in in the situation? What was her going on, and where's the car? And like I don't know whose fault
We're getting
was
real
it.
off target. Everyone pretty much you talk to, especially women, because women like true crime more than anyone. All the women you talk to, except for me, are going to tell you Gabby was the victim. Poor her. Yeah, she hit him, but there's an excuse. There's a reason. There's an explanation. That's what women are going to tell you, except for me. The situation is she was abusive to the man. She would yell and scream and cuss at him and put her hands on him, and he finally choked her out.
Hello, Ashley.
And
Hi.
why is he choke him out?
And what?
Why is he choke her out? Like who?
Probably because
who
he got
was
tired of
in-
being abused.
Oh.
Probably because he said, "Today, no more."
Noel, can a man be abused by a woman? In your opinion?
They can.
Okay. That's the answer to my question.
Ashley?
Yes. Hello, Noel.
Hi, it's your turn.
Oh,
It
thank
is your
you.
turn.
Thank
She's right.
you.
It
Thank
is
you,
your
Noel.
turn.
I can't take care of my own show. Thank you.
Like she was God. She said, "You may
Noel
speak
the
now."
host.
Yes.
I said, "You may speak."
Well, no, I was just politely waiting for a time to interject, but I
Agree.
wanted to clarify some of my comments. So I'm not here just to like defending all women and saying, oh, women have the right to, stand up and murder their, like, no, I'm not saying any of that, but I do think that there's something very icky and wrong about the narrative that any murder of a spouse or a loved one, I do find something wrong with the narrative that it was justified or somebody was pushed to quote unquote finally choke her out, or she was pushed to quote unquote finally, put rat poison in his coffee every morning. I think that for all of us being human beings, that there is a point when, either or both parties are responsible for the bad behavior going on, and somebody does have to quote unquote just walk away. Now then, if you want to talk about the semantics of it, saying just walk away or find a way to leave that marriage safely, etc., I personally, I do believe that any man or woman in an abusive relationship is advised to find a way to leave that relationship. I don't think that murder is ever justified. And speaking to women murdering spouses, most women that are in prison for murder, it's for murdering a spouse, and a lot of times it was because they were abusive allegedly, right? But it's still wrong. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like women don't get more sympathy and leniency when it comes to prison terms for the same crimes that a man commits. I'm not going to pretend any of this stuff, but I find the rhetoric, spreading the rhetoric that, especially in a case like the Gabby Petito case, which I have so many issues with beyond what we're even talking about right now. Namely, one being that it was a cute blonde white girl that was murdered versus thousands of indigenous women that are murdered all the time that never get headlines. We could talk about that all day. But if we're talking about this rhetoric and saying that somehow and I know that you didn't say the words it's justified or she deserved it, but there is connotation behind the words and the way that the words were said that leads one to kind of, I don't know, form the opinion that you may be of the opinion that, hey, this woman abused him and she finally got what she deserved, and she was abusive and he finally choked her out. Like it was just like meant to happen. Like it was going to happen. And I've heard this rhetoric a lot lately. Like I've heard it on TikTok. I've heard it on TikTok more, or not TikTok, X,
People
Twitter,
have said it about her.
more than I have anywhere. But like this whole narrative that like, murdering somebody,
Excuse me, where is
hold on one second,
where
Noel. All due respect, Noel,
sorry.
hold on one second. But this rhetoric that killing one's boyfriend, girlfriend, or spouse because of abuse is somehow okay, and turning it into a gender war is so gross to me.
Yeah, so I think people, I do think people can get pushed to do things. I don't think she deserved what happened to her, but I don't feel bad for her. So
Okay, fair enough. I think that's fucked up.
I do
I feel
think
bad for
she,
anybody that gets choked and then left in
Same.
a wilderness area. And then that person that murdered that other person doesn't tell their family, the police, or any of their friends or anybody, period, where that person is. And their body lays out there to get feasted on upon rodents and wildlife. And all those other people have to sit there and worry and stress and go through agony and hell wondering what happened to their loved one. And in the end, let's not forget that he felt so guilty and so awful about what happened that he himself gave himself the same fate and went off in the wilderness and killed himself in a Florida swamp. So
right.
this,
And
this
then
is
his
not
body,
a happy story by any means. And this is not a somebody got what they deserved. I feel sorry for both of these people. I feel sorry
right.
for both of them. They were very young and they
And
were
then
in an
his,
unhealthy relationship, period.
right. And then
Excuse me.
his,
Excuse me. Why is he killed himself? That's just
Because he
awful.
murdered his girlfriend.
That's just.
and then, yeah, his body did end up with the same fate, just being out there. I do think, though, that he did what he did. I do believe he felt bad because I believe he was a simp, but I also believe the way that his family was being harassed and he was being looked at as the bad guy, even though he was the victim, the abuse victim, because now she's a victim because she was
But you
murdered.
don't
But
know that. You don't. You have seen a couple of clips, and I know which ones you're talking about. You've seen a couple of clips that happen to be caught on video. And some of those, the ones you're talking about, of him following her around like a simp, he's the one filming those. There's so much stuff that I just find it so egregious and outright ridiculous that people fill in those blanks. And this is what happens when we live our life online. And there's big headline stories like this, especially from video vloggers, right? Like it happens like this. And we take a few clips and we see what we want to see.
well,
And
I never.
I just find it funny because I've never looked at this and thought, oh man, that guy was just a horrible person. And oh God, like he was just an abusive POS and he, murdered her, even though I've seen that narrative spun a lot too. I see it and I see a tragic tale of two young people that shouldn't have been together because they obviously had a lot of problems. But at the end of the day, I don't care what anyone says, strangling your spouse or loved one to death and leaving them in the woods and then not telling anyone where they're at for months, that is astronomically worse. Astronomically worse.
Than being abused. Yeah, so I disagree.
Absolutely it is. It's murder. It's absolute murder.
I think it's self-defense.
Self-defense is strangling someone. Do you know how long it takes to strangle someone
No,
and
it's
murder
not.
them?
Like
Do you know how
8
much
minutes.
more he
No,
weighed than her?
no,
Do you
no.
know? Do you really think that her
32
slaps or
seconds.
her mental
I'm like,
abuse,
not long.
that is
32 seconds.
self-defense?
32
Really?
seconds. Yeah.
Self-defense?
Yeah, but also I can see why he didn't tell where her body was or what he did, because as soon as he
Alex,
came back without her, people were out watching his family's home and just assuming that he did something. People were saying
Because
all
he
kinds of
did
stuff
do
that
something. Do you see how
yeah,
ridiculous you are? Because he did. He
no,
murdered her.
he did do something,
Yeah.
something that she led to happen. And when I'm talking, I've
So
never
so
watched
she
their
led
channel.
that to happen. She deserved it.
You know
yep.
what? I guess I will say, yeah, she deserved it. She
There you
did.
go. That's what I'm. Thank you. So people
Okay.
like you, I find to be kind of sickening to think anyone deserves that.
Sickening? Really?
Well,
Yeah, I
I
think
won't
it's
put my hands
sickening.
on a man. I definitely learned from her case,
I
which I already
also
knew it.
will not. I
Not
also
to put
will
my
not.
hands on a man.
I also will not. But I've seen the same footage you've seen, and I saw nothing as violent as strangling someone for a solid 5 to 8 minutes
Well,
until the life leaves their body. When I outweigh them by 50 pounds at least. I saw
Yeah.
nothing like that violence. Nothing.
Okay, so if we're gonna, first of all, I don't think we have seen the same stuff because the clip I'm talking about, he was not recording her. It was footage from
From the police officers?
It was footage from the Whole Foods store that they shopped in the day that she died. It was footage
You
of them
said
going.
he was following her around like a simp.
Yeah, like a lost little puppy. I saw footage from the Whole Foods store, so we didn't see the same thing. I saw
So
footage.
she beat him in the Whole Foods store on that footage?
Yes.
So you're not gonna let me finish then?
No, I'm asking you because that's what you said.
Well, because
We're
I'm trying
talking
to tell
about the
you,
abuse
I'm
footage.
there is no abuse footage that I saw of her actually hitting him, which is
Oh,
why
there
I started.
isn't. Interesting.
I just said there is no abuse footage of her hitting him that I saw, which is why I started
So
by
you
saying,
are filling in the blanks yourself,
okay.
and that's fine. I
So
don't care that you're
which
doing
is
that. I'm just
which is why I
critiquing your
started by
narrative.
saying we clearly have not seen the same footage. So what I'm saying is the Whole Foods video from the day she died. Okay. The Whole Foods video from the day that she died, it was video of the store, and she walked in, he was following her, she was putting stuff in the bag, she was clearly picking everything. The point of me saying that is she was clearly the one in control in the relationship. She was shopping, he was just following her around. That shows that he's not a man who's telling his woman what to do and controlling her. She's freely shopping,
Yeah.
he's just
So in
following
order
her
to give her
around.
the final say so, he strangles her for 5 to 8 minutes.
And she got to be the victim, and people like you believe she was
She
a
got
victim.
to be. She's dead.
And so is he. He's dead over an abusive woman. And then also, okay,
He's
you're
dead
talking,
because he made horrible decision to murder his girlfriend.
and she made horrible
This
decisions
is
to
what
hit
I'm
him.
saying. This is not this is why I hate turning this into a gender war. This is not about men versus women, and women can be abusive too. I think we all fucking know that. I'm not arguing that. But to justify murder and then turn the murderer into the martyr
Gender war
is a
does not exist, Ashley.
disgusting narrative.
I
think it's disgusting when what's the prostitute's name that murdered all those men? They make t-shirts about her. That's disgusting too. That's horrible. They made a fucking movie about her.
Yeah, I
So
really
this is
don't
not
think you
gender
do
war.
understand that a woman
This
can
is
be wrong.
pedestalizing a murderer and turning it into something that it's not. And I think it's a very dangerous narrative, and I think it's gross.
Yeah, and this is why I hate women and I don't respect them.
Let's talk about your picture.
Sure, I can tell you hate women because you think that a woman that gets murdered by her husband deserves it.
He wasn't her husband. He was just a boyfriend.
I don't
Boyfriend,
think
whatever.
Alex
I
said
said
that, Ashley. I don't think she said that. I
no.
don't think
She
believes that.
specifically said she deserved to get murdered by him. She did say that
That's
just
one
a couple of minutes ago.
particular situation. You
But
spoke
this
very.
situation, compared to so many others, wasn't even that awful of one. This was just a typical young, crappy relationship of two people that probably shouldn't have been together. And
Yeah,
she
I
might be right
definitely-
about the simpistry, and she might have been leading him around by the nose.
Simpistry,
I
that's
still
a-
don't.
that's a
How do we
I
know?
still.
How do we know the
I disagree
relationship
with
is
that as
typical?
well, but I still don't think that it justifies someone being murdered.
How do we know that the relationship was typical?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
How do we know that the relationship was typical? I don't know about the case.
Well, I'm saying if she's saying that so we do know that they're a couple. They're in their early to mid 20s. Typical as far as Generation Z goes. They're traveling around, filming their life. They want to do this whole on the road life thing. And then according to Alexandria, like typical as far as we do know that a lot of men, especially younger men and these relationships are simps, and that the women kind of control the narrative. And I think that assuming that we all kind of see a lot of the same content, which I'm assuming we do based off of the conversation we're having, we can assume that perhaps she was abusive, maybe mentally, sometimes physically. I have no idea, to be honest. So typical in those ways is the way I'm saying it. Now, typical as far as should that end in one of the parties being murdered? No.
Ashley, are you confusing the two words murder with kill? Because those are two different words.
I'm not. No, murder. No, I'm absolutely not. This was a murder. This was a murder.
You sure it wasn't a kill?
I am sure of that. I feel very certain of that. I do not think that the physical evidence, and I do not think that the manner in which she was killed and where she was left and then his actions afterward would justify this being self-defense in any way, shape, or form. Absolutely not. Self-defense does not require you who physically outbody somebody, sitting on top of them and strangling them for 5 to 8 minutes, crushing their throat and watching the life drift out of them. No. Self-defense, and I've taken self-defense classes, and man or woman, your number one thing is to get away. If you can't get away, scream. If you can't scream, then do something to try to maim or deflect them from continuing to harm you. That is self-defense. Self-defense is not manhandling, sitting on top of somebody and strangling them. And I want to reiterate again for 5 to 8 minutes in order to kill them.
Ashley,
that's
it
not
could be.
that's not
Ashley,
self-defense.
Ashley, it could
It's
be.
okay. I'm not going to have the argument about.
There are situations where it could be. There are. Think about it.
Well, there were
Okay.
a couple things I wanted to say, but I didn't get to say because you've brought up a few times now the difference in their size. And that's another reason why I don't feel bad for her, because when you have a man that you know is bigger than you and is stronger than you, yet you choose repeatedly to put your hands on him, at that point, you know this person, if they hit me back, they will win. Yet you decide you can go ahead and put your hands on them and they just shouldn't hit you
Again,
back.
you haven't seen footage of that. You're just assuming.
No, I haven't. What I've seen is when the story very first broke before the internet got it and just went crazy with it. What I very first saw was a witness statement that they had written saying they saw her cussing at him, yelling at him. He got into the car and told her to calm down, and she opened up the car, got in there, and was punching him in his arms and face. That's what I saw. It was a witness account that they called the cops and they reported to the cops.
Understood.
After that,
I understand. I just suggest that before commenting, and you can take my advice or leave it. I honestly, I don't really care. I just have
yeah,
seen
good.
this
I'll leave
narrative
it.
that's irritating.
Mhm.
Okay, fair enough. I assumed so. But if you actually want to watch the full documentary, there's several docuseries out there on it. I followed it closely when the whole thing was going on. There's been a newer one
Mhm.
now, but there's actually quite a bit of footage of her making excuses for him when the police wanted to arrest him and trying to get him out of trouble as well. So I do think that this was just an unhealthy relationship in both directions. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, I've seen the same type of documentaries, and I think the reason why people say she's making excuses is because she was an abuser, and people do not want to acknowledge that she was an abuser. So instead, they see the police footage of her saying, "No, he didn't hit me. I was hitting him. I did hit him," and then the cops don't arrest her for hitting him. And then instead of people saying, "Oh, she's admitting hitting him," they say, "Oh no, she's just making excuses for him. This is what victims do." So no matter how many times she admitted that she was the aggressor, people make excuses and say she's excusing her abuser.
Okay, fair enough. And again, you can look at it either way. I still don't think that sitting on top of somebody and strangling them for 5 to 8 minutes is justified. Period. I don't.
I see it the same way I see the OJ situation. I'm not saying he was right if he did it. I'm just saying I understand. So
Sounds like Chris Rock, but okay.
Chris Rock did say it. And I completely
Excuse
agree.
me.
I understand.
What happened to the OJ situation? He really strangled a woman.
Now, the OJ situation was way too long ago. I am not covering the OJ.
Yeah, we don't have time for that. But yeah, no, just like you were saying, if you can get away, you could get away. And I think knowing that it was her vehicle and she was with him and she had family that loved her so much and raised her to be an abuser, I think Gabby could have got away, but instead she decided to stay. So maybe he wasn't so bad. I truly believe
I
they
think you're
should not.
doing the same thing that you accuse people of doing to him right now by doing to her. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
doing.
necessarily think she was an
That's what I'm
angel.
doing. Because other people think that she was a victim and she was
So
so
the
wonderful and he was
alternative,
so bad.
though, is not to just like paint the picture the totally opposite way, though, and that's
No,
what
but
I
that
don't
is
like.
what I truly believe, though. I believe she was a piece of shit. And you were talking about the race aspect of it earlier. That is another thing that bothers me about it. Is I think if Gabby Petito was a big burly black woman, if she was Serena Williams or Gabourey Sidibe, and
Speak, preach, girl, preach.
if she was Gabourey Sidibe or Serena Williams, and she had this little wimpy, simpy white boy, and there were witness accounts of her punching him and yelling at him, and him being like, "I'm gonna get in the car to get away from you. You need to calm down." And then she sits there and punches him, and then eventually he strangles her. People would be like, "He should have never messed with a black bitch because them black bitches is angry." But the fact that she's a cute little
I
white girl, she don't deserve to
Alexandria.
die. She's
Well,
a little sweet
I
white
will
girl. She
say
can't
that
get crazy.
Gabby
Alexandria.
Petito was about she was less than 100 pounds, soaking wet. So
Yeah,
that's
she's
what
a
I'm
typical
just
skinny
saying.
little blonde white girl. I don't care how
Physically,
small she
she's
is.
easy to outmaneuver and overpower.
Yeah,
And this
even though
isn't
she was.
to me. The only reason I brought up race is because that is why this became such a national phenomenon, such a
Right.
case, which
And
it is a lot of times when it is a white woman that is murdered by a man. A lot of times it is. And I specifically brought up indigenous women. I wasn't trying to make it a white and black issue. But if you want to talk about that, yeah, I could definitely see if this guy, because he wasn't the biggest guy ever, but he was definitely much bigger than her, stronger. If he was with somebody of the likes of Serena or Venus Williams, yeah, I mean, I could see maybe possibly the physical altercations between them and him strangling her like he did, maybe I could even possibly say, okay, maybe it was self-defense that went too far, but in this case I just can't. So your example actually just proves my point even more. She was 95 pounds soaking wet.
It
So
doesn't though, because it goes back to
okay,
the fact
I'll
that
agree to
she's
disagree, and that's all good.
the fact that she's small, she's really tiny, and he's bigger than her hits still hurt, her blows still hurt. So to say that she's little, he's bigger than her, she hit him, oh, he didn't have to do anything back because she's little, she can't hurt him. No, you can still defend yourself. Just like if a person is getting onto their child and their child hits them, they're like, how dare you hit me? And they hit them back. Well, the child's little, they can't hurt you, right? Yet parents will whoop their child. So her being small, to me, that doesn't mean it can't be self-defense. Just because a person is little who abuses
Okay.
you doesn't mean you can't defend yourself because they're little.
I mean this with zero respect, actually. I just think that you're very low IQ.
That's actually more than zero respect. But
Yeah, and I think you're just a typical feminist.
I don't think there's more than
And
zero
you're
respect.
I
Ian.
think there's more.
Yeah.
I think it's
Because
like
I don't
1 or
justify
more
murdering
percent.
because I don't justify murdering your loved one.
You
Yes,
keep
I'm a
saying
feminist.
murder. Was it kill?
It's
I
not
think
murder.
the word you are looking for is kill.
Again, we've clarified that, and I believe murder. Yes,
I guess
someone in the chat brought up a good point. I forgot. He left a suicide letter actually talking about how he murdered
Yeah,
her,
he
and
did.
he regrets it.
I remember that.
But I'm sure there's an excuse for that.
But
that
Maybe
we
it
can
was
interject
killed.
our own
Maybe he
feelings
killed her.
into as well.
I think
'cause
if we're going to
why
be
should we
really
take the
honest,
murderer's words for itself, right?
okay. So I think if we're really going to
I
be
think that
honest,
you
I
try
mean,
to make something fit a narrative that you do because you
okay.
hate women, just like you said earlier. Good on
And
you. That's
I
fine.
think you do
I don't
exactly
think
what most
Alex
women
hates
do.
women.
I think you do what
No,
most
she
women
actually
do.
said that she hates women.
Okay.
Quit defending her. Are you not listening to her words?
and I
She
think
literally
you do,
said that like 6 minutes
she
ago.
won't shut up. And I think you do what most women do, which is you sit there and talk and talk and talk, even though you're wrong and you won't let anybody get a word in. But if we're going to be perfectly honest, I think the real reason you're up here and you even have an issue is because of what happened like a month ago in Glenn's chat. You were upset that Glenn was talking to me and you felt like he was talking to you and he's your man. So you tried to argue with me then. I think that's the problem
my
is you can't win when it comes
Is
to
that
getting a
true,
man.
Ashley?
So that's really your problem.
Oh my God. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do, because you went out of your way to start shit with me over a man, but it's fine. You can have the
I
white
did
because I
it.
already
Did
have a
I
Dominican
did
one.
not start shit. I
You
literally
did.
laughed and I left
You
the
did.
panel. What shit did
Just
I
like how
start,
you're up
Alex?
here laughing and
No,
just
hold on.
saying shit.
Well, hold on. What shit did I start?
I was in the chat and I said something to him and you're like, oh girl, you better back up. He's mine. And then you're like, he's mine. I'll fight for mine.
I didn't say he was mine. I said I was joking. I got on
You
a panel
did.
with you.
And I said, you can have him. I won't fight for a man. I already win.
Rabbit.
Are we? This is funny. Like I
No,
literally
it's
didn't
getting to
even
the root
think
of the
about
problem.
that.
This is why you came here just having a problem.
No,
Or because
honestly,
you're just
no.
a raging feminist like the rest of them. Either way, I don't
Okay.
respect you
All right.
either.
Well,
Never
it's not
have.
so binary, Alex. What
Right.
you said, what Alex said is true. That did happen on Glenn's thing, but I thought that was more. I'm surprised that it butthurt you that bad. I was joking around.
No, it didn't butthurt me. It just showed me how women like you are because you go out of your way to start problems with another women and then be for women
I'm not.
and
How
for
am I?
Gabby.
Okay, hold on a second.
You went out of your way to start problems with women, but I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you're trash and I don't associate with trash.
I understand. I know why I got on here tonight. Actually, at Resla, I've been watching your panel off and on with about two other panels tonight. I hopped on and I heard this narrative, which is something that's been going on Twitter lately, and I've been arguing because there's another case about a guy that actually shot and murdered. I'm sure you guys maybe have heard about this. Shot and murdered his wife. They were going through a divorce. She posted a TikTok about how they're going through a divorce, but she actually was praising him, saying he's such a good guy and taking it so well, and they're not having any problems, yada yada. And then, like a week after this TikTok, or maybe less, was posted, he ends up murdering her, like by shooting her, and then he shooting her with a gun, and then he shoots himself as well. So it was a murder suicide incident, and a lot of people are taking that, and they're kind of twisting the same narrative that she deserved it, right? And so then I've heard a lot of people bring up the Gabby Petito thing, and I've been arguing with people back and forth on Twitter Spaces about it. And then I heard this come up in your space, and that's honestly why I came up. And I just find the subject itself to be just very disheartening and just gross. Like I hate turning it into a gender thing, because I think that anytime that I think domestic violence is wrong, period. But when we murder someone, and yes, it's murder. It is murder. If your life isn't in danger,
It's
if
not.
you've been pushed to a certain,
It
I
could
thought
be
you weren't
kill.
talking anymore.
It
Please
could be
hush.
kill though,
But if you're,
Ashley.
sorry, go ahead.
Ashley, it could be kill. There's a difference
I
between
understand. We
murder
had that
and kill.
conversation, and I disagree. I think that murder is when it is the unnecessary taking of life. I think that if you kill someone, by
It was
definition, that it could.
premeditated.
I'm sorry.
It was premeditated, right?
That's not the definition of murder, though.
No,
I don't think it
definition
was
of kill.
necessarily premeditated.
I'm talking about kill.
I bet you anything. If I
I'm talking
had
about
to,
kill at this moment.
well, I don't. Well, I think this was murder.
Kill can be premeditated. Kill. There can be a reason why you kill somebody. Murder means there's no reason.
Then we disagree
you just
on
took
the
somebody's
definitions.
life.
We disagree on the definitions. Then
Well, that is the definition, Ashley.
no,
It is.
no, it
the
isn't.
definition.
Pull it up in
Murder.
Google, post it in the chat, and I'll believe you because I've had this argument before. And no, it isn't. This is
Don't
the
waste your
same
time.
thing that's brought up in abortion debates. But
Don't
that's
waste
not
your
what
time.
I'm.
She won't believe you. She's a woman.
It isn't about that.
She's gonna try to be right no matter what. I bet you're pro-abortion too, right? You like killing babies as well?
I
so.
don't like killing babies, and I'm not pro-abortion. No, not at all.
You don't think it's okay to kill babies ever?
I think that there are circumstances
Okay,
where
That's wrong.
you don't think that there's ever a circumstance where an abortion is medically necessary.
Never.
Oh, well, IQ proven again. All right.
Yeah, I never think my life is more important than my baby's or that I should kill my baby instead of dying myself. No. And actually, abortionists will tell you that anytime they've had to end a pregnancy to save a woman's life, it's typically very far in the pregnancy. So them ending the pregnancy is delivering the baby early. But there are people who say, I'm not for abortion, but then they make excuses for why they are, and they try to use these exceptions. What if this and this and this? No, I don't.
Well, I think
I
that sometimes with the difficult conversations, that the exceptions are the important parts to talk about.
Yeah, and I think liberals always bring up the exceptions to negate the rule, which is that women are just murderers.
I think that the majority of abortions performed are unnecessary, and I don't agree with them. Yeah.
I think
you
women
do
who have
support
abortions
them, though,
should be put
Ashley.
in prison for murder.
Wait,
or
wait,
I
wait a minute,
don't
hold
actually.
up.
I'm not here. Okay, I don't. I don't really want to get into the nuances of the abortion debate, but maybe another time. I've done this many times. I could link a video for you of my feelings. I've beat this horse to death. Overall, I do not think that abortion should be the rule. Absolutely not. I don't. I think it's a very sad thing that many women have abortions, to be honest. But I do think that there are exceptions, and that those are the hard things and the hard conversations to have. Yeah. And I think that those exceptions are very, very serious and very emotional and very complicated to talk about. I understand why it's easier to just say, no, there are never exceptions. I understand that, but I don't think it is easy, personally. Just like I don't think that it's easy to say that, oh, because I saw some footage of some people and I have preconceived notions and opinions that I formed based on, my own experiences or my own hatred of, women, that it's okay to murder them. I don't think a lot of these things. It's just an interesting conversation to have. I promise you it has nothing to do with whatever you're harboring towards me, Alex, about the silly thing on Glenn's panel a month ago that I forgot about until you brought it up. But my apologies if I offended you.
Stats, look good. There we go.
This is getting deep.
No, I'm not harboring anything. Once I decide I don't like somebody, I just don't like them. I don't do second chances with people. So
understood. The same way that you view footage of somebody you don't know and just assume that they deserve to be strangled to death. It makes sense.
Yeah, this is why I'm just not talking. I don't like you. That's it.
You keep saying you're not talking to me, and then you keep engaging. So what is it?
We're on the panel, by the way. So
yeah, I know. Thank you. Exactly.
It's kind of necessary.
Yeah. All good. I honestly was just very interested in the whole bringing up the women pushing men to a point that they deserve to be murdered. I thought that was interesting. That's why I'm here. I'm not trying to step on any toes about any online stream crushes or abortion debates.
So, Resla, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, what are you gonna say about this, Resla?
You're muted, by the way.
I'm gonna say good night, folks.
Oh
I'm
shit,
gonna say
he's
good night.
kicking us off.
Oh, thanks for having me on. This was fun for a moment. I appreciate it. It's a good conversation. There's been a lot of debate back and forth about it, I've heard lately.
I'm happy I actually got to talk to Alexandria because I would see her in Tommy's chat. She would say some very based things. And for years, I was like, I need to talk to her. And I finally got to talk to her. So,
Was it everything you
my
ever
Make a
dreamed it
Wish
would be?
Foundation was made. What was that?
Well, you're welcome. Was it everything you ever dreamed it would be?
It was more than that.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome, hon.
I'm so glad that I met Ashley and you and everybody, and yeah.
I'm
Thank
glad
you,
I met
Noel.
you, Noel.
Yeah.
I'm glad I met you. You were on Chaotic Truth Stream. You would be on the panel chilling. And I'd be like, okay, why is she
Hey,
there? Why is
everybody's
she
very
there?
grateful. Everybody's very happy that they met each other. All right. Let me speak to my audience. Jesus. As always, things get a little bit different before we start ending out the actual show. The original point that we were talking about was really about the YouTube panels, and honestly, YouTube panels, they could be great. They could be great, but I think most of the time we have to look at some of the panels that we look at right now, and that they're looking like fast food content just for the mind. That doesn't mean they really hold out very well. It just means that people are just going in there to get a quick fix, just a quick high. I think if you're watching some of these debates and some of these arguments and nothing ever changes, that might be something you need to start taking a look at when it comes to content. Or, not for nothing, for those who want to complain, make better content. Because watching the endless loop of nonsense is not going to do anything to change your life. It just simply won't. Anyway, guys, you take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. I will be doing a stream tomorrow. I have not figured out exactly what we're going to be covering. So, or I think later today. Sorry, later today I'll be doing a stream. No idea what we're really covering, but I hope to see some of you guys there. So if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like on the way out if you have not, and I will see you on the next one. Till then, guys, stay opinionated.